Wait, my shit might be fucked right now. Hold on. Did my stream turn on? Okay.
Before then, you could see that home prices tracked household median income, just like this.
Median house price, median household income. If we were to truly spend a day, fuck. You know what I need next year? I've gotten like, over this year, even though my year's been fucked, I've come across like 3 to 4 to 5 like Kino employees, like people that I would want to hold on to through as long as possible. They're very good people. Good as in like they're good at their work, not morally good, not Superman good. Okay. I feel like next year I need to get, researchers, so I can ask questions and just have people go out and get the answers. That gunk guy in chat, by the way, is one of them. What a fucking rock star this guy is. Holy shit. 6'5" Giga Chad from the Midwest, who's also responsible for like all of the merch stuff and everything too. There are so many questions, and I'm not trying to, like, obviously you can ask questions in such a way that you're always trying to get the answer that you want, but I legitimately am curious. I hope at this point, even though it's never the case, that I have enough credibility that like I'll shift positions on things, because I'm not like on some orthodoxically bought in, that's not a real word, like bought into some, take on any particular thing. But I do think a lot of the housing stuff is spoken about incorrectly, is over-exaggerated or whatever else. But when it comes to numbers like this, median household income versus median house price, I'm trying to think if I would expect these two things to track or not. I think you would, right? It goes all the way back to 1960. Median household income. Median. One of the, they kind of do with the scale is weird. Maybe. One of the things that is hard to imagine when you start to become, I don't think I would consider myself ultra wealthy yet, but I don't know if I would say I'm in the tier below, like very wealthy. This is one of the things I try to stress to people when you talk about like taxes, is the amount of money that you can spend on things that you need to live. It's only so much, right? So if I put, let's say that I earn $100,000 annually right here, okay? I'll just bracket this off. This can be whatever amount of time. Say this is my whole career, okay? Let's say that I earn 100,000 right here, all right? And then let's say that over time, my income has increased. And then let's say like right here, okay? I might have grossed. Oh, fuck. I don't remember my after-tax earnings rate. It was like $2 million last year. It was a good chunk of change. If I'm earning 100K here, and let's say that it was 2 million here, okay? And I understand that my life is not like everybody's because I don't fucking do anything with my money, but there's only so much that you can spend on housing. So for $100,000 a year, I could get a mortgage and I could spend maybe, let's say I get $4,000 a month would be, that'd be half my money, half my income. Well, $3,000 a month would be 36. It'd be okay. Let's assume this is all after tax. I could spend $3,000 a month, and that would give me a, let's see, mortgage calculator. Hold on. I want to put numbers to this because my guess is I could get a $500,000 house. We'll say 500,000. We'll just say 10% down. Back then it was, we'll say 4.5. I don't know what the average tax is. PMI is only for FHA loans, right? We'll say conventional. This, I don't need any of this bullshit. Okay, so this would be a monthly payment of $2,655, $2,700 a month, about, okay? Let's assume that, okay? So if I'm making $100,000, I could get pretty comfortably, I would say, a $500,000 home, okay? Let's say that I've 20x'd my income, all right? And let's say we go from 100,000 to 2 million. Well, a $500,000 home to a $5 million home, that's a massive increase in home, okay? You are massively increasing the type of house that you get from 500K to 5 million. That's like, I would say almost mansion tier, okay? Let's assume that we do that. I would never get a house that big. We'll hold all the other values the same. So I'll say 10% down payment. We'll say $5 million home, okay? And then we calculate this. A $5 million home is going to cost me maybe $23,000 a month, all right? So I've 20x'd my income. My mortgage payment isn't even 10x'd. And I've got more house that I know what to do with. So what happens is even if you upgrade your standard of living, like if we assume that this much of my income is paid on my, we'll just say housing expenses, even if I dramatically increase the type of house I get, it's still not even coming close to like, it's so much money. You just have so much more money. This is why I say things like, even if you're talking about higher tax rates, right? Like if you were to, let's say that we're eating this much with taxes or whatever, like right here, if you were to scrape away another like 2% on really high income earners of like taxes. Now, I'm not a fan of just taxing high earners. You have to broaden your tax base. It can't just be because the people at the top can't front the entire country, but you can increase tax rates for all these people. And they're not going to, I don't believe they'll feel it. I just don't believe that. Okay. If you have an expendable income of, in my opinion, again, this is pegged to my lifestyle, I guess, because I just don't buy much. Maybe for Hassan it's different. But once you're earning more, once you have more than $100,000 a month of like play money, I don't know what you do with it besides throw it in investment accounts. And if somebody were to say like you had $100,000 a month in play money, but now because of these new taxes, now you only have $85,000 a month in play money. It's like, okay, like am I fleeing the country over this? I'm not even going to move my state for that. Like what? Okay. So I feel like there's room in here to tax people. Why am I bringing this up? Oh, I'm bringing this up just because sometimes I don't know all the time how I would expect to see household income and house prices, if I would expect to see these things track each other equivalently. Or if I would expect to see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I would expect to see the relationship be parallel. But I would have to think a lot more about how I would expect the numbers to play. I'm just not 100% sure. Yeah. Also, there's also another thing. Somebody brought this up in chat, and I don't know how this is ever factored in. But I feel like when people look at housing prices, I'm also curious, what were your average monthly payments compared to your median household income, rather than just house price? Or can you do an average interest adjusted housing price to median household income? And I only say that because I could just look at federal funds rates, right? With that, I remember when we left the gold standard, all that bullshit. When I look here, so in 1970, 1980, wow, it looked like the median housing prices were tracking the median household income way better than they were now. But when I go back to 1980, bruh, my 30-year fixed mortgage was 13% or 16%. Like, that's an unheard of it. You would know, nobody would even believe you. Nobody would believe you told them today you got a car loan at more than 10%. Like, what? You have a car note for 12%? Are you crazy about the 12%? So I'm curious how these housing prices factor in the interest rates as well. Mortgage calculator. Let me just do another thing because I don't know if people are aware sometimes of the interest rate. Like a few points will go crazy, crazy, crazy. Wait, hold on. One second. Okay. Let's assume a $500,000 house. We'll say 10% down. Oh, it doesn't really matter. $500,000 house. 10% down. So the difference between an interest rate of 6% and 12%. That's like a comically high interest rate. Even 6% sounds high to me, but that's probably more normal now. At 6%, $500,000 home, you're looking at $3,260 a month for factoring in PMI, something mortgage insurance, something. I thought that was only on FHA loans. I don't know, but whatever. It's when the loan amount is a high enough percentage of the equity in the house or some bullshit to insure the bank. Okay, but anyway, so $3,260 if you have a 30-year loan, that's at 6%. At 12%, your monthly payments are $5,200. Is a significant increase in monthly cost. Now, when you're talking about your ratio of income to housing payment, you're talking about your monthly payments, not the overall cost of the loan or interest or whatever else. So all that to say that at 12 percentage points, right, our monthly payment is $5,200. If the interest rate was half that, 6%, how much more house could we get? Let's try a $1 million house. Calculate. Okay, not quite that high. Hold on. Let's try a $800,000 house. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. Calculate. Let's try if I wasn't being lazy, we could just break out the calculator. $820,000 house. No. $40,000. Okay. So if you could finance something at 6%, you could buy an $840,000 home and your monthly payments would be about the same as a $500,000 home at 12% interest. So if you were doing like the chart on this and you were to say 10 years later, let's say that right now you could buy a home for $500,000 at 12% interest, okay? And then let's say 10 years later, that same home is now worth $750,000 or something, right? You know, the guy who bought the house before is like, look at me, I made a great investment in my housing. You got completely fucked because now, you know, you waited 10 years and now my housing has improved by $500,000 to $750,000. I made $250,000. But the reality is if you buy that 700, and you might even feel like you're getting fucked. Fuck, this same house, you know, a decade ago was or 5 years ago, or however long it would take for the interest rate to adjust, maybe we'll say 5 years, or whatever, right? 5 years ago, you know, this house was only $500,000. Now it's $750,000. I'm fucked. I got fucked so hard. And it's like, well, if you buy that $750,000 house right now, your payments are actually going to be lower because the interest rate is so much lower. And this guy is going to be bleeding off so much more money to paying interest. By the end of your $750,000 loan on this guy, he's paid $782,000 in just interest payments, right? This other guy who got it for only $500,000 earlier, right? This guy's paid $1.2 million in interest. I'm not trying to say that like one thing is necessarily better or worse. I'm just saying that I don't know why I never see these charts ever factor in interest rates when interest rates historically have been so substantially different. Like, I don't care what you paid. Like, I don't know if people, I just don't know who's like been in the market for loans for cars or homes. This is not real. I don't believe that anybody paid these interest rates. Motherfuckers financing a house at 15%, 16%. There's no way. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me. So when somebody says like, well, if you look at the chart in 1970, 1980, the median house price was much lower. It's like, sure, but what were your monthly payments? Because they're financing these things at crazy interest rates. Isn't this broken a bit because people can refinance but keep the original house purchase price? Yes. Refinancing is an option, although one, you're going to have to pay closing costs on the loan again. I believe that's generally the case, which I think is 2.5 points usually. Somebody can correct me around that. So that means that if you bought a new house for $1 million and you put $100,000 down or $200,000 down, so you have an $800,000 loan, if interest rates drop dramatically in 3 years and you still have about an $800,000 loan and you want to refinance that loan, well, you're going to have to pay about $20,000 in closing costs that's going to be rolled into the new loan to refinance. Now, depending on your credit and everything else, like refinancing can be worth it. This is assuming your credit doesn't go down or anything in the meantime. Like refinancing can be worth it for sure. But you have to be careful because you're going to have more. You're going to have to pay closing costs again. You're going to have to hope that the housing market didn't go down or crash at all. Because if it goes down, you can't refinance. You're locked in because you'd be upside down on the loan. But refinancing is a thing because a lot of people refinanced here in the COVID era. Right now, today, I believe the highest percentage of Americans have the lowest interest rates loans than have ever been had in the history of all the housing market. Another thing that people don't talk about much, because they're largely invisible for some reason, at least on Twitter, is most people are doing really, really well on housing. They just don't talk about it. But I think the reason why they don't talk about it is because fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this chart on this site, am I? There's always like a graph on Twitter that gets posted for some guy that wrote an article on this. But the reason why is because when people are doing good on their homes, meaning they are financed at a favorable rate and they're gaining a ton of equity, is you don't see that, right? That's an invisible like, oh, cool. Like, you know, what's your house worth? Well, now it's up to $1.5 million. Wow. What do you own it? Only $200K. Wow. You have 1.3 million in equity and you're gaining more equity. Yeah. What do you have for that? Nothing. You have nothing. You don't have anything to show for it. It's just more equity in your home. It's like, oh, well, fuck me, you know? But then as housing costs go up, the people that are helped the most by housing increasing, and those people are out there and they're numerous, they outnumber the other people and they're making a lot of money, but that money they're making is largely invisible because it's hidden in the equity of their home. But the people that are hurt by housing costs increasing are incredibly visible because now they can't afford a place, right? So on one end, you've got 10 people that are all gaining equity in their home that are very happy about that equity, but they're not super public about their happiness because they don't even really see that happiness. Then you've got 2 people that are trying to move to a new place. Well, the 2 people can't afford any place. It's like, what the fuck? This shit is all fucked. The 2 people are going to complain. They should, right? They can't afford to move into a place. Like, fuck me. And the 10 people who are like, yeah, that sure is fucked, bro. Not realizing that the reason why the prices are so high is because they're the ones benefiting from it, you know? It's a really fucked, it's a difficult situation, yeah. Fuck it, I'm going to say it. I don't know what equity is. So equity is when the fence is the right height for everybody, as opposed to everybody getting the same box. Your net worth is a combination of assets and liabilities, and it's the difference between those two functions. So let's say that I am let's say that I'm a human being, and let's say that if I look at my balance sheet for my life, I have a $1 million house and I have a $100,000 car. That's worth right now $1 million and $100,000, right? We'll say that. Well, let's just look at a house, okay? Actually, we're just gonna talk about a house, okay? So let's say this is 1 million. I'm the worst drawer ever. This looks SHM. Let's try this again. 1 million. There you go. Let's say that I buy a house at $1 million. Let's say that this house steadily grows in value over time, okay? When I buy this house right at the beginning, now we'll say we make about a 10% down payment. When I buy this house right at the beginning, I have a loan on it, and that loan is going to be for $900,000, right? My equity in this is going to be the difference between the asset value, so the asset is valued at $1 million, and any outstanding liabilities related to that asset. So my mortgage, right? So I owe $900,000 on it. I have the asset that is worth $1 million. So the equity that I have is the difference between these two values. The equity I have is about $100,000. As time goes on, and hopefully you pay your mortgage down. What are these? These curves end up looking like this usually. Something like this. It's going to be more dramatic. As time goes on, you can see that I have more equity, right? My equity is the difference between what I owe and what the asset is worth, right? You can see there are a few situations where, well, what is equity, right? Equity is asset value. There's some value here. When people talk about getting, you might have heard the term like HELOC, home equity line of credit, right? Sometimes people like to access this equity here. And what they can do is they can go to the bank and say, hey, I want to take out a loan, and I want that loan to be secured by the equity in my home. Meaning, I mean, technically you could take my house. Could somebody seize your house for defaulting on a HELOC? I don't think it's seize your house, but they'd find some way to garnish your shit. But yeah, ultimately it would be backed up by this asset. That's why home equity line of credit should be lower interest rate than an ordinary credit card unsecured, right? So I could take out like a HELOC here, right? So, and then I could pay this down over time, but as I borrow against it, right, what's happening? You can see, well, normally I have this much equity, but if I take out a HELOC, well, now I only have this much equity. I'm reducing the equity of my home because I'm borrowing against the value of it here with a HELOC. You can also see that like, if these things become too detached from each other, like if I'm gaining asset value really, really, really fast, you can also see some of the toxic incentives that fed into everybody's behavior for the housing market crash, right? For instance, let's say that I actually can't really afford the monthly payments in a responsible manner on a really, really, really expensive house. But let's say that the housing prices were increasing really fast, right? I might get a really, really favorable loan here with almost 0% down, and I might not really be able to even make the payments at all. Maybe I don't want to say default, but I start missing payments and it goes up. But if the asset value is increasing fast enough, I could just say, fuck it, and sell the house. Or I could take out a loan against the equity in the home that I have now to pay down this balance. And as long as this value is going up fast enough, technically I'm okay, right? This is some of and you're even financially incentivized. Technically, it's a good thing to do this from a financial point of view. You should, right? You really should do this financially because of another concept called leverage. But that's another thing. But you all know what leverage is, and you all understand this. You don't have to explain that, right? But then you can see the other issue of when you have like a property value. Let's assume that something happens. Wait, Dustin, you'd be okay with the equity because the equity would be increasing with the housing value and cost? Yes, your equity is going up. As long as your equity is increasing, everything is technically okay, right? Let's say that you went into an issue where you have a home and you're making payments on it, but let's say that for some reason there's like a housing market collapse. Sometimes what will happen is you owe more money outstanding on the home here, right? So this represents equity. Look, we have equity in our home. we have the asset value is greater than the total cost of the debt, or the cost of the loan, and I shouldn't say cost of the loan, the total loan amount on the house. Okay, that's cool. But when we get to this area here, we owe more on the house than the house is worth. Now, technically, if you're just like making your monthly payments and you're living life or whatever, it doesn't matter if you're upside down. I mean, I guess it feels bad emotionally, but it doesn't really hurt you or do anything. But you can't refinance, right? If you were to go to the bank and you were to say, hey, I would like to redo the loan on my home, like at this point here, for instance, the bank would say, well, hold on. Your home right now is worth $200,000 and you owe $400,000 on your home. We're not going to refinance. It's basically an unsecured debt at this point. If you defaulted on your loan at $400K, then you're in a negative equity situation. So the bank's like a loser here, right? One of the reasons why home loans are so cheap, the interest rates are so low, they're so close to the federal funds rate. The prime lending is close to the federal funds rate, which is what the Federal Reserve makes money available to the banks or whatever bullshit do, right? One of the reasons why banks do these loans so favorably is because you have equity in the home. If you default, the bank takes your asset, and now the bank has the equity, right? If somebody has their home at this point and they default right here, let's say they default, they start missing too many payments, they don't make a plan to catch up, and it's over. The bank says, well, we're going to take your asset. Now the bank has captured this equity. Now, technically, you're going to get retards who say, oh, the banks like to repo your house. But it's more worth, banks don't want to be in the business of selling homes. It's just not, they don't care about that. They'll give you a loan for a home, but that's not the same as that. Bank doesn't really want to do this. They'll make plans with you to pay this and they don't really want to take it. But if they have to, they can. But it's okay because this is what a secured loan is, right? You have you have equity to back up your note, your mortgage. But in this case, the bank really doesn't want to repo your home because if you're upside down on your mortgage and now the bank has to come and take your home, well, the bank is literally out money because, you might have owed $400,000 up here on your mortgage. The home isn't even worth $400,000 anymore. Now the bank is super fucked. So definitely won't refinance here. Okay, sorry. Random shit. Okay. Now explain why Tom Selleck wants me to do a double mortgage. I don't even know what the fuck a double mortgage is. Humans are funny because what the fuck is this shit? You say that, but left to your own devices with you and a bunch of friends, you would all come up with these systems yourselves. And stuff like this would even like naturally emerge too in humans. Like these kinds of economies and these kinds of deals and these kinds of things just naturally emerge. Okay, so the equity is not completely tied to the home value, but it's tied to the loan amount used to buy the home. Equity is just how much of a thing you own. So if I have 100% equity, that means that I own the asset and there are no outstanding debt obligations or anything related to the asset. That's the percentage equity. The absolute value in equity is just the difference, the number difference between the asset value and the outstanding liabilities against that value. So if I have $1 million home and I owe $500,000 on it, then I would say I have 50% equity in the house. If I, or in an absolute term, I'd say $500,000 of equity, right? Are there any 5 books you would recommend? The first 5 Harry Potter books. Got them. Whoa! Sorry. Metalloid. Okay, I think your problem here is you make assumptions based on good grounded thoughts. You're right about most people doing well for housing and ownership for young people, but loud people are always going to be the people who aren't benefiting. Young people are in the data. It is in the data before you say it getting worse every year on chance of getting a house since 2020. This is an unemployment wage, etc. Not to mention everyone is worse off since the 1900s. It wouldn't surprise me if young people were worse off. I think that there's probably some genuine stuff that's bad. that we need to work on, and then there's other stuff that's not necessarily bad. I think about the in Chernobyl. You remember when he's doing the chart and showing how they keep the reaction balanced? There are some things that's probably going to push the average home ownership age for the first-time home buyer. That's important. First-time home buyer age is probably going to be pushed up. But there are things that apply pressure to that are probably good, that we would say are good things, and there are things that might apply pressure that we might say are bad things. So for instance, today, my guess is going to be more and more people, as time have gone on, are getting college degrees. The more people that go for college degrees, the higher the pressure is going to be on your first-time home buyer age, right? I would consider this a good pressure. If you don't go to college, like I think I bought my first house at 19 or 20, 4066 Hillsdale Avenue. I don't know if Zillow has the thing, because I basically was working full time and I ended up quitting college. Fuck me. But because I focused on work instead of college, I could buy a home earlier. But I would argue that if you focus on college instead of work, then you're setting yourself up for better long-term success, right? So I would say we have upward pressure from going to college on first-time home buyer stuff. I would consider this fine. If it was later in life that people were buying homes because they were going to school, then this is okay. Another upward pressure might be, oh man, a lot of these things are hard to disaggregate. Another thing might be a lack of relationships. I don't know if I've ever, well, maybe recently, but in my working life, this is also why I shit on you guys for your housing takes. The idea of living alone was unheard of to me. That's like, you had to be on some wealthy shit. You always had to have a roommate. So if you don't have a girlfriend and you don't have a friend that you want to be a roommate with, that's also, I would imagine, putting off, we're talking about home buying though. Well, but even for home buying, it's just have a girlfriend. You shouldn't buy a house with your first girlfriend unless you guys have been dating for a long time. But if you don't have good friendships, you don't have good relationships, the fact like moving out, this implies to more renting than home owning, but like that's going to put off your moving out from your parents or renting your first home or whatever. I guess actually lower romantic engagements also puts off marriage, which will also put off your first joint home buying. This is bad. So this would put upward pressure on, I shouldn't say upward pressure, this would push up the average age of the first time home buyer in a negative way, right? If people are saying, well, I can't afford a home because I don't have a life partner, because I don't know how to meet anybody, that's not good. That would be an up thing. You have a weird interaction here. This is like the mythical ghost thing I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about ever, which is like cost of housing. The cost of housing going up is both good and bad. It's bad because it'll push that first-time home buyer age up, which just sucks. That's just a strict negative for people that are trying to buy houses. So younger people are just hurt by that, just purely hurt by that. But the people that own homes are benefiting from that. So that sucks. If you are trying to buy a home, it's good if you have homes. I would say that one thing that I would like to see changed, I don't know if this is possible, and I don't know how much impact this would have on the housing market. Sometimes you'll see this stat given where it will say the average cost of the average age of a person who buys a home today is like 48 years old. That number is misleading, but it's still important. There's a reason why earlier I said the average age of the first-time home buyer. And the reason why I'm making that distinction is because old people like to collect houses. I feel like there should be either a significantly greater subsidy or something, benefit to people buying a primary residence versus people who are buying their second or third or fourth residence. The reason why the average age, somebody find this on the St. Louis Reserve fucking site, the average age of a home buyer is going up so much is because old people are buying multiple homes. Now your average first-time home buyer age is still increasing. That's still going up. Not as dramatically as some people say, but it's still going up. But these motherfuckers, the thing is that when people have a house, They just don't really like to sell it. If they have it, it feels like, oh, I don't have to set money on fire and I just have a blah, blah, and they'll rent it out instead. Destiny, that's not true. What did I just say that's not true? This is average, not median age, but in the New York Fed finds the first time homeowners are younger, 2024 than the 2000s. Average age at time. Oh, well, no, wait, this is showing what I'm saying, sorry. So like your first time home buyer age is here, and then your repeat buyer age is here. Repeat buyers, sometimes people will average these two and give you just the average age of a home buyer. This number, 38 years old, this seems way higher than any number I've ever seen before, though. I don't know where this guy is getting his data from, but I thought that 33 or 30. This is just average, so it's pulled up. I would need to see where this is coming from. I don't believe that the average first-time home buyer in the year 2000 was 38 years old. I don't believe that. That's way too high. 38? No. Maybe it's New York specific. This says New York Fed Consumer Credit Panel, so I don't think this is New York specific, is it? What is this? Liberty Street Economics. Who is still on first? An update on the characters of first-time home buyers. Wait, I feel like I've seen different numbers my whole life. Intuitively, I just don't believe this. There's no shot. Was it 38 years old? Was your average age for a first-time buyer in the year 2000? 38? I would vibe. Yeah, my vibes on that would be like 30 to, would be around 30. I don't know. That would be my vibes on that. I'm vibing that hard. Yeah, and I feel like I've seen other numbers that usually put it from 25 to 35, depending on how. Yeah, this is the chart that I've seen. This is why I felt like that was high. This is the one that I've seen before. People like to post this one a lot because, oh, they've added 1 year here. And they'll say that like, oh, that because somebody in my subreddit, I might have permabanned the fucking retard in this. Somebody in my subreddit was like, in 1992, the average age was only 28. And in 2021, it had gone all the way up to 38 or whatever, 36. And you can see how much it's gone. It's like, okay, hold on. You picked the lowest year here, and then you picked the highest year. I could just say like in 1989, it was 30. And then in 2020, it was 33. So it actually hasn't gone all that much at all. But that, yeah, the recent like 5 years have been very weird. Since COVID and everything for housing too. But this looks, yeah, I'm curious what the difference is. Chartrealtor.com source National Association of Realtors. This on a vibe level, this tracks closer here. I'm thinking of like, I'm trying to think like, could my intuitions be off for some reason? So then I'm thinking like, well, maybe in really poor areas, maybe it's different. But no, it wouldn't track that because in poor areas, all the housing is shit too. And you just poor people buy smaller houses. Maybe in rich areas, maybe it's a lot different. I would be very curious to see the data set this is coming from. 38 years old seems very high to me for the average age at time of home purchase. Median age, not average. I'm tired, boss. I actually don't know if median is more appropriate here than average. Average might actually be more appropriate. Generally, you stay away from averages because extremes in your data set can dramatically skew the chart that you're looking at. But in terms of age, I don't know if that would happen. It's not like you're going to have a 1,000-year-old vampire buying a home that you need to use a median for to avoid the vampires. And I doubt there are baby geniuses at age 1 buying up a ton of homes in certain families. So average might be a fine metric to use for age as opposed to median for age. Destiny, they start at 2 different decades. Okay. This one still says in 2000 they put it at 38 years old. This one at 2000 puts it at 32. That's a pretty big difference. Destiny, you don't know stats, but okay, feels greater than facts here. What? Explain why I'm wrong. Explain why what I just said is wrong. Is he considered one as a red line? True. Okay, doesn't elaborate. Based. True. Okay, sorry. Anyway, now that we've gone on that journey. Destiny, there wouldn't be any waiting from 0 to 18 to pull the data into an accurate average age, whereas there's going to be more outliers in the higher ranges. Median probably would correct for it. Oh. That's a good argument. Especially because, let me try to if this makes sense. Especially because we're really looking for the beginning of a data set, like the lowest values. Are we? Hold on, I'm trying to think. If I had a bunch of people who were age 30 buying a home for the first time, and then a few people who were age 45, and they were dragging that average age up a little bit, would I want that shown in my data, or would I want a median value instead? No, actually, I'm not sure. No, I think that's fine. I don't think I need the 0 to 18 to pull it down at all. I would want it pulled up. But see figure 1 to see the issues with this bullshit. It's not weird getting. This is a Hutch tier video review. First time homebuyer crisis, fact or fiction? This NAR data, I think, is what the that one chart was that we looked at, because the data goes crazy from like 2020 to 2025, right? Yeah, this here. NAR estimate of median age of first-time homebuyers diverges from AHS estimate after 2021. Oh, he said begs the question instead of raises the question. Which median age estimate is closer to the truth? Did the median first time homebuyer increase dramatically, or did it stay not the same? It's difficult to know for sure, but we can compare these results. From 2018 to 2024, the age breakdown of first-time homebuyers has barely changed. Percentage of first-time homebuyers in each age bracket. Okay. Under 25 is going up a bit. 25 to 34 has been about the same. This has been about the same. Okay. The data are mostly unchanging over the period, while the share of first-time homebuyers between the age 25 and 30 shrank by 1.2 percentage points over the period. The share of those under 25 increased by 1.4 percentage points. And every year between 2018 and 2024, the majority of first-time homebuyers has been 34. Okay. In every year between 2018 and 2024, the majority of first-time homebuyers have been 34 or younger. Majority. Shouldn't this say has? Doesn't this verb need to agree with majority? In every year between 2018 and 2024, the majority have been, or is it the majority has been? Isn't majority treated as like a single, like, no, it's a plural. The people have been versus the people has been. The people have been. The majority have been. No, it's majority have. The majority party has. Why is that different? I don't know. Sorry, forget this. Okay. 34 or younger. Okay. Okay. Anyway, Jesus. Fuck. Fuck all this. Wait, where did my video go? Destiny, median better, mean will screw, higher age. There are more possibilities for outliers to shoot above average, and outliers can pull the average up more than they can pull it down. Wouldn't we want to see that expressed, though? If average was increasing quite a bit, wouldn't that point to the fact that really old people or older and older people are... But I don't know. Okay. Jesus. Good job, guys. All right. We're 2 minutes into this video. Nice.
Barely any movement.
Okay.
And then as women started joining the workforce, you also had divorce rates going up. And so you kind of had...
Wait, I found the most optimal and quickest way to gain credit score if your chat carries from 600 to 900 in 2 years with just a credit card. Doomhauer and Stream Disagreements. I'm sorry, I'm curious. What?
Hello?
Yeah, what do you got for us, dude?
Alright, so you can legitimately get like 600 and 900 in like 2 years. I tested it with like me and 3 other friends, so it's pretty foolproof, I'd say. All it has to do with, and you can use the credit card like you would a normal credit card. You don't have to do anything special. All it is about timing when you do your payment and when the payment comes in. Like say it's like the first of the month, you know your thing gets checked for how much you owe on your credit card, right?
Okay.
And what you want to do is make sure you start out at always 30%. So most people like start out with only $1,000 on their card. That's like what most people get. Usually don't get any higher than that. What you want to do is your very first time, make sure as soon as like the first of the month hits, you only owe 300 on it. And then when the next month comes, do 290 and so on and so forth. So go 290, 280, and then go all the way down to $10. So each month it goes down by 1%, right? So every month the credit check sees that your usage is going down by 1%, and for some reason, it like, I don't know. I use Borrowwell, and it increases your credit score exponentially as soon as it sees it go down, and then as soon as you get down to $10, restart it and go up to the 300, and
Wait,
you'll take
what
a big
is-
credit hit.
What is Borrowwell?
Borrowwell is just like a free thing that lets you check your credit score without like taking a hit on it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just like,
okay.
yeah, so always just bring down your credit usage 1% each month and then reset it to $300 or whatever 30% is,
Mhm.
and you'll take a big credit hit. You lose like 20 or 30 points, but you're gaining like 20 or 30 points each month that your credit score goes down. And you repeat that on like 1 or 2 credit cards, and you just do that for 2 years, and you just get free credit score if you care about credit score, which I don't think a lot of people do now because you can't do much with it because most people use it for a home, right? And most people obviously can't afford homes now, but if you do it with that, basically my credit cards now are like $50,000 a month, and I don't make anywhere near on paper to like deserve that. So I don't, probably eventually I'll just
Wait, your credit cards are
max
what?
out. I have them up to like 50K each a month. I have 2 of them,
You
and I
mean
have like
like
a
that's
50K
your
limit on them.
that's your limit or that's your balance?
I that's my limit. I can use
Okay.
50K a month on
Alright.
each, and it started out at like $1,000. So if people want to like debt max, just do that, and then take out like 100K on the credit card, then never pay it back if you're a debt maxer. because
All right.
if you want to do that, I mean, I don't recommend it, but if I know people like to do that and just not pay it back and then change their phone number, but it's kind of like a Sam Hyde retard method. But
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for the advice, buddy. Okay. I don't know why I was. I don't sign off or condone on any of that. Okay.
something driving barely any movement.
Okay.
And then as women started joining the workforce, you also had divorce rates going up. And so you kind of had something driving household formation that you really hadn't had before, like families splitting up. Then comes the 80s when they start doing these securitizations where if you've watched The Big Short, and if anybody has not
I feel like that was just given without an explanation. Is she implying that when families were splitting up, the men and women were both just buying separate homes? My feeling would be that one would go back to live with their parents, most likely, but that was an interesting thing to just kind of hang out there. But okay.
like families splitting up. Then comes the 80s when they start doing these securitizations where if you've watched The Big Short, and if anybody has not seen that movie, they really need to see it, but they package up
agree.
the mortgages, they sell those bonds off. And this really drove a different kind of sort of activity in the mortgage market. It became about, a big part of it, even back in the 80s, was about investment. And so from there, what happens is you start seeing kind of this low interest rate, sort of every time we got into trouble, right? We would see these lower interest rates, and even the Fed would start buying mortgage-backed securities. That happened
Right.
after the GFC. But
Well, in the 80s? Am I looking at the wrong chart? Am I retarded? Or is there some other number that I'm missing? Or I mean, this is the 80s. These were lower when our low interest rate of only, in 1987, 9%. Not sure if that's what you're asking for. Scroll for a chart showing typical monthly mortgage payment 1971 to 2024.
Federal agencies reported $236
Who's talking?
billion
Who's talking?
in improper.
Oh, Tom. Okay, sorry. Another video. Oh, is this adjusted for inflation? So this would show that the highest monthly mortgage rate was in 1981 but also, how do you adjust? Oh, fuck, this is too complicated for me. I was gonna say, like, how do you adjust for inflation, your mortgage payment, when housing is isn't housing a pretty big component of how you calculate inflation? I don't know. I'm sure they figured it out somehow.
even back in the 80s,
Melody Wright, she talks about it here briefly. Did you just link me the video that we're watching? Stop.
but even before then, you basically saw that whoever was in power would use the housing market to restart the economy after a cycle had ended, trying to get every Tom, Dick, and Harry into the housing market.
Right. So,
And then
okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure
No,
I want to restate to make sure I understand. So every time we got into any economic turmoil,
That's right.
the government would cut interest rates, stimulate, even go as far as,
When did the I should know this because all the fucking crackpot conspiracies. I need to learn all these talking points better. Fuck, am I right? Did we leave the gold standard in the 70s? Was it Nixon or whatever? Gold standard, United States. '71. How? The Federal Reserve is an independent thing. How can when she says the government was raising and lowering interest rates, what does she mean by that? I don't know what that means.
economic turmoil,
That's right.
the government would cut interest rates, stimulate, even go as far as, buy
The government can't, unless the Federal Reserve was not independent at that point, and I'm just not aware of that. That's not possible. The government, for good reason, Congress does not have direct control over interest rates. So I don't know what she means when she says that.
mortgage-backed securities, printing money. That led to the increasing housing prices. That
Absolutely.
okay.
Unless she's just saying that, like, the Federal Reserve, in trying to hit their economic indicators, was increasing or decreasing interest rates, unless she means that maybe.
Absolutely. And, in the early 2000s, it truly was, I think, a lot of families that were buying. It worked to some degree, before the GFC. Well, then we get, but at the same time, you also had investors participating, buying up second homes, for either vacation or to do long-term rental. And, that's kind of a good way to make passive income. So we hit, 2000.
I don't believe this person. I feel like she's hit like 6 different meme talking points that are just not really, okay, this is retarded. Fuck. Okay. Metalloid is crazy in chat sometimes. I think this is just wait, who is this person? Maybe I should ask if this person is first. Maybe they're way overqualified and I'm retarded. Who is this person? Strategist, writer, technologist. GFC 1 survivor? Is that global financial crisis 1 survivor? Why? My mouse is doing the thing again. Look. How did I fix this last time? Did I just have to, I think I just restarted my computer, didn't I? Fuck. I don't care. I'll deal with it.
2008. Most people misunderstand that crisis. Subprime was really a small portion of the market. What ultimately caused the great financial crisis, or global financial crisis, some people call it, is a lack of confidence and collateral in these big securitization derivative markets. And so one day, Chase no longer would take Lehman's pledged assets, and then the whole sort of market fell apart. And so that's important.
Wait, what?
Because
So they just panic? It's a panic.
It's panic.
Okay,
It's a
okay.
confidence game,
It's a panic, it's a confidence game. Yeah, because it was a bubble. Yeah, that's definitionally what a bubble is you have overconfidence in a market, and then the price is probably departing from the true value of the underlying asset, and then at some point people are like, this is probably not real, and then you have a correction, and then that correction, depending on how brutal it is either a crash or a recession or a depression.
Essentially what happened is kind of the entire financial market imploded. And what we need to understand too, for historical perspective, is that the shadow markets, where those derivatives trade in that off balance sheet sort of securitization market,
Right.
that is now much larger than it was back then. So,
Yeah, so
let's keep that in
Can I ask? So
perspective.
I talked with I talked with Steve Eisman actually of The Big Short.
Yes.
We did an interview, and
Yeah.
he mentioned some of this, which is that the rules changed for banks after the Great Financial Crisis to add some
Correct.
regulation, but
That's
then
right.
all of the shady lending just went off the bank's balance sheets onto these private lenders.
It didn't. That's not where it all went. It went onto the balance sheet of the government-sponsored agencies. So when the banks pulled back because of those Basel III requirements and sort of all these restrictions, you needed more capital if you were going to hold mortgages that weren't backed by the government. The lending went in the shadows, but who was buying what was being those loans? That was Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, or Ginnie Mae.
So can I
Go ahead.
I want to make sure I understand this like mechanically. So if I'm a private lender and you want to buy a house, and so I don't do a proper credit check or whatever, I give you more money than you could probably afford, then I can flip that and sell that back to the government, so there's no risk on my balance sheet. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not even so in that scenario, you're giving more agency to that lender than they actually have. It's so regimented the way that you have to do this underwriting. So let's say I'm Rocket, and I'm going to give you a mortgage. I'm going to use the underwriting, the automated underwriting tool.
What are you disagreeing with here, bro? She's saying basic stuff about derivative markets that are true, including the GFC kickoff. The big issue, the reason why that financial crisis hit so hard domestically and internationally is because, in my opinion, I guess, is because what you did was you found a way to plug in international investment. You found a way to plug that in to the domestic U.S. housing market. And once that got plugged into that, once your international pool of money got plugged into your domestic housing market, and then because of the way that there's a bad combination of like the way that leveraging works. So I only have to give a little bit of money to get access to a big asset whose increase in value relative to the amount that I invest can go up massively, right? So because of the leveraging that you have on domestic buyers, and then because of the international pool of money that are now plugged into the investing into these domestic buyers, right? And the investment being that the MBSs and the CDOs that were sold incentivized more people to give these loans, that caused the underlying asset, the underlying fundamental asset that was powering all of this, homes, now were dramatically being inflated in price because it wasn't just about people buying homes. It was about international pools of money looking for safe investments that had a guaranteed rate of return. That was the global financial crisis, not just shady loans or not just derivative markets or not just it was the plugging in of those two things is what made all of that be such a clusterfuck.
of the agencies to approve that loan. And so the agencies program this tool. They're the ones that are fully underwriting this stuff. You're just kind of the person checking the boxes to make sure that it fits into their box. Now, what happened with all that crazy regulation on the lending side, Dodd-Frank, is they actually removed the debt to income threshold in 2021 very quietly. Nobody knew it really happened because they already found that I think it was almost 1 million Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac loans did not fit into this qualified mortgage.
Is that true? A bank will not test you. There is no debt to income ratio calculated anymore when you're getting a mortgage. I don't believe this, but it might be true. I would be curious if somebody can leave me that. That doesn't sound. So you basically agree with her. You're trying to over-explain it to be contrarian. No, I think that her explanation is too simplistic because people will oftentimes say every single bubble related to housing can be like the global financial crisis, or every single derivative market is bad. All derivative markets are bad, or all derivative markets can cause a crisis like the housing crisis. It's not true. It was a very particular linking together of international capital to domestic housing markets. That linkage, that's in my understanding, I'm not a finance major, okay, but my understanding is the reason why banks that do mortgages aren't supposed to dabble in investment banking as well was to break that linkage so that that connection can't happen again. So derivative markets are good. Are you retarder? Yes, I am retarder. And derivative markets are fine. So all derivative markets were good. Then how did we get a crash? Derivative markets are totally fine. In the perfect world, derivative markets exist to allow people to more responsibly navigate financial markets. They work as hedges one way or another against extreme swings in things. They can help control for the amount of collateral you need. They can help control for uncertain outcomes to reduce, default rate. Like there's a whole bunch of things. There's nothing wrong. Anybody that's like derivative markets and they say bad is retarded. Saying a derivative market is bad is like saying debt is bad. It's a very simplistic, stupid way of approaching finance, in my opinion.
It didn't fit the new
So they relaxed the rules.
Exactly. They relaxed the rules. Of course they did. So basically what happened is the government stepped into where the private market was previously in that subprime. And that's government subprime. It's called FHA. This program used to be about those first-time home buyers that you're showing there. But it went off the rails. And pretty much anybody can use it if they claim that they're going to occupy that home. And it's a very low skin in the game, 3.5% down payment. You can have as low as a 580 credit score with compensating factors. I've even heard of more. Debt to income over 50%.
Yeah, my first one was an FHA loan, I think with 0% down. Thank you, Obama.
I mean, these are like for someone who lived through the GFC and saw it on, I'll call the servicing side. That's after the loan has been made. And I saw what happened to those loans.
Okay.
I am seeing.
That's not the only function of derivative markets. Their main function is to increase activity in financial markets to allow for speculation and higher risk investments. I don't know if I agree with you, but I don't have the data to agree with you. Higher activity and speculation could be good because it allows for more price discovery mechanisms. And your key answer in everything finance related, if anybody's like, why do we need this? I always say increases liquidity, which is probably true to some extent. Well, I'm sure it increases liquidity. And liquidity is also good, I think, for like price discovery. And for, this is probably part of price discovery, but for people to be investigating the underlying asset prices and everything too. So, but my understanding is in big boy financial stuff, derivative markets exist primarily for hedges, to hedge against massively uncertain things. FHA are 3.5% down. They might be now. I think back when I got my FHA loan on my first house, I think they had offers for 0% down. But this was in Obama was giving away. Thank you, Obama. I think $8,000 first-time home buyer tax credit. I think I got this. I want to say it might have been 3.5%, but I think it was 0% down on my first home. But it was also you had to pay PMI something mortgage insurance until you hit like 22% equity in your home or whatever, some bullshit. I think.
Things now that I never saw back then. Much worse. And so basically the government, because they needed to juice the economy, they stepped in with these very generous programs. And then kind of the fraudsters took advantage of those programs, claimed that you're going to live on it. And that's mortgage fraud that we've been hearing a lot about. And they basically just flipped. This is what's so crazy is that FHA before the last cycle was about 7% of the market.
Wait, real quick. Can somebody show me, did they get rid of our debt to income ratios? Is this not a thing anymore? Okay. Otherwise, I don't know how you control for... People say banks don't care about DTI anymore because automated underwriting is hidden from borrowers nowadays. Oh, so they might just be factoring other things, and the banks themselves just don't have access to the sheets or the algorithm, so retards might say it or something, maybe.
It's now almost doubled. It's between 13 and 15% of the market, and it's already over 10% delinquent. The percentage of subprime we had on our books back then, including FHA, was 12%. So percentage of the market prime we had on our books, 13 and 15% of the market, and it's already over 10% delinquent. The percentage of subprime we had on our books, the FHA before the last cycle was about 7% of the market. It's now almost doubled. It's between 13 and 15% of the market, and it's already over 10% delinquent. The percentage of subprime we had on our books back then, including FHA, was 12%. So percentage of the market, we're already higher with these kind of toxic loans, okay? But why isn't everybody screaming about this? Because 2024 was an election year, and the current administration wanted to win that election, and so they did one of the craziest loss mitigation programs I've ever seen. So after the last crisis, what they did is these.
Well, again, a lot of people defaulting on their loans will not create another global financial crash. That crash was driven because of the international capital, in my opinion, that was massively overinflating the domestic housing market. Even if a bunch of homes go under, and even if a bunch of bad stuff happens to our housing market, it will never be at the level of what that global financial crash was, because you don't have the connections there, unless those connections have been recreated and I'm just not aware of it, which maybe they have, maybe some regulations have been stripped away, but she's not making that argument. This lady doesn't sound like she knows what she's talking about. This sounds like a weird conspiratorial, like abolish the Fed person, but
loan modifications where you come in, you can say, hey, I can't make this payment. And they say, okay, I'll work with you. We'll see how we can change some of the loan terms so that you can actually get a lower payment.
This is wild to hear, because I did an interview with Bill Moreland. Do you ever heard of him?
Oh, I love Bill.
Bill Moreland. He told me the same thing about other aspects that the banks are doing, where they're
100%.
They're modifying
100%.
all of these commercial real estate loans, these auto loans. They're just extending and pretending.
Extending and pretending. And then I want to mention something really quickly. The way we got out of that crisis, Wall Street came in and picked up all of those foreclosed homes for pennies on the dollar to turn around and do long-term rental. They kind of arrested.
I've never heard this in my life. I don't believe this. And she's just lying. Wall Street, all these companies suddenly turned into real estate firms? I think this is all and she's not quoting or citing or giving anything to. I don't believe any of this. I don't know.
Did the decline because we never really fully got back to where household median income supported the median home price. And so
after 2009, we never got back to it.
No, we didn't. Before COVID, you had to fully underwrite a loan again for a loss mitigation workout. In COVID, they said, nope, you don't need to do that anymore. In fact, they don't even have to call in. We're going to send the modification in the mail. And as long as they make their 3 trial payments, we're going to give them that modification. Doesn't matter if they could actually qualify for this. And in fact, you didn't have to call in to get on a forbearance. They just automatically put you on it. They could put 18 months of forborne payments at the back of their loan in a non-interest bearing lien to be paid off when the loan pays off or when they actually send the for a loss mitigation workout. In COVID, they said, nope, you don't need to do that anymore. In fact, they don't even have to call in. We're going to send the modification in the mail. And as long as they make their 3 trial payments, we're going to give them that modification. Doesn't matter if they could actually qualify for this. And in fact, you didn't have to call in to get on a forbearance. They just automatically put you on it. They could put 18 months of forborne payments at the back of their loan in a non-interest bearing lien to be paid off when the loan.
I don't even know if this sentence is real or, oh, this is the guy who one guys me. Can you explain how does the FHA reconcile the actuarial spread between the upfront MIP amortization curve and the property value delta for subconforming markets? My professor says I'm retarded. Is that a real sentence? MIP is mortgage interest payment amortization curve and the property value delta for subconforming markets. I feel like this is actually a real sentence, but I might be retarded. How does the FHA reconcile the actuarial spread between the upfront mortgage interest payment amortization curve and the property value delta for subconforming markets? I don't know what subconforming market means, unless you're talking about the markets for those loans. Doesn't the way that it reconciles it, because the FHA is to some extent subsidized by the government, so you can afford to make loans that might not be ones that private investors would take risks on or private banks would take risks on. In the FHA, it's Federal Housing Authority, isn't it, definitionally? I think that was a real sentence. I don't know if you're trying to troll me or not. Fuck you. This is the current delinquent payments. Mortgage. Oh shit, we're going up. My brain is hurting. I hate econ. This is not econ. This is finance. Okay.
loan pays off or when they sell the home, which is kind of crazy town if you think about it. That's like a second lien mortgage, which was another problem we had back then.
Hey, I know Melody's throwing a lot of words at
Wait,
you.
what?
The back of their call in to get on a forbearance, they just automatically put you on it. They could put 18 months of forborne payments at the back of their loan in a non-interest bearing lien to be paid off when the loan pays off or when they sell the home.
Is this true? If you were in COVID and you owned a home, did you automatically just get a year and a half forbearance where you didn't have to make housing payments for a year and a half? I feel like I would have heard about this. Wait, I never got that. I didn't get this. I had a home. I don't think I had an FHA loan. Was this just for FHA loans? A year and a half of no housing payments for every single person on FHA loan? Or not automatically? I had to call and apply. I use Navy Federal Credit Union if it matters. You had to request it. Okay, maybe for people you had to go and request. Okay.
Just kind of crazy town if you think about it. That's
Crazy
like
town.
a second lien mortgage, which was another problem we had back then.
Hey, I know Melody's throwing a lot of words at you. Some of it seems a little technical, so I want to jump in here and make sure you understand this part and explain it kind of plain English. What she's saying is that before COVID, if you were having trouble making your monthly payment on your house, your mortgage, you could go to the bank and ask for a reduction in payment. But in order to get that, they'd have to rerun a full credit check. They'd have to check your debt, your work history, your payments to see if you could afford even the new payment. Now, the lower payment, the part you're not paying is just put on the end of your loan. So you have to pay it eventually, but it would help you get through a tough time. During COVID, those rules were relaxed. You could now get the loan modification, the lower payment, a lot easier. In fact, she's describing it. The banks would just send you a letter saying, hey, here's your new lower payment. Just fill this out. It was just very easy to get stuck on a lower payment and then keep paying on a house that was more expensive than you could afford. And all of that payment that you couldn't make was just continually added to the end.
Well, but she was saying that it was added with no interest at the end. So technically that's, in a strictly financial sense, that's beneficial because you're not paying interest. It's just time value of money. It's good. And also, would they really stick you on that new payment plan forever? I seriously doubt that. It was probably for some declared period of time.
Additionally, she mentions forbearance. Forbearance is when you don't have to pay your mortgage at all, which we had during COVID for 18 months. So if you couldn't make payments, you could have up to 18 months of forbearance and just ignore paying altogether. Now, all these things you could say are important emergency measures to keep things going during COVID. But what they did was create some real distortions in the market. It allowed, again, housing prices to stay higher for a lot longer and make people afford things that they couldn't afford for a lot longer. And we're just now beginning to see the unwinding of all that crazy free extra money.
Well, but it was trying to counterbalance the fact that people had no money because the economy was shut down because of COVID too. So when you say afford things they couldn't afford, yeah, that was the point. But that was probably a good thing in that time, right? If the economy is going well, you don't want the government to come in and distort a bunch of markets and give free money because now shit is going to get inflated. It's not good. But if there's like a sincere economic crisis, this is when you want the government to step in and quote unquote inflate markets a bit, right? You don't want everything to crash and people to get kicked off their houses and everything, right? The forbearance source. How many people, is this only for FHA loans? FHFA announced extensions of several measures to align COVID-19 mortgage relief policies across the federal government. I wonder how many people, what percentage of people even took advantage of these? This is for conventional loans as well. Okay. I wonder how many people took advantage of these.
So I just want to simplify what she was trying to say there. Okay.
On the Fannie Friday side, they didn't record those on public record. Okay, that means nobody knows it's really there unless you run a credit report. But I'm finding a lot of servicers aren't reporting correctly to credit. So this is where we have to stop ourselves and say, why have home prices continued to go up? Why have we not had delinquency? Because we had intervention on a scale I've never seen. And then, as if that wasn't enough, because in June of 2023, FHA was just, delinquency was soaring. They knew they had to do something to get through the election year. They did this crazy partial claim advanced loan modification where essentially you could get your loan, not pay for the first 3 months, go and say, I'm so sorry, I can't pay. And they say, no problem, we're going to give you a partial.
Wait. The 2008 mortgage crisis was caused by the recession, not the other way around. The recession itself was caused by tight monetary policy. You ever experienced a worse financial crisis during the time despite not having a domestic mortgage crisis? What about your mom getting fucked in the throat?
They knew they had to do something to get through the election year. They did this in June of 2023. FHA was just, delinquency was soaring. I've never seen. And then, as if that wasn't enough, because in June of 2023, FHA was just, delinquency was soaring. They knew they had to do something to get through the election year.
I don't see the delinquency soaring stuff. And 2023 is not an election year, but
did this crazy partial claim advanced loan modification where essentially you could get your loan, not pay for the first 3 months, go and say, I'm so sorry, I can't pay. And they say, no problem, we're going to give you a partial claim, which is that little non-interest bearing lien I'm telling you about.
Okay.
You could pay for 3 more. You could not pay for 3 more months, go back, get it again and again and again.
I just don't believe her. I don't think this is true. I don't think this is real. I don't believe this.
And again, there was no limitation on it.
Does that extend till now? So you could have gotten a house and just not paid for it?
It's so disgusting. That's correct. And that's what investors did. There are actually whole rings.
Investors? You're saying these weren't even programs available to individual homeowners. There were investors with investment property that had this available to them? I don't believe this.
Can I ask? I want to ask
Go ahead.
because so you
Keep
say
interrupting
investors.
me, 'cause this is a
I want to make sure they
complicated
get it. Yeah, it's complicated, and I don't even get all this. So let me understand. So you're saying investors a lot. I want to make sure. What I'm hearing from some people is that they don't know this tactic for getting a house So who's taking advantage of this? Is this like people trying to farm?
Say Wall Street or institutional investors. Bonus points if you can work hedge funds in here somehow. Wall Street, institutional investors, hedge funds for bonus points, or name Blackstone or BlackRock.
Airbnbs? Is this larger investing corporations? Is this like who is using this mortgage fraud to buy up and bid up the price of all these houses?
So it's a lot of the Airbnb bros, short-term rental, that kind of thing, but also the builders have figured this out.
Okay.
The
Wait, so they
build-
build it and then sell it to themselves, basically?
Well, they build it and then sell it. They underwrite it.
Why would do builders usually buy the homes that they build? I don't think builders are true. The Airbnb buying and shit is kind of obnoxious. I don't know how much that actually impacts, like what the percentage of the home markets those are in cities, but.
And then they sell it to the GSE. When COVID hit and everybody wanted passive income, they would go into what we call a non-qualified mortgage bank. That's where you do these private loans like debt service coverage ratio loans. And the bank would be using this tool called, one of the tools is called AirDNA that said, if you buy this house in Kyle, Texas, which is 20 miles south of Austin, you can make $600 a day about 55% of the time of the year. Well,
it's
that's
like a program telling you
exactly
the profit you'll make on an Airbnb.
Correct. And the banks were using it. The non-banks were using it. But the thing about it is you're only going to get that Airbnb rented in Kyle, Texas during South by Southwest.
Yeah, I mean, how often it's not running $2 a day every day.
When you have 15,000 other short-term rentals to choose from in Austin, yeah, you're not getting booked in Kyle, Texas. This was what people were thinking. And so these banks would actually say, why buy one? You can buy 10.
I mean, I remember in this era, this is 2021 onwards, right? This is
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't believe any of this. I'm going to need to see some data on this. This just sounds like total conspiratorial nonsense.
In this era, it was all over social media where people would be telling you to buy Airbnbs.
Yes.
It was great passive income.
Yes.
You get 10, 20 of them. Don't get one, get 10.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
And they were selling them on Facebook. They weren't even selling them in the traditional market, which is one of our problems is that we don't understand exactly what happened. And so basically everybody piled in. And by the way, our veterans also did this. They used their veteran benefits. I've talked to several of them that did this.
And then bought a bunch of short-term rentals.
With their veteran benefit, which was supposed to be meant for your primary residence. So it's
usually you have to commit mortgage fraud if you're lying about, like sometimes there'll be special mortgages or loan terms available for people who are buying a primary residence, like that Obama tax credit for buying your first home, or certain FHA loans. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think that's only supposed to be for your primary residence. So, I mean, you could do whatever she's talking about here, but you're committing mortgage fraud at that point, I think.
Everywhere. And this is so what a lot of people think is, the housing market is, it's fine because it's about people that need to stay in their homes, right? Remember the big short was like, people always pay their mortgages,
Yeah.
The problem is this is not your mom and dad's housing market. This market is people think is, the housing market is, it's fine because it's about people that need to stay in their homes, right? Remember the big short was like, people always pay their mortgages,
Yeah.
The problem is this is not your mom and dad's housing market. This market is about investors. That's it. First time home buyers.
Did you say, remember the big shorter is people always pay their mortgages? I'm pretty sure that, again, the drive up, the issue is just that the equity in your home would increase so fast. Even if you couldn't pay your mortgage, you could, because you could always take out a loan against it or do some weird refi thing, or because there's so much equity to be had in just buying a home ever. And the increase in value is so insane always.
Are the lowest that they've been since they started tracking it in the 80s. I met with one of the biggest institutional owners a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
They are net selling. As soon as
Institutional investor, I cummed.
those leases are up, they're rehabbing and they're selling because they know, number
Wait,
one,
so they
they're
see
not cash
stress?
flowing.
They see stress?
Oh, they see a lot of stress because they can see in markets like Atlanta, it's oversaturated because we haven't started talking about how the builders went bananas and just started building.
I think of all the housing markets that I've ever personally looked at, I think Atlanta is the most like fucked one in terms of, like, broadly speaking, people talk about like institutional investors, it's bullshit or whatever. I think Atlanta might be the only major city where that might be a legitimate claim. I don't know why or what specifically happened in Atlanta, but they have a lot of shit in Atlanta. I don't know why.
Building like crazy. And we don't know how much because the survey of construction is how we understand what the permits are. But there's a lot of places in the country you don't need a permit. That's one thing. Secondly, we've gotten much lower participation in these surveys now.
Oh, yeah, that's all the economic data lately is
exactly.
the surveys.
And so
I think I've heard you speak about this, and it's a question that I think breaks a narrative that I had. Because I think a lot of what people think about this housing market is that it's a supply issue. We don't have enough supply, and that's why the prices are skyrocketing up. But the way you tell it is that they've been building like crazy. It's just that the things that are propping up the sales are not real human demand of people buying their houses. It's investors or it's other things. So can you drill into that a bit? It's not a supply issue?
No, because here's what everybody did, and this is such an important part of the story. Like you'll hear the housing narrative that says we stopped building after the GFC and we're short 6 million homes. It's like, okay, but have you taken a little gander at the fact that we're not having babies at replacement rate anymore? Have you looked at the fact that the boomers, unfortunately, between 2025 and 2035, 15.6 million will leave us, and they own the majority of the homes,
Right.
and then another 26 million from 2035 to 2050. Did you take that into consideration? And then the other thing, it's like, did you
Do you mean Atlanta, Georgia? What other Atlantas are there? Wait, what the fuck is she saying?
26 million from 2035, 15.6 million will leave us, and they own the majority of the homes.
Right.
And then another 26 million from 2035 to 2050. Did you take that into consideration? And then the other thing, it's like, did you actually look at the housing stock right now? You know, we have, per the census, 15 million vacant homes, not abandoned, vacant. That does not include the over 3 million seasonal properties, you know, of which probably people estimate we have about 2 million to 3 million Airbnbs in this country. That's probably some of those. But again, this is also lag data.
Sure.
I can tell you everywhere around me, there's vacancy, everywhere all over the country.
One of the easiest ways to know that a person has no concept of how housing markets work or that they don't know anything about the housing market is when they quote national level vacancy rates. Go look at a map at where the vacancies are, and then go look at a map at where homeless people are or where the highest rates are. You do not have the vacancies are in cities in Montana and Wyoming. You don't have massive vacancies in New York City, LA, San Francisco, Miami. This is one of the most common brain dead traps where when I hear somebody say this, it's like instantaneously like you have no idea what you're talking about.
One thing you I think is so incredible about your work is that you will go and drive to these lots. You will drive to these real estate
Yeah, these new
developments.
builds.
Yeah. And you will see
Yeah.
that they're mostly vacant or they're not.
They're mostly
yeah.
vacant, as are the new multifamily luxury Evergrande.
Yeah. And you will see
Yeah.
that they're mostly vacant or they're not.
They're mostly
yeah.
vacant, as are the.
One thing you I think is so incredible about your work is that you will go and drive to these lots. You will drive to these real estate
Yeah, these
developments.
new builds.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about like literally a newly developed area, I mean, isn't this where you would expect any vacancy to be? But also, don't they pre-sell a lot of those homes? But this is not, what does this have to do with anything? Newly developed areas. So these are not like your big cities where people are trying to buy home, where people are trying to move to, right?
And you will see
Yeah.
that they're mostly vacant or they're not.
They're mostly
yeah.
vacant, as are the new multifamily luxury Evergrande style all over the country. But the way that you can just do this in simple math is take our population and divide it by housing units. And, you know, this is where I ask people,
You know what? Queen. She's a queen. Because you know what? This is my talking point. This is what I say. Hey, you can't afford to live where you are? Well, then fucking move. Motherfucker, just move. You can't find a house? Really? Tell me about your housing problems. Well, so I moved out of my parents' home from Bellevue, and I wanted to move to Seattle. And whoa, excuse me, Seattle? And you're trying to find a house? Might I suggest the state of Idaho? There's a lot of vacant housing over there, motherfucker. Just move. Go to where the homes are.
what do you think the average household size is today in the United States?
I have no
Any
idea.
clue?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, when I was growing up, it was
Four?
4.2.
Yeah.
That was the average household size.
I have,
You know, this is where I ask people, what do you think the average household size is today in the United States?
I have no
Any
idea.
clue?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, when I was growing up, it was
Four?
4.2.
Yeah.
That was the average household size. And people would always make a joke, or when it went to 3.5, like the half's, you know, a pet or something like that.
Sure.
Well, right now it's at about 2.55.
Oh, wow.
2.55. And so I have a friend, Kenny Cat PhD, who says it's a goal to get to one house per person, because what kind of society is that really going to be?
Right.
You know, so for the longest time, that number was going down. It's now stopped. And I have a feeling we're about to see it grow, that average household size grow again, because people are having to make really hard choices. Like, for instance, I moved my mom in with me as opposed to buying her a new home, which I had considered, but it just didn't make any economic sense now with property taxes and insurance increasing. Because what we saw in
I'm so confused. This lady is so Christian. That's a good decision. What do I do with my mom? I had to move her in with me. That's an appropriate consumption of housing decision. Why does your mom, who sounds like she's an old person, she needs her own fucking house? Why would you need to? The fact that you're even considering, should I buy my mom her own house to live in? Why the fuck does your mom need her own house? What? Boomers, man.
COVID was we kind of pulled forward demand. We pulled the millennials forward a little bit faster because of all that stimulus, which, you know, it wasn't their $1,600 check or whatever that was. It was their parents getting the PPP money. I mean, it was
sure.
their parents getting the ERC money, you know.
Parents getting the PPP money? That would just replace their paychecks. What is she talking about? That just what? Unemployment insurance as well?
Or
Right,
idle
right.
loan or whatever.
Yeah.
And so we pulled forward that demand. I cannot tell you how many 30-year-olds I've heard they're like, yeah, I bought this house to fix and flip. And yeah, I haven't been able to do anything with it because everything just got too expensive. But everyone was doing this. It is
100%.
crazy.
No, I hear that.
It was
I'm
crazy.
in my early 30s. I hear this all over. You talk about hard choices. I mean, there's another graph I wanted to mention. This is about the most common living situation for young adults in both Britain and America. It used to be living as a couple with children. Today, it's living with their parents. I think a lot.
The most common situation for young adults in Britain and America used to be living as a couple with children. Today, it is living with their parents. Share of 18 to 34s with different living arrangements. From 1980 to 2020. So this is where I really wish for graphs like this. You need to show these with other data points, or you need to disaggregate your ages a little bit. Because if you have like 18 to 34, let's assume that college age is 18 to 23 or 18 to 22. If your share of kids in college is dramatically increasing, then you would expect this to be pushed out a bit, right? You would expect them to have a higher percentage of people living with parents. That would make sense. I wish they would break this out. Like, what does 18 to 22 look like? What does like 22 or 23 to 35 look like? I feel like it's important to take into account here. There's still, just because housing has gone up in price, I believe, I'm pretty sure. Like, I would still expect to see that number going up, but I don't know if it would be as dramatic. I'm not sure.
A lot of people are having to choose to live with their parents because
Actually, wait. Hold up. Wait, there might be a really insidious secondary thing hidden in here as well. Yeah, wait. What about people living with no children? Never mind, actually. I wouldn't factor this graph in at all. I think this is a totally meaningless graph. The college thing already kind of, whatever, maybe. But are we not factoring in people who just live and don't have kids? They are so small that they can basically be ignored. Are you sure? Because if we add up percentages of people, this is 40% plus 20% is 60%. Does that mean that 40% of 18 to 34-year-olds are just living independently with no children? Is that how I'm supposed to read that? Or is there another category that I'm not thinking of? You can either live with your parents, you can live independently with your own children, or living with children and parents? Is that a thing? Because in that case, 40 and 20 is 60, 40%. You'd basically be tied for living on your own or with a partner, living independently, or living with parents. I don't know. This is... Yeah, I don't know about this one. Chief. In my opinion, you're over-accounting for college attendance. Do you think so? I feel like anybody that starts working at 18, especially if they have a partner, it's going to depend on where you live. In richer areas, probably not. But I feel like in poorer areas, at least when I was growing up, if you start working at 18 and you save a little bit of money and you get an FHA loan, or you have a parent co-sign for it, you probably make your first, probably have your first house by like 23, 24. Assuming you live with your parents, you're saving money, and you live in a shitty area, you're getting like a $100,000 house. But if you come out of college at 22, 23, you're not buying a house at 20. You have all your debt. You don't have a job. You have no work history. You have no credit. Living with roommates is a possibility too. I'm thinking back on my day for a $100,000 house. Today it would have to be a more expensive house. But also in my day, minimum wage was $5.25 an hour. So fuck you guys.
because the
Correct.
financial reality does not
Correct.
make sense. And I wonder,
Right.
I want to,
Which is why they're not having babies.
exactly. Yeah, I think there's a strong tie in that. And why they're, looking for political change so dramatically.
Correct.
I mean,
Correct.
they're not feeling
The
certain.
cheapest homes in my area are $450K. Yeah, if you live in a wealthier area, then it might not be. This might be harder to do the wealthier the area you live in. Maybe I don't know.
By the government. I want to see where this is sort of heading, because the picture you're describing is one that cannot stand. the
Correct.
financial reality doesn't make sense. So I want to see what you see. How do you see this playing out?
The biggest reason I think that nobody wants to accept as to why home prices haven't gone down is because of the narrative out there in mainstream media. I mean, they are just, and what I finally realized as well, and I feel like a useful idiot after following this data religiously, is that they're modeling the numbers. These aren't actual results. And I've now caught it several times, meaning that we don't have any good gauges of what's really going on out there. But to your point, the narrative is breaking because everybody can see all the for sale signs in their neighborhoods,
Or you go on
and-
Zillow and it's like price cut,
Correct.
price cut, price cut, price cut, price cut.
Right.
Everything is
Right.
Yeah.
Yet somehow somehow NAR, our National Association of Realtors, says that the median list price is exactly the same as it was a year ago. How's that possible?
Wait.
Narrative is breaking because everybody can see all the for sale signs in their neighborhoods, you know, and I've now caught it several times.
Where I don't drive around a lot, I guess. Where are all these for sale homes and all these people? I don't know if you see these huge outflows. Even when people say like everybody's leaving New York City or California, I don't even think this is happening anymore. I don't know what this is.
Meaning that we don't have any good gauges of what's really going on out there. But to your point, the narrative is breaking because everybody can see all the for sale signs in their neighborhoods, you know.
Or you go on Zillow and it's like price cut,
Correct.
price cut, price cut, price cut, price cut.
Right.
Everything is
Right.
What is he saying? Price cut or price gap? Price cut?
Yet somehow NAR, our National Association of Realtors, says that the median list price is exactly the same as it was a year ago. How's that possible? Like, it's not even statistically possible.
Right.
What do you mean? There's a million reasons why it could be possible. There's tons of countervailing forces on interest rates. It could be as consumer aggregate demand falls or whatever and wages fall, that could bring the median prices down. It could be interest rates going up or down, could increase. There's a million reasons why prices could rise or fall. What?
Okay?
right. Now, I remember vividly them saying things
What
like
does you think happened to housing prices after the crash in 2008?
survive till 25 in
Yeah.
24 and marry the house,
Date the
date
rate.
the rate.
Date the rate. Oh.
But you know, the rates, even though in
Yeah.
24 and marry the house,
Date the rate. Date the rate. Oh.
But you know, the rates, even though interest rates have been cut by Jerome Powell, the mortgage rates haven't gone down. I think they've actually
That's correct.
possibly even gone up. But how are they survive? Is it now survive till 26? What are they saying now that none of those things paid off? We're near the end of the year.
I don't think I think they're in this weird place where they know that the only way they're going to get people to the market is to talk about price cuts. So I get like 800 emails about price cuts from these various listing sites, but I think they still believe that if they get you in the door, they can get the price they really want. And so they're in this weird moment where they're just kind of praying and hoping that, I call it hopium, right? That that the bond market
Hey, you
will
get it right on
respond.
Twitch. Everyone says hopium here.
You know, what we're hearing is, you know, defaults are regional, which was a narrative back during the GFC. And that's what they say, well, Florida, Texas, they're a problem. And that's what everybody would say to me. And that's where I started because that's where the problem was. But I'm like, no, California's in trouble.
So that's what I've said. Because I want to be safe when I make any proclamations. I'm
Yeah.
like, Florida and Texas clearly seem like they drastically
it's
overbuilt.
so bad.
The demand is not there. But I don't. Can you speak more to the rest of the country? This is a broader problem.
Sure. Yeah. So California, we got to look at California. Like, firstly, how can you make the argument that everyone is leaving California to come to these cities? And believe me, each one of those cities built as if every California make the argument that everyone is leaving California to come to these cities. And believe me, each one of those cities built as if every California or New Yorker was coming to their city. And yet think that California home prices are going to, you know, sustain at these higher prices when you've had like in LA County over 300,000 people leave. People think there's a housing shortage because, well,
Well, housing prices can still increase. They just wouldn't increase as fast. And there's also other people that are putting pressure on housing prices that don't live in California. Other people want to move to California, right? Like what?
there's a housing mismatch because out in California, what a lot of it is you have these mom and pop investors. And so there's not a lot of owner occupiers out there. It's much lower than the national average. And so in California, you have many problems. You have the affordability problem, you have the demographic problem, but their narrative was so strong that has completely cracked. San Diego, for instance, where people told me because of the DOD, that was never going to be in trouble. You can look at all of the Airbnbs there, over 12,000, and no, absolutely they're in trouble. And you're seeing it year-over-year price declines. So we move out across the country from the South to California, the Midwest. They are going to take probably the longest, it'll be between the Midwest and Northeast to really correct, because every investor who was kind of bummed out in 2022 when rates rose, we're told go buy in the Midwest because those homes are still cheap. So you can still cash flow and buy there. So they did. So you are just now starting to see inventory growth.
Do you believe that housing is a good asset to hold, but most Americans are overinvested into it? I think that treating housing as your best investment for a family, I think is the most retarded thing. It's a very American-centric idea. It's stupid for a variety of financial reasons that we've gone over in the past. I'm not going to go over it again, but I just think it's a very stupid American idea. A home primarily is a thing that you need because you need a fucking place to live, okay? The fact that people treat it's a worldwide thing, bullshit. Only in the United, or at least, sorry, I'm getting too mean. Maybe in other places there are, but in every European place I've been, the idea that like you need a house, otherwise you're fucking bullshit. Like at least in all the European cities I've been in, houses are like things that old people get, or you get when you're ready to leave a city. But the idea that like you're a fucking, like in the United States, it feels like people think if you're 30 and you live in an apartment, you're a fucking loser. That's the feeling in the US. You're 30, 35, and you live in an apartment, you failed, bro. Kill yourself. You're a fucking loser. Whereas in Europe, it's like, okay, well, I want to live in a city. Obviously, I'm not going to have a house, right? Or you're going to have a dinky, rinky, dinky house. That's the expectation. But in America, the expectation is, I'm 30 years old. I'm 5 years out of college. I should have a house in Brooklyn or in LA or in SF or in Austin. And if I don't, then my life is over. Like that's, I don't know. This is a very American idea.
Are still cheap. Who was kind of bummed out in 2022 when rates rose, we're told go buy in the Midwest because those homes are still cheap, so you can still cash flow and buy there. So they did. So you are just now starting to see inventory grow there again. And
Who cares because of leverage? It's the best investment you can make. Who cares what you ought to when the reality is different? The issue is you're talking about leverage, and leverage is an investment term. And people that treat their home as their primary investment vehicle are too retarded to take advantage of leverage, because the entire concept of leverage, that you're leveraging some smaller amount of money to a larger amount of money so that the percentage growth of the larger amount of money confers an absolute gain to you, is erased when all of the leveraged earnings that you have are just used to buy another leveraged product, which is another home. Leveraging, to say that leveraging is positive here in an asset value or in a net worth sense only makes sense to say, like, what? So you have $100,000, Destiny, and you want to invest it in the stock market? Yeah, I think it's a good investment. Well, aren't you fucking retarded? Because I took my $100,000 and I invested it in a home. Wow, well, I think that my S&P 500 is going to outgrow your home. You would say that, Destiny, but that's because you're retarded. I didn't buy a $100,000 home. I used my $100,000 and I leveraged it to buy $1 million home. So now my $100,000 is appreciating like it's a $1 million investment. And what do you have to say to that? It's like, oh, wow, that's crazy. So you've leveraged your $100,000 to $1 million investment, and now that leveraging is allowing you to make more money off of your initial investment. That's crazy. What are you going to do with all that extra money? I'm going to leverage it to another house. Oh. And then what? Another house. Oh. So you never actually have access to that money. You never have access to that capital. You never get anything. You're just using it to buy homes. Like, you've taken real money and then turned it into monopoly house money, and then you're bragging because your net worth is increasing in a way that it makes no material difference to your financial health, except for when you die and you leave your house to your kids. Listen, I'm coming down a lot on housing right now. It's not bad to buy a house, and there is an appropriate financial health that incorporates owning a home. I'm not saying that it's always bad or that it should be. I'm just saying that people dramatically over-index on this concept of having a house, and that it's the most important financial issue. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Destiny, you can sell the house, retire and rent until you die. Are you the guy who said leverage? Now, if there were people that did that, I might agree with you, but in my personal experience, and now here, I am telling you, my family is the classic white middle-class family that is mind-fucked on lifestyle creep. So maybe there are other family styles or family types that do this, and I just haven't seen them. In my family, you never downsize your house. You would never do that. That's like an absolute capitulation in life, and you should kill yourself. The idea that you would go from owning larger and larger homes and then now in retirement you're going to sell your fucking house? Of course not. You keep that because it has all your stuff. You invite the grandkids, and then you are, I would call that an overconsumption of housing. Now you've got two old people who live in a home with 6 bedrooms on the off chance that maybe your family visits once a year, but none of them are visiting because they're also all wasting their money on cars and homes and stupid fucking shit, right? So maybe now if there were people that responsibly adjusted their housing consumption to match their lifestyle, then maybe I would agree with you. But even listen to this lady. Remember at the beginning, she was like, yeah, my mom was getting old, and so I thought about buying her a house. Why? Your mom needs her own house? She gonna mow the fucking yard? What? Like, it's I love everybody, okay? But listen, Americans are just fucked when it comes to housing, in my opinion. YouTube drama has a fun thread about you. YouTube drama Reddit. That thread, or that subreddit is a super commie tanky one. They hate me, and I love it.
Cash flow and buy there. So they did. So you are just now starting to see
Oh, this one? Streamer Destiny, who's being sued for revenge porn, films himself harassing an official witness to his court case. I saw that one. She's not an official witness, by the way. And she ran up to me and harassed me. Based.
because those homes are still cheap, so you can still cash flow and buy there. So they did. So you are just now starting to see inventory grow there again, and Indianapolis is in a lot of trouble. A lot of people bought there. So that story is of two things. It's one, it's going to be later because there was a lot more investor activity after 2022 than everywhere else. And then
I hear a lot of old people in California complain that they can't sell their homes because their property tax would increase so much on the new house they couldn't afford it. True, but that's because California did the most retarded thing ever on property taxes, and they made it so basically your property taxes don't go up in your house. It's just fuck it. Just housing is fucked, okay?
two demographics. Everywhere in the Midwest suffers from negative demographics. And then you come over to the Northeast and they have just lost the plot. I mean, it's just this idea that they're just immune from, like New York City, but it's because people don't leave their houses anymore and just walk around. The last time I walked New York from top to bottom, I'd lived there for 7 years. I hadn't done that in a long time because you fly in for your meeting and you fly out. For investor activity after 2022 than everywhere else. Right. And then inventory grow there again. And Indianapolis is in a lot of trouble. A lot of people bought there. So that story is of two things. It's one, it's going to be later because there was a lot more investor activity after 2022 than everywhere else. And then two, demographics. Everywhere in the Midwest suffers from negative demographics. And then you come over to the Northeast and they have just lost the plot. I mean, it's just this idea that from
I feel like the Midwest has always had issues with this. But I'm vibing that a lot. I just know that when I lived in Omaha, there was always this huge fear of like people go to school here and they flee for the coasts. Or ideally, you don't even go to school in Nebraska. You would go to the school on the coast. But I feel like that's always been like an issue of Midwest flight or whatever. But
negative
Yeah,
demographics.
yeah, yeah.
And then you come over to the Northeast and they have just lost the plot. I mean, it's just this idea that they're just immune from like New York City, but it's because people don't leave their houses anymore and just walk around. The last time I walked New York from top to bottom, I'd lived there for 7 years. I hadn't done that in a long time because you fly in for your meeting and you fly out.
Sure.
The city's empty. It's empty. It's empty. Like, of course, not in Times Square. Of course, in these tourists, but nobody is there compared to what it was like when I lived there in the early 2000s. And why is there an apartment shortage? Because of a 2019
I just don't know. I don't know.
law that said you can only raise rent a certain percentage, and they couldn't even make the repairs that they had to make to meet code. And so I've heard upwards to 100,000 apartments sitting empty off the market because they can't afford to make the repairs. They're just hoping the law will change so that they can charge enough rent to be able to make those repairs.
Right.
Like, it's insane.
Well,
You
sure,
know,
because what you're saying is that a lot of these houses are being bought by investors who think they can make a profit off rent.
Wait, okay, I could be wrong. I thought rent control only applies to like currently occupied units. If a unit is no longer occupied, don't you have a lot more flexibility in raising the rents? Or I don't know if maybe I guess rent control works a little bit differently everywhere. So I don't know.
Correct.
With the rising
Correct.
rents.
Correct.
So in an
Correct.
environment of falling rents and
Right.
less population, it doesn't math out anymore. And they plan these out. I mean, I assume they penciled this out for 10, 20 years. I mean, they planned this to work, right? When they've made the purchase.
They did.
February 8th, 2024, New York City's vacancy rate reaches historic low of 1.4%, demanding urgent action and new affordable housing. To be favorable to her point, which I shouldn't be, she's saying that they literally just taken whole units off the market, so maybe they wouldn't even show up as vacant. I don't know if that's true or not. I guess you could just look at the number of housing units available.
But most of them weren't.
Oh, they
looking
didn't care. They
40
didn't-
years. I mean, they were just watching whatever influencer. And I mean, I just got off the phone with one who, unfortunately, she's lost all of her investment except for one property out of 10, which she's likely going to lose that too, because, you know,
What? Wait, what?
I mean, I assume they penciled this out for 10, 20 years. I mean, they planned this to work, right? When they've made the purchase.
they did,
Yeah.
but most of them weren't.
Oh, they
looking
didn't care. They
40
didn't-
years. I mean, they were just watching whatever influencer. And I mean, I just got off the phone with one who, unfortunately, she's lost all of her investment except for one property out of 10.
What is she has a friend with 10 investment properties. Well, like 9 got foreclosed on. She lost. Or what does she mean?
Which she's likely going to lose that too, because, you know, they just saw these influencers. They just got a brochure that said,
It sounded good, right?
invest in Arizona. Oh, I can't blame anybody. I mean, honestly,
What the fuck is she talking about? Wait, what? This year, rent in my state for one bedroom float around $1,900. Rocket Mortgage reports a 10.9% increase in average mortgage from 2023 till 2025. This is also a state, one of two, where historically more people leave than stay. CT/Illinois. Okay.
like, if you didn't know what you were doing, you had a little extra cash, like it sounded smart, right? And then you had a bank telling you that that was right, and a program that said you can make that much money. You always need to do more due diligence than that. But
What is she talking about? We just buy an extra house for memes? What?
I also understand why it happened to a lot of people.
She had a friend who could afford 10 investment properties. What is she talking about? What?
The thought you might have while listening to what you're saying, especially if you're someone who's young who can't get on the property ladder. You're talking about the possible pain of someone who gambled on a Airbnb, someone who's a boomer who owns too many homes. Like, I understand. I do get it. This is real pain. This is people who were lied to and made decisions that were financially beneficial. But I think there's a sense of like, well, they had it coming and I want my housing prices down. I want a chance to get on the ladder too. Like, what do you think about that? Is that
Listen, we can't wish harm on others.
Yeah.
And let's not dance about it, right?
What do you think her central thesis is? Good question. I don't know. It sounds like she thinks that the increased cost of housing is all illusory and it's driven by Airbnbs, institutional investors, and individual investors buying too many homes and not living there. It's basically like this is like a really common housing myth, and it gets told in a lot of different ways. But basically, the myth goes something like this. We have all the homes we need, but there are boogeymen buying the houses and either not living in them or artificially increasing the rents, whatever that means. And then people will tell this story in a lot of different ways.
But we can't have a society where people don't have they can't believe in the American dream. Shelter is a primary need.
Shelter. See what she just did there? Americans have this. Fuck, this is such an American idea. The Americans don't want shelter. They want to own a home. It's if you want that as part of the American dream, that's fine. but like that's not sustainable in the modern city, in the modern era. No other country like really expects this in the way that Americans do. It's just not possible.
I think a lot of people want to get a home ownership for all the wrong reasons. They think that that home is going to appreciate, and that's going to be how they're going to make their wealth. Unfortunately, because that's what a lot of these Airbnb bros did, is they took out home equity. You know, they did a cash out refinance. Unfortunately, what I'm describing with our demographics are
Also, owning a home as an individual is completely different than an investment property. The reason why you're theoretically you're gaining net worth and everything is when you own a home as an individual is because your investment in your asset doubles as the payment for shelter. But if you just buy an investment property, you need cash flow. You can't just buy another property and say, oh, well, if I buy one home, I'm kind of like gaining net worth, so I should just buy two homes. No, that's, again, the comparison I always use is that's like saying that like, oh, well, I see all these guys out here that are making money, driving Uber or as taxi drivers. I'm just going to buy another car, and that car is going to be a good asset for me. I'm going to buy 10 cars. Like, no, you have to actually drive those cars as a taxi driver or an Uber driver. You can't just, the car doesn't make money on its own. An investment property doesn't make money on its own. You have to have people living there and renting out of it. You need cash flow associated with it. You need a property manager or something, or you have to manage it all yourself.
But for some, unfortunately, is that your median home price is going to attract your median income. It's not going to be this windfall. It's going to be that you're going to be able to afford shelter and pass that down to your children. But what I am saying is good news because
this meme of like passing the shit to your children is the same meme of when the next generation of graphics cards come out, then the prior generation's prices will fall. It never happens, and it's bullshit. And that's not, that. Like, just think for like 2 seconds when people say that. Oh, like parents will pass their homes down to their kids. How old are you? Well, I'm 35. I'm 36. Are your parents alive? Yeah. Are they gonna die tomorrow? I guess not. When are they gonna die? This lady, I don't know how old she is. Her mom's alive. Parents are not. By the time your parents are passing their homes down to their kids, this is going to be like a second home. This is not like, oh, I'm out of college and my parents just died. Thank God I get a home now. That's not how that works. This is just a thing that's going into your portfolio. Or maybe if you're fucking homeless, maybe you lucked out. But like, bro, your parents live long. Life is long, motherfucker. Your parents aren't dying when you need your home the most. Your parents are probably dying at a stage in your life where your requirement for a home is going to be at its lowest, right? It's going to be you're getting deep years into your career. Hopefully you've got some level of financial stability. Like, your parents aren't dying at a time when you need their home. They're dying probably at one of the least times you need it.
it has to become affordable again because all of these investors are now in hot water and they can't cash flow. So this is good news for those that are really trying to make good financial decisions, which means don't get into debt. I mean, like everybody else, I say no to debt slavery because that's how you're going to be.
I'm sorry. Oh, God. Who linked me this stupid fucking video? I'm getting so
flow. So this is good news for those that are really trying to make good financial decisions, which means don't get into debt. I mean, like everybody else, I say no to debt slavery because that's how you're going to be priced out is if you are going out using buy now, pay later and just
Amen.
overextending yourself.
Yeah.
Like, so if you make.
Can you buy now, pay later homes? Is that a thing? Is there a buy here, pay here for buy here? I know they do it for shitty cars, but can you do that for homes too?
The smart choices and you save and you really, kind of even short-term treasuries or, even just a savings rate or money market account and you save this money, you are going to be able to take advantage of this, all of these headwinds to housing. And there's.
Why? 1 year, like, how are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm 26. I got $500,000 saved. Holy shit, bro. What are you invested in? I've got a money market deposit account that gives me 3% interest. Or well, I don't know. Maybe they pay more now because interest rates are higher. And I buy 1 year treasury bonds. Wow, bro. Who do you buy your crack cocaine from?
A lot of housing out there. So, to me, that is the good news of the story. But there is a lot of pain coming for people who most of their wealth is kind of, baked into that home and their perspective. It's called the wealth effect, right? It's how they try to get us to spend more.
So
Wait, what is the wealth? I just want to hear that. I just want to hear that explain. What is the wealth effect here? Okay, sorry.
in this story, and you've told this story over decades. It's a decades-long story of us getting here. The recurring theme is that when things are tough, the government will step in to bail out people who have made these bad mistakes on housing. I guess my question is, what makes you think it won't happen again now in 2025, 2026? This feels
Because
like
they already have. So firstly, one, they already have. The people that were able to save it last time, they can't make any money in this market. That's the institutional investors. They're now net selling. In fact, the government will save it last time. They can't make any money in this market. That's the institutional investors. They're now net selling. In fact, the government will likely start buying from them. I mean, that's what I foresee. How the government will intervene is they'll probably start buying these homes from the builders, and the institutional investors are partnering with them with some sort of affordable program.
Why would the government buy? Why would the government invest money into putting more upward pressure on prices?
They've already passed it. Some of this in the BBB.
How about like 3 generations? E.g., my kids just got out of college and my parents died at the same time. Does this happen? No, because you're a greedy motherfucker and you will never pass wealth on from dead parents down to your children. You will always hoard it for yourself, and you and your wife are going to go and waste it on some fucking retarded shit or on a vacation or something.
Not saying they're going to buy, but these
Sure.
affordable housing programs, if you're at this, they've already passed it. Some of this in the BBB. Not saying they're going to buy.
Wait, what the fuck what does the Better Business Bureau have to do with it? Wait, what the fuck does it? This is like a rating. It's not. It's just like a fake ass bull. No one cares about the BBB. What is this? What? Oh, I like that. It's Boomer Yelp. True.
But these
Sure.
affordable housing programs, if you're at this point of adjusted gross income, below the poverty level,
She means Big Beautiful Bill. Oh, so the editor fucked up. Sorry.
you'll be eligible with some sort of affordable program.
My bad.
They've already passed it. Some of this in the BBB. Not saying they're going to buy, but these
Sure.
affordable
Oh, because she said it passed it in the BBB. Okay, the editor fucked this up in the video. Sorry.
housing programs, if you're at this point of adjusted gross income, below the poverty level, you'll be eligible. So I think they're going to do a lot of that. But here's the thing, like the only other thing they can do is give out homes. And do you want to be that person? Because the pitchforks will come out. So I think we're at the point where
Do you want to be
our
that
younger
person that gets a free home from the government? I'll be that person. Fuck it. I'll take a free home.
generations are angry enough that and also they've backed themselves into a corner of what they possibly can, because there is nobody that can come in and save this with all the dynamics as they are right now. Your Blackstone cannot get cheap funds anymore to go out and buy
Blackstone, institutional investors. We've hit the come trifecta. I'm coming.
these homes so that they cash flow, because the insurance and taxes are too high. And so they're really out of options, but they'll probably get more involved. They'll probably buy these up and start becoming sellers of homes. But that's not going to change the demographics. And, and ultimately this current administration did put guardrails on that crazy FHA program. And that's going to make a huge difference in the market.
I think she's talking about the FHA loss mitigation / house protection.
To the point that we're going to start to see foreclosures again, and we're already starting to see them. So I honestly lay in bed every night thinking about how they could intervene to keep this from happening. And I don't believe they have any options to do it. And printing money won't work, because that just means prices go up. And so we've heard, right,
Yeah.
our top 10% is responsible for 50% of consumption. We've heard that number. If our top 10%,
Wait, is that true? When they say, what do we count in consumption as? Top 10%, 50% of consumption, like of all spending or whatever? I could believe that. I could believe that. I guess it depends on what she's talking about.
could save the housing market, consumption prices go up. And so we've heard, right,
Yeah.
our top 10% is responsible for 50% of consumption. We've heard that number. If our top 10% could save the housing market,
Oh no.
This cheap motherfucker didn't even buy Zoom.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm tired of waiting to debate you on why the housing market is fucked and the solution to fix it. Guts Original 83. You're obviously scared, so I'm going back to looking in chat. Wait, no, listen, join disagreements and I'll talk to you in a little bit. Hold on. Let me just finish this, okay?
Oh, right at the key part.
here I am.
Melody, I'm so sorry. I have the free version of Zoom and it put a time limit on me. This is
That's what I figured happened. No problem.
okay,
No
wait.
problem.
Let me pull it back up. Okay. I'm sorry. It was right at a good point too. I was.
I know. Oh, we were talking about government intervention.
Yes.
So if the top 10% could save the housing market,
Yes.
why haven't they done it? I mean, we had the lowest sales last year we've seen since 1995, and we've increased population by 20%. And we now know illegal immigrants were participating at the tune of 6%. So if they could save it, why haven't they done it? I mean, we had the lowest sales last year we've seen since 1995, and we've increased population by 20%. And we now know illegal immigrants were participating at the tune of 6%. So
Is she saying illegal immigrants bought 6% of the housing stock last year? Can an illegal immigrant would you even have that number on paper? I'm trying to think. Do you have to give a social security number to buy a house? You have to do a credit report. Did I give a social security number to buy a house? You have to have credit. You have to have an identity. They would have to be working on stolen identities, right? Well, Oh, in cash only? Oh, I guess if you didn't get a loan. Oh, these are mega wealthy illegals. The ones who are stealing all the jobs.
If they could save it, why haven't they? Because they still have to rent to you and me.
Right.
And if we can't pay those rents, then what? We've increased population by 20%. And we now know illegal immigrants were participating
Wait.
in 1995. And we've increased population by 20%. And
What was our population in 1995? Population, 1995. I don't know why I Googled this. I should have looked at the thing. 260 million. Damn, we have got a lot of people really quickly. Damn! We're at 340 million now, almost. Show me the graph. What? USA population. Show me the thing. Oh, fuck you, Google. 344 million. Look at that beautiful line.
we now know illegal immigrants were participating at the tune of 6%. So if they could save it, why haven't they? Because they still have to rent to you and me.
Right.
And if we can't pay those rents, then what, you know,
There's nowhere else.
That show and all the illegal immigrant homeowner investors.
Like,
they're
yeah.
not gonna do. And that's why you can see luxury sitting all over the country. Like it is sitting. There's nobody to buy this because in 21, everybody thought we were getting rich. That wasn't true. It was very
Did you see Matt Iglesias get roasted by the entirety of Lefty Twitter for not supporting price controls on stadium beers? Nope.
temporary and wages stagnated again. And so all these builders built for luxury, built like spec homes for $13 million. It's crazy town. My point is, why would you,
Wow, Jay Sewell, thanks for giving 2 tier 1 subs.
as a rich person, carry an asset that makes no money, is an albatross around your neck that you don't live in, and maybe you go
Right.
and rebuild like spec homes for $13 million? It's crazy town. My point is, why would you, as a rich person, carry an asset that makes no money, is an albatross around your neck that you don't live in, and maybe you go once a year? You're not going to do that and stay rich. That's how you get poor. And so they can't save the housing market. The institutional investors can't save the housing market. The government likely, like I say, will come in and probably take those off of people's balance sheets in one form or another. Maybe they give them a lending facility like they did with SVB and say, yeah, we're going to say it's 100%. We know it's really 25%, but you can, we'll fund it for you while you get back on your feet.
Sure.
But my point is, there are no options left. And unless the robots need houses, and right now they can't even give away Halloween candy successfully, we are facing headwinds that we just can't get around right now, especially when we realize that most of our population increase was immigration last year.
Sure.
And that's, of course, not happening at the scale it was. So
I mean, I do see, if you go on like some of these subreddits, people trying to talk about selling their house, they're all desperate. They're all like,
Oh, yeah.
some of them are
Yeah.
underwater on their mortgage and they,
Oh,
they
yeah.
can't cut the price anymore
Right.
and they don't know how to. So it is.
I was at a conference 3 weeks ago where all they were talking about were short sales. Like it's exploded overnight. And a short sales where you go to the bank, please, please, please let me out. You have to take less money than what I owe you, but can you please let me out? Like that's a short sale. And so that's exploding right now. And the fact,
Exploding where? Where? Show me this in the data.
until we get increased sales, we're not going to see these price declines. That's when NAR's going to have to admit what's happening. But right now you have the top 1 to 10% participating, buying up the higher price homes. And you did have FHA, which was propping up a higher price home than it should because it was giving all these compensating factors to lower income borrowers. But that you can see credit restricting across the system right now. And so as that happens, that's when we're going to start to get true price discovery. Because if you can't refinance, you can't get a loan modification because you are so underwater and you can't sell, then distress. And I'm seeing it already. That's when you go into
So
foreclosure.
is this happening like now, now into 26?
Foreclosure starts are up double digits year over year, as are sales. And you only need one of these in a neighborhood to impact your comparables, which means that as these increase, which we know that they are going to because of the distress, because of the layoffs, because this program has guardrails on it now in FHA, that is going to put a lot of pressure on prices. And I would say by Q2 2026, we're going to have a material foreclosure population. Even now in the 85 cities I track, I can see them all over in every single city.
In your estimation, and nobody knows the answer to this, so I'm just trying to get a general sense of how big you see this is. There's a lot of contagion here because we're seeing the same type of thing in auto. We're seeing it in commercial real estate. We're seeing it. I mean, people are defaulting their student loans at record high. There's defaults in almost every aspect of debt. And so I personally thought housing was one where we were going to see less of it. But what you're telling me is that it's just as bad, if not worse.
Yeah. And it's so much bigger pie of the debt, so much bigger pie. The Fed came out with a household debt and credit report today, and you can just see the bars of here's student loans, here's auto, and the mortgage is like, So I call it the big orange because on that Fed schedule, it's orange. And
Yeah.
I say when the big orange
Okay.
Orange gets in trouble, we're all going to be in trouble. And it's kind of funny. It's orange man, anyway, but that's it. It is going to, it is really bad, but also then job loss. And we are definitely seeing white collar get,
Yeah.
I mean, these
Decimated.
just decimated with these layoffs announcements. And I don't think it's going to stop. And it has nothing, in my opinion, to do with AI. And
To be clear, her prescription is that there will be a market correction because of the speculation on housing from individual investors from the past few years. I mean, there's always like mini corrections there. This sounds like the kind of lady who like predicts bubbles for like decades, and then when a bubble finally happens, she goes, "I'm a genius." That's what it sounds like. I don't know how relevant this is or what argument is being made with this, but like, I don't even know if this is necessarily like a bad thing, or like, imagine if we added some zeros here, and imagine we like talked to our friends about this, right? We were like, "Oh my God, the mortgage is like so much debt here compared to everything else." Like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, it's also backed up by more real asset. It's a secured thing. Imagine your friend tells you, "Oh, I have a mortgage for $137,000 on like a, $150,000. It's like, oh, okay, fine. $137,000 mortgage, sure. But then imagine that same friend tells you like, I also have $11,000 in like a home equity line of credit. It's like, okay. And then imagine I still have $15K in student loan debt. And it's like, that's not too bad. $15K, depending on how old you are. Then let's say your friend says, I have $24,000 in credit card debt. You're like, what? $24,000 in credit card debt? I feel like even though it's a smaller number here, but I'm also super poisoned against credit card debt because of my fucking family. I feel like credit card debt is this is bad debt. This is bad debt.
we're all going to be in trouble. It's really bad, but also then job loss. And we are definitely seeing white collar get,
Yeah.
I mean, these
Decimated.
just decimated with these layoffs announcements. And I don't think it's going to stop. And it has nothing, in my opinion, to do with AI. And
You're scaring us, Melody.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, don't
But that is
apologize.
why
Yeah.
I changed my, like 3 years ago, I changed my life completely because I could see this coming, and it was just math. You just looked at the math, if your
Wait, what
median
did she
home
say? Hold on.
household, because I could see this. I'm sorry.
No, don't
But that is
apologize.
why
Yeah.
I changed my, like 3 years ago, I changed my life completely because I could see this coming, and
Changed my life completely. How?
it was just math. You just looked at the math. If your median household can't afford the median price of a home,
Something will eventually correct. Like there's just
correct.
yeah.
And it's like, and we can't all go on vacation like we did with revenge travel, after COVID. Tourism is down. Like Las Vegas right now is getting pummeled. I mean, if you took a little trip out there, it would terrify you. Absolutely terrify you.
Okay, listen. I think that is the key thing.
That's a big Reddit meme, but I'm pretty, like, I don't know. I've been to Vegas. Was it a month or two ago? I feel like I was in Vegas relatively recently. There are a lot of people out there. I mean, all tourism is down in the United States, though. I think we're majorly getting fucked, though, by, I think, Canada and maybe Mexico. I think Canada was a big one, but our international tourism is down, I think, quite a bit, like numbers-wise. I don't know about intrastate or interstate from state to state, but
I wanted to talk about anyway, and we got to our main point. I do have one small question for me personally, which is about, you mentioned property taxes, and I want to hear your thoughts on this because in some of these areas, I think like Florida and others, Texas maybe, they're like politically becoming unpopular, even though they're like the only way the state is funded. And so they're like imploding these property taxes, which is like the last tax that the boomers who have the wealth in the area are paying. It feels ridiculous, but I want to know, am I missing something? Or like, what is this part of this constant like government assistance to keep things?
Yes.
Okay.
there's, wait, let me just make sure I'm still, Chicago, IGM, Forum, property, they still like property taxes, right? This is a thing that, fuck. What's the site that has all the economists surveyed? Property taxes, we like property taxes, right? Unless I don't think I've been given, I think property taxes are good. You have a big ass fucking house, pay some goddamn fucking tax on it. Big taxes too. Fuck them. Big. I love property taxes. States that get rid of property taxes are fucking retarded. Okay? That's a real good ass fucking tax.
So through the American Rescue Act, like something like $350 billion went out to the cities and state. I mean, which is why you got so many down payment assistance programs, and why I thought like the Harris $25,000 down payment. Yeah, you could already get that in every city across the country, like through one of these programs,
Sure.
because the American Rescue Act went out and you could create these like home affordable programs, things like that. But all of these cities thought they were getting rich forever. Like this is the mentality. And so they spent like drunken sailors. Nashville, 100 people are moving here every day. Number one, that was never true. Number two, a lot of that was temporary, but they would do these calculations like if 100 people are moving here, then I'm going to get X amount of property taxes. And so they would calculate, number one, that a whole bunch of people are going to move there.
This is the
and
city
then number
governments?
two, yeah, the city
yeah.
governments. And that number two, that home prices would continue to go up because that's what everybody believed. And so in their little, funny math minds, they were going to be rich forever. And so they spent like that. But now you can.
This is a hyper minutia point. Somebody's gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong. I can't be right here because she would have to be really wrong. Property values increasing doesn't actually impact your property taxes much, right? Because doesn't the county assessor, when they're calculating the value of your property for the sake of property taxes, doesn't that stay more or less close to what you bought it for until a property is bought or sold? Or was that just for my house in Nebraska? Or was that, so like, for instance, if you have a property, I think I just used my, as an example, I think I bought, was my house 150K? I think I bought it for like I'm not gonna remember this. Like if you buy a house for 150K, let's say that like 15 years later, let's say that you could sell that 150K house for 300K, even if you could probably sell it for 300K, and that's like what the going rate is for equivalent homes in your neighborhood, the county assessor will still have your house like assessed at like 170K because of the way the county assessors do their math. Is that ordinary and normal, or was that just Nebraska? Or yes, I believe it adjusts for inflation, so it goes up every year, but it isn't the actual selling price you can sell for now. Yeah, okay. I don't think it's always jumping to match property taxes by state in the U.S. I don't think it's always jumping to match what the actual sell prices or the actual value of your home is at a point in time. Douglas County, also some of the highest property tax rates in the state. It's 2% and change. Okay, that's my house.
Go to all of these cities and they are bankrupt. I mean, they are in budget deficits.
Yeah.
The Chicago bonds are like got kicked out of their muni fund. Like, and there is going to be a limit to what they can actually do. I mean, there's just going to be a limit.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No. Don't be sorry. I really appreciate you laying this out, and I think this is what a lot of people want and need to hear. But I want to end on hopefully not a happier note, but
it's a happier note.
an interesting one. I want to hear if you have any advice, because the people we're talking to right now are probably 18 to 32 in that range. They aren't, or maybe just started on the housing. They're trying to figure out what to do with housing. What is your advice for them financially, and do you see signs of life for them in the future? Like, where's your head at for that?
Yeah, I'm going to sound like their grandmother right
Okay,
now, but
okay.
it's important. It's really important because I made all these mistakes when I was their age. I had no financial education. I signed up for student loans. Like, I'll be able to pay that. No problem. You know, my credit card was at the same little booth at my first day of college as the student loans. You just went from there to there. And I did a whole bunch of really stupid things. So I'm not the kind of person sitting there that hasn't done all these stupid things. I'm talking from experience, but say no to the labubu. Like, say no to the FOMO and the YOLO. Like, you only live once. That's right. Do you want to be destitute? Firstly, get a financial education. You know, seek somebody out like myself or others who are not just trying to make a buck off you. Like if you sign up for my Substack, for instance, the free version always has the whole argument laid out.
Yeah, I will say for people watching, her Substack is truly incredible. It is a great way to keep up with what's going on in America's housing market and broader financial situation. It's pretty fascinating. So
Thank you.
I'll link
And
it in the video description. Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
But they can get a lot of it for free, you know?
Okay.
So get a financial education. Say no to debt. Say no to buy now, pay later. It does matter. And also I think one of the things I used to believe is like, of course, my paycheck's just going to keep going up and up and up. I'm a capable person. I work hard. I'm never going to be laid off. Well, that's just not the reality. Once you get to a certain age, you become a liability to a company and you will be the first out the door, no matter how productive you are. So
Does she advocate never borrowing for anything ever, or?
my point, don't bank on always
I
having
mean, even
that
if
job.
you're not, even age out of it, it feels like this is a time where you could be talented and great, and the broader winds of the economy can hit you.
Yeah, I think
without
that,
notice.
also I would say this is a big one for when we go into downturn is, keep learning, get new skills, teach yourself things so that you can
Grind set.
quickly sort of change direction if you have to, if you lose your job, things like that. So say no to debt, save, get a financial education, and get more skills.
And if you
'cause you're
do
gonna need
do these
them.
things, if you do feel like you've gotten yourself on some sort of stable ground, you're saying that you think the people that have gambled incorrectly on the housing are going to lose money on it, and it is going to get cheaper, and there is going to be ability to get a house. Is that
Absolutely.
all right?
Absolutely.
Well-
Yeah. And that is the good news.
Melody, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you coming on.
No,
Hopefully we can talk to
thank
you
you so
in the
much
future
for
as,
having me.
as more of this
Oh,
unravels.
absolutely. Anytime. Thank you so much.
Have a good
All
rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
That was great. A little spooky. She didn't pull any punches, but I really appreciated that. I will link her Substack as we make a clip of that. I know some of it, especially at the beginning, is a little in the weeds, and that's an interview thing for me. I gotta make sure to start broad so everyone can follow along.
I grab a Red Bull and I'll chat with this guy in Discord. Hold on one sec.
And then get into more detailed stuff. I often flip it, and I can't overstate enough how much she does the actual work. That's why I'm always looking for Substacks and people who are experts in their field. She's one of the best ones I've ever found because she actually drives out to these damn places, talks to the developers, talks to the buyers, talks to the sellers, talks to NAR, like understands the level of fraud and deception and reality going on in these part of these markets. I'm in the Dallas housing market. It's so crazy right now. I mean, I've been aware that Florida and Texas are horrible. They drastically, like, if you just look on Zillow in those areas, there's everything is for sale and it's all getting price cuts all the time. Nobody can afford the prices that they're at there. They're going to crash for sure. But she's telling me that it's broader than that. Do you agree when she says housing supply is a real problem? I think I fully agree with her on the market she's talking about. We didn't really get specifics. I still think like parts of cities that still have inflow, obviously there's still a supply issue, 100%. On a broad scale, it does track that there was insane amounts of building of people that thought they could build it, flip it, Airbnb it. I work in commercial real estate lending, and it's crazy watching everyone at the bank here adjusting internal covenants to prolong issues not to call loan. This is what I'm talking about. That's why I got to make the video with Bill Moreland. This is the core of it, is that so many loans have been given out rather than admit that they can't be paid back. They are just doing so many complicated ways to pretend. and make it look on the books like the loan is still being paid. Even people that have big buy now, pay later debt. If you call into Klarna or Affirm, they're giving you options to like extend and pretend like you can pay it back. If they have to write you off on their books that you are a lost cause, that you are a defaulted loan, that impacts them. So everyone is trying to like just hold and hope everything gets back to everyone can afford their loans. Where the correction happened in housing, where does that money go? Is that paper wealth lost? Yeah. It's a great question. I want to try and explain how this works. So let's say it's a neighborhood, right? You have one of these houses. You bought it for $750,000. Wow, look at you. $750K. So you feel like you have a $750K asset. This is money that you feel like is part of your wealth. You're the last person to buy in this neighborhood, which means based on comps, the average housing price here is $750K. Like the last sold house in the neighborhood sort of sets the price. So everybody feels like they have a ton of money. If one person cracks and sells as prices fall, as there is no demand, this person has to move, this person has a divorce, this person has to sell, and they sell for $450K. You know, let's go red, $450K. Okay? This person sells. Now that's the new last comp. Now all of a sudden these are marked down. You look at your housing price, you're underwater. If you bought late, you're underwater. Everybody, you've all lost this money, but that's not, it just disappeared. It's like,
Well, it's not, I don't think it's usually that dramatic. Also, that's an insanely small, or that would be a huge decrease in price to go from 750 to 450.
housing price, you're underwater. If you bought late, you're underwater. Everybody, you've all lost this money, but that's not, it just disappeared. It's like the collapse of the wealth effect. It doesn't go to anyone. That's the idea. And then once you're underwater, once you have a $450K house, but you're paying like a $700K mortgage, a lot of people abandon their, like this is what happens in the GFC. People start stopping their payments. They stop paying.
No, I don't believe this. No, hold on. Something is happening here with Atriox Brain, because he normally is really going to find himself. Nobody abandons their house. First of all, I don't even know if you're what would it, maybe for the county assessor? My assessment's supposed to have been different because I feel like my assessment was never at the actual sell or market rate for my house. But like, nobody's just saying like, oh shit, I'm slightly upside down on my mortgage, I'm abandoning my home. What? No, nobody, this is not a real human behavior. Now, around the financial crash, maybe, but that's because people were sitting on adjustable rate mortgages for shit that they couldn't afford, with the idea that things would change in the future, with the idea that they would upgrade their house sometime down the road. There were people that never should have been in those houses. That was a very unstable market where people were pricing in a whole bunch of upward trajectory. And then when that corrected, then shit got fucked. But the idea that somebody's like, oh, I just bought my new house. Oh my God, the price of the house, I'm upside down on it. Time to abandon my shit and ruin my credit for the next 7 years. No, that's no bullshit.
They default, they leave the house, which causes more sales, which causes the prices to go down. It's a reverse doom loop. Again, if you don't own a house, while this is scary and not good for the economy, I do agree with her, but it's like, there's going to be opportunities for, I think,
this is also, keep in mind, nobody talks about for some reason, when people will switch brains when they talk about things and they never consider that they're talking about countervailing forces. Everything that you're talking about here, when he just described, let's assume that the situation that he talked about here was a reality situation, right? The guy sells 450K, all this stuff. That's good for your audience. Your audience technically likes all of that. Like, oh, wait, you're telling me I just got a $300,000 discount on every house in this neighborhood? That means rents are going to fall. If I want to buy a home, then the cost for that is going to be severely lower or significantly lower. Like, technically, that's a good thing.
They stop paying, they default, they leave the house, which causes more sales, which causes the prices to go down. It's a reverse doom loop. Again, if you don't own a house, while this is scary and not good for the economy, I do agree with her, but it's like, there's going to be opportunities for, I think, good houses at more realistic prices. But who's selling? Everyone. They're all trying to sell, bro. Everyone's trying to get out. Just look at the share of homes with price cuts. Dude, massive spikes in Florida, in Texas, but it's spiking up all over the country. But they haven't cut it enough yet. People still don't want to buy. The number of people backing out of home sales is at all-time highs. Panic is starting to spread among not only the bigger housing investors that bought up a ton of stock. She mentioned they're net sellers, but the Airbnb people, people that moved to a different state, people that bought second homes. All these people are realizing like, oh, fuck, I can't afford the mortgage on this. I can't rent it out the way I thought I would. Do mortgage rates not follow Fed cuts at all? It's a great question. Normally, there's a connection. But what's been happening lately, I mean, what they really follow is the US 10-year, okay? This is what mortgage rates usually follow. And this is not what Jerome Powell can cut. This is just based on people buying and selling US debts, the bond market, people that believe or don't believe in the US IOUs. Despite the fact that they keep cutting the short-term interest rate, the 10-year remains stubborn. And so interest rates for mortgages are not going down. People's payments are still high. And what this reflects is like investors, other countries, the world, not believing or just requiring, not believing in the promises of the United States' debt. It's like the simple way to put it. Like they require a bigger interest rate to loan money to the United States. I live in Austin. I consistently see huge price cuts for homes that were much more expensive a year ago. I'm super tempted to get something to the deals I'm seeing. Should I wait out longer? Again, I can't tell you specifics. I don't know. I don't think Melody knows either, but I think based on that conversation, she would tell you at least wait till Q2 26. That's what she would tell you. Because it seems like they're in a process of true hitting the wall. She did call her shot. I do think it's fair to say, like, if you're gonna live in a place for 10 years plus, at the end of the day, fuck it, like, whatever. You'll ride it out, you want to live, but it is the biggest financial purchase of your life. And I do think prices are materially too high right now. They're not real. I couldn't get my graphs to show correctly, and then she didn't get to show her graphs, but I'm gonna show them anyway. Fuck it. The typical US renter is older than they've ever been. 70% of the US population is age 30 or older, an all-time high. And that is because young people are just living with parents more. So not only normally around your
Fuck, I hate that other graph that it doesn't show young people who don't have kids. Percentage of U.S. renter population age 30 plus.
your 30s, you'd be able to buy a house. But the age of first-time homebuyers has hit 40.
Okay, things are fucked for since COVID. This is true. Things have been really weird since COVID.
Which is absolutely fucking insane. First-time homebuyer at 40. We are just denying people the normal markers of life that they have been promised. Around your 20s and 30s where you can get a home, start a family. We are just pushing that out.
Like, just think, I'm sorry. I know, listen, I love you, my Americans, okay? But, like, just think about what he's saying. The promise of life in the 20s after college, you will buy a house. That's that's just...
So literally...
We can do it, but you're going to have to make other sacrifices.
40, which is like late career, bro. That's crazy. No wonder people are fucking pissed. Oh, perfect graph too. So I want to kick off here. Look, in 20, 21, 22. If the yellow line is above the blue line, that means there's more buyers than sellers. This is what people were thinking of when times were fucking good. When housing prices were rocketing up. There was so
Times are good for who, though? Because this is probably when you're putting the most upward pressure on rents and housing prices, right?
many fucking buyers. It was a seller's market, dude. They could raise the price every damn week. They could be very picky. There was lines out the door for every open house. Now that slowed down in 23 and 24, basically no transactions. And now we're seeing rising sellers.
That's good for you, though, if you're buying, right?
More and more sellers, desperate sellers. They can't find a buyer. They have to keep cutting the prices. And I think this is what Melody's talking about. This is only going to go up. I think the most interesting thing from our conversation is that it's not just the riskiest borrowers. I like this graph too. It's my last graph. This is serious delinquency, 90 days plus on student loans by age. Recently, this year, we talked about it. You have to pay student loans again. It's fucking skyrocket. I'm sure a lot of you.
Dog, come on. Hello. It's in front of you. Come on. Wait, hello.
90 days plus on student loans by age. Recently, this year, we talked about it. You have to pay student loans again. It's fucking skyrocket. I'm sure a lot of you are not paying your student loans. Just based on the math. A lot of you have student loans and you're just saying, fuck it, I'm not paying. Anyway, at least our government's functioning tip-top shape. So whatever challenges may come, we've got the best and the brightest on the case. And the government is open for business and they're working together in a bipartisan way to solve our problems. So at the very least.
Okay. That was what a wild ride. Oh, hi, what's up?
Hey, excuse me. Hey, everybody, it's Kafka. Real quick on what you were just talking about. Would you say that like the whenever you're saying like your house that you're living in is not a good investment, would you say that's like a similar phrase, or like you compare it to like Social Security isn't a good investment
No.
in so much as like, okay, because to me, I feel like whenever you tell someone, when you hear someone say like your house is a good investment, it's like in an incredibly paternalistic way in which I don't trust this person to save for their retirement. Sure, but
Yeah, but
outside
so
of,
the
like,
issue is even as retirement, it's just not a great. The reason why housing is not like just the best investment. There's not a lot of liquidity involved, and you're
Right.
dramatically overexposed to not even a single sector, but a single asset. So you can't pull money
It's-
out of it to buy other stuff. You kind of can, but you have to do it with debt servicing, which sucks. It mandates life decisions, right? If I'm overexposed to the S&P 500, it doesn't mean I also have to live in one spot for my entire life. But for a house, I'm kind of stuck there. There is cost incurred to owning a home, and I could theoretically look at a roller coaster of cost depending on. I could have 5 years where nothing happens. I could have 1 year where my AC breaks in the summer, my heater breaks in the winter, and then my fucking roof is leaking, and I know I've got foundation issues, right? So it's just, in terms of like an investment, it's just not the best thing. It's nice, I guess, if you can buy a house and have a place to live, and you're also like gaining equity at the same time is nice, but people dramatically over-index on the, it's a great investment. Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, almost all of it. It's just to me, like I've met enough like uneducated or just people that are not able to invest because they just can't understand it, but they know that they own their house and they're like, we intend whenever we hit retirement age to sell it, downsize to something, and the money from it will help in our retirement. And it was a conversation where it's like, I could give all the reasons you just gave and tell them what good investment is, but they would never take that advice. They can understand like the physical house they own, they're putting money into it, and they will sell it later and get money back. It's kind of like in the same way that Social Security is like, I can make. There's a lot of arguments for why we should be allowed to not like if I was given the money that I
Yeah,
put
if you
in my
want to make the
Social Security,
argument
I'd
that like
invest
people
better.
should just use it as a primary investment vehicle because they're too dumb to do anything else. I mean, I guess you can say that, but I would rather we can push on the culture there. Like everybody in Europe doesn't do it
yes.
that way, so I don't think Americans are uniquely genetically predisposed towards home ownership as their primary investment vehicle. Like,
I agree. I definitely agree. It's just like I've met enough of those of people like that in my life where it was like I agree with what your points are, especially when talking with chat. It's just like I've also met the people where it's like if they didn't have this, they would literally retire and have nothing because they would have just spent all their money.
yeah, but then when they retire with their home, it's not like people downsize. I don't think people normally downsize homes as well. Like,
I think I agree with you. Like in the vast majority of cases, that's true. But like just I know people that have. So it's like just a thing that I've seen, but I don't think it's a count against you at all. I just wanted to make sure I understood your perspective, at least in like the paternalistic aspect of it. One other thing that I came on to just chat with you about, I saw in your notes for the Lead the Rose debate that you discussed, or I don't know if you did, but you wanted to discuss like the criminal investigation of miscarriages due to negligence and stuff like that. Are you like, have you seen that women do get charged for having miscarriages? Like there was a woman in Oklahoma within the last couple of years that got charged for misdemeanor manslaughter for having a miscarriage.
I didn't know that, but
Like,
sure. Okay, yeah.
yeah, so like there's like over the last 15 years there's been like I think I've seen about 1,200 cases. That's what I was reading about. And so like in those cases, what's happening is the woman does meth, which is a misdemeanor. The fetus dies, and they're saying, okay, that fetus died while you were committing a misdemeanor, so now we're going to charge you with the manslaughter. Do you think, like in your view, that's a misapplication of the law? And caveat on there, they only apply that to fetuses that would have been viable outside of the womb, right?
Okay.
So if it's non-viable, then you wouldn't get charged. Do you think that's a misapplication of the law?
Not really. I don't think so. No.
Okay, but so like
They
in
consider
that
it a baby.
case-
I mean, yeah.
Okay, but like Oklahoma does. But I'm just saying, like in your mind, like if it was like a 10-month or a 10-week-old fetus, you'd say that's not manslaughter, right? You would say because of the pre-consciousness thing, right?
Well, as long as you abort it before it becomes whatever, yeah.
Okay. Well, and then there's another like layer of the law where it's like if you intentionally cause a miscarriage in somebody else, do you think that it should be prior to the consciousness there should be a lower charge versus like that cutoff line, then there's a higher charge? Or would you say that at any point if you cause someone else's miscarriage, it should always be charged the same amount?
I think that's a harder thing, but
I agree.
But we're asking a fundamentally different question when we're talking about application of law. So let's say, for instance, let's say that you could take a job where you were going to earn $100,000 and you just accepted the job, but you haven't worked it yet, right? You don't have the $100,000, right? We agree with that. Even if you have the promise of, you don't have it yet, if you doesn't, right? But if I were to do something to damage you such that you were to lose that job, you could theoretically take me to court, civil court, and you could sue me. And part of those damages potentially could be lost future income, even though you don't have it. Because the goal of the court there is to make whole your loss that you incurred, right? Now technically criminal stuff isn't supposed to be the same, but like there's a stronger argument to be made for like depriving a person of the baby they thought they were going to have, right? That's a semi-legitimate purpose of a court here maybe, but that's not necessarily,
Right.
It doesn't mean you've killed a baby that was like a conscious human being, but you have deprived somebody of a being that they thought they were going to have, but the wrong is centered on the person that's alive and you've deprived that person, not the baby themselves, if that makes sense.
No, that's fair. And I think it's, to me, like I think I'm on the same like the same like thought pattern as you. It's just, to me, I would definitely, like if I was in the discussion about it with like a pro-life person or something, I would just make the statement of like I would not put this in the category of like murder or manslaughter or something like that. It's just a separate category. It can have punishments as severe as that. I would just call it something different.
Yeah, you could do
just
that.
because it's like,
And you could
well,
quote the
just because
Bible
it's
doing
like-
it, which is funny too, because in the Bible they put it in a different category, but yeah.
Right. And it's just like, because to me, it's a thing where it's like, I understand that, like, because you can pack things into it, but it's like something can be as bad as murder, and you can punch someone for something as bad as you would if they committed a murder and still not call it a murder, and that's fine. Because I feel like that's kind of a word game that I see get played a lot around that question, where they're like, well, if it's just as bad, then obviously it's the same thing as murder. And it's like, well, no, two things can be equally as bad as each other without being the same thing. So
Sure,
just
that's
wondering, kind of just because I saw that the law aspect in there, and I couldn't remember if that actually came up in the arguments or not. So yeah,
Okay.
I'll let you get back to beating up on people about real estate.
All right, I love you. Be careful.
Oh, love you too. Bye, everybody in chat.
Okay, are you the mortgage guy, Chonkers, or was it the other guy? Wait, which one used the mortgage guy from chat, from YouTube chat? Berserker Guts or the Chonkers 6767?
Oh yeah, that's a me.
That's a me. Okay, Mario, what do you got?
Oh wait, do we go into a different room or?
Yeah, I dragged you up here to my room.
All right, yo. So my view on the mortgage stuff. What you probably let me turn off my AC. You probably would agree with me here. So but I'll just say it. So so yeah, I'm thinking like my view on the whole the whole. Wait. First, is my voice okay?
Like the timbre of your voice or like the quality of your microphone?
Or the quality of my microphone?
It's fine.
All right. So my view is kind of like, so there's like two forces. The force of I guess people wanting to make as much money on their house, and then people wanting to get the lowest price. And I guess my view is that like of course there's going to be a lot of people who think, oh, it's a super good investment, so they'll get in, and then like they will how can I explain this? They might get screwed over by not being able to handle their mortgage. But I guess my view is kind of just like if you are like, it's kind of just like I think the economics of it is like it'll all just work itself out in the end probably, and just like if you get screwed over, then you get screwed over, and then you just got to sell your house and sell it for a loss, and then go rent somewhere. So I'm thinking like it there's like a whole lot of like doomsday people saying like, oh, it's a really bad situation, but my view is whatever happens is just gonna freaking happen, and then I don't think things are gonna like get all completely thrown into a dumpster, and then I don't think there's gonna be like super what's the word? I don't think there's going to be like a super apocalypse or anything. It's just market forces, and if you get screwed over, you made a bad idea, or you made a bad choice, and then you just got to sell and take the loss, and then just rent somewhere. And then also, I'll be honest, I wasn't the guy in chat. I just wanted to like
Berserker Guts, wake the fuck up. It was you. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Were you the guy in chat?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Turn off my stream.
Yep. Okay, so the reason the house market is so fucked is because in 2020, the price is real.
Okay, hold on. No. Come on. Stop. Your internet or something. Your internet.
Building a new house.
Stop. I don't know if you're on a cell phone connection, you're driving, or if you're in a building, but your internet connection is super fucked. So find a more stable place or Wi-Fi. I'll give you a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Try again. Or I don't know if are you driving, or are you in a building, or?
Yeah.
Okay, because it sounds like I can't tell if it's an internet thing or your mic is just getting cut off. I think it was internet lag, but.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you kind of, yeah.
See. Okay.
Okay, try again.
Is this better?
Yep.
Sorry, hang on. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, go for it.
All right. So the reason the housing market's been so fucked is because pricing increased for materials, drastically increased in 2020. You had sheet of plywood went from like $48 where I live to like $108.
Mm-hmm.
So the cost of building new homes drastically increased.
Okay.
But the problem comes in is now, like where I live in bumfuck nowhere. You have houses that the bank is only assessing them at like $15,000, but the realtors want to sell it for like $120,000, which is insane.
Well, I mean, eventually they'll have to sell it for less, right?
Eventually they'll have to sell it. I mean, they don't have to sell to me or anybody, but I mean, they'll eventually have to sell it. Like, just because I don't think the people that actually are like eventually they'll have to sell, because I don't think people are just want to keep constantly paying property taxes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, there's always like price, like buyer. There's always a little bit of a, gap between buyers and sellers, right? And if, I mean, when those gaps grow in certain directions, it's a buyer's market or a seller's market. So I mean, like eventually the price will have to come down if people can't afford it, right?
Yes, but there might be a solution that could actually help speed things along a little bit, so we're not just constantly in a seller's market
Okay.
for long periods of time, and that's to do it like the UK does, and basically give people like a 100-year like program. So when you buy a house or a piece of property, it is yours to do whatever you want to for 100 years. After that 100 years expires, it goes back on the market, and your family can rebuy it, but otherwise it just goes back to government and goes back to be able to be sold again.
That's an idea. I have no idea how that would work in the US because we don't do anything like that. I don't know how that works out in the UK, but okay.
And that's what I've been trying to figure out, is because a lot of people around here where I live, everybody's conservative, MAGA, like extreme, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, all that good stuff. Nobody wants to come off these land properties that their families have owned for hundreds of years now. And it kind of sucks because, like, my own family has also been in the area for quite a while now. Doesn't really have access to that land just as well as, like, the people that are coming in can't get access to the land to open up new businesses that will make, like, our economy flourish in our local state government. But the problem is the older people want to jack up the price to unreasonable amounts. Like, it is not even like the land itself or the property itself isn't worth what they're asking for. Even before 2020, they were doing this. And we're having problems, and, like, nobody's wanting to talk about this. Like, I don't know why. It's a problem in my area. I live, like, in a small city in Georgia, and it's just fucked. I don't know what to do about it. But people are so fucking ignorant about it and don't want to talk about it and actually come up with actual solutions. And I have been, like, racking my brain over this for a while now.
I mean, if they're selling for, nobody can force you to sell your property, right? If they don't want to sell for a certain price, they have the right to do that. But I mean, eventually, if there's a lot of people selling, it's a buyer's market technically. If people aren't buying, then you just wait for prices to come down, right? They should at some point, assuming that people don't want to just waste their money.
I feel like you're right, but it just seems kind of fucked because, I mean, wow, what if they just keep going up as they have? I mean, what just, oh well, better luck next time, find somewhere else.
I mean, can you force people to sell their property? Is that what you do?
Well, that's the kind of the incentive of why I was thinking about, like, possibly frozen legislation, especially in, like, my local government, for, like, a 100-year program, because I live up around a bunch of farmers, and even the farmers are like, well, we'll just lease the property because we can't even make profit off of it anymore. And it's really fuck farmers. All right, let me be very clear about that. But
okay,
you can't force them to sell, I guess. No, but, like, it's just, I don't feel like there's a solution to this. You know what I mean?
Sure. Unironically, there's a thing called land value tax that actually would kind of address this, but okay, I'll keep this in mind. All right. Thanks
also, I totally called it. Donald Trump was behind Epstein. I called it when we had this topic of debate, and you said that I don't know how true that is, and then lo and behold, it comes back up. Donald Trump visited Epstein a week before he died. Fucking called it.
Damn, he probably poisoned him then, right?
He probably went in there and was like, "Look, Epstein, you gotta bite the bullet for me, buddy."
Maybe. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Have a good one, man.
All right, you too.
Okay. Is this a streamer girl or is this a different person? Or Miss Gift posts a new video outside of the Beverly Hills courthouse. Okay. Okay. Trump promises $2,000 tariff checks by mid-2026. There's no shot that's happening. I don't believe that. Brian Kaplan, I'm debating Matt Brunig for the Econo Boy channel on Friday. Topic, what is the best policy response to poverty? Interesting. Game of the Year nominees at this year's Games Award, or Game Awards: Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hades 2, Silk Song, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Uh-oh. Where's the Ark Raiders thing? Uh-oh. Donkey Kong Bonanza? Was that a really big console game, maybe? Find it strange despite how well Hades 2 was in reviews. There's been such little discussion on it over X compared to the rest of the games on this list. No Ark Raiders? There you go, all you Expedition 33 fans. I hope they win so that we don't have any explosive, hateful tweets. I like that, like, I feel like RPG players are in our own... Like, I speak with a lot of disdain for people that play sports games. Nothing is worse than, like, you go to some guy's house when you were a kid, and he's like, oh, he's got an Xbox. Oh, shit, he's got 2. We can set it up. And they're like, yeah, bro, I've got NBA Jam. It's like, oh... Like, I'm not even playing video games at this point. It's the fucking... We might as well just go outside and play half court. If we're going to fucking... Why would I play a sports video game? So boring. But I imagine they probably feel the same way about RPG players. Like, wow, your gay anime character's dancing on the screen with numbers. Congratulations, so much fun. Wow, what did you do? You attacked for the 15th turn in a row? Wow, good job, bro. And then FPS players probably feel, yeah, you just... we all hate each other. Why is it this doesn't work sometimes? What the fuck? This guy is schizo spamming. Stop.
Down in history. You know, I never seen so many stupid liberals in my life. You have a president that's going to go down in history as one of the greatest presidents in American history. You have a president that got the guts to go against this global order. One they used to call it New World Order.
Yeah.
That's the order of the globalists. And you got a president that's going against that and trying to fight for the American people and bring back jobs to America that has been outsourced to all these other places for decades. And he's trying to bring it back, and you folks don't want that. He's trying to free up jobs that's been taken over by illegal immigrants, and you guys don't want that, meaning the liberal, the socialist, the Marxist party. But guess what? Donald Trump and the Republican Party continue to fight on, folks, and we're going to stand behind them. You got a lot of folks that's leaving that party. Oh, yes, you do. People that got skin color like me, don't haul ass from the Socialist Marxist Party called the Democrats. You see, these folks are a lawless party, and they demonstrating it every day. So when they talk about January 6th, let's talk about what they're doing every day right now. Don't even mention January 6th no more, liberals. You don't have no room to even bring that up when you guys creating chaos and violence in all these major cities in America. So just shut your ass up. We don't want to hear from you no more. Matter of fact, we want y'all to just go away. Go away. Because you're not going to run the next election. That's going to belong to the Red Hats. Y'all enjoy your day. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Liberals. Libcucks. Jesus. I have more in real estate than you have in worthless mog money, LeMayo. Fuck out of here. By the time I'm your age, I'll have 10x more than you. I should have did the world a favor and kidnapped/murdered you. Going to the Faze house. Saw Faze rain. Jesus Christ. Is that a Faze child? No, that's Jack Doherty or whatever, right? This is an American Costco. This is what unchecked immigration has done to this country since the 1965 Immigration Act. I will say this was, I think, was Farha part Indian. I don't know what it is. There's some gene that Indians have for hair. Indians just have ungodly, amazing hair. It's like, look at this beautiful. I don't know if this guy's Indian or not, but oh my God, what's going on here? These guys just have unbelievable, unfathomably crazy hair. What is the point of this video? There's just a lot of Indians? Is it? Not the men? Maybe. True, all my Indian friends' kids have full heads of hair like 3 months old. It's insane. I just realized I might be over-indexing on what I see in media because it's not like I see a bunch of I'm not saying like poor Indians. Maybe they probably don't have great hair, I guess. I don't know. Wait, did I go over some stream? I tweeted this the other day. I think I just had a fucking epiphany. You guys know that H-1B visas, these are high-skill immigrants, right? I feel like I saw some people on Twitter talking about it, and I just had this like realization. Do people think that H-1B visas are for low-skill workers? Did we talk about this on stream? These are not low, these are always high-skill workers. I can't tell if, I don't know if the average MAGA person knows this or not. Why is he returning all this food? I don't know, ask him. Is he actually returning the food? This guy's got milk in here. Is he really returning this? Maybe they're in line to return one thing. Or maybe they're just chatting with somebody. What is this? They should just circle random ones and be like, illegal immigrant, illegal immigrant, illegal immigrant. Is your barometer for high skill requiring a college degree? I've seen them get hired for entry-level software jobs regularly. I'm sorry, hold on. I just got to remind myself, I love my audience. I love my audience and I love you. Even if it's entry-level software jobs, software work is high-skill labor. What do you think high-skill labor means? Do you think it means you're like CEO only? Like, it's okay. Stop. Okay. Like maybe 5% are doctors and engineers. You don't have to be a doctor to be a high. I'm pretty sure anything that's not like menial labor that you can go and pick up in like a week is considered high skill labor. Like working service jobs or whatever, or working yeah, it's not gonna be considered high skill. If you have to go to school for it, it's almost certainly going to be, I'm a blue collar nurse. Shut the fuck up. Stop one-guying me. Stop one-guying me. This is almost super based. Well, no, it is super based. However, I wish he wouldn't have given a 3-day heads up. X's head of product, Nikita Bayer, announced mandatory country flags on accounts will be available within 72 hours. It's been like a month heads up. Well, they've said they were thinking about it in the past, but I don't know. The one other thing I would consider, although maybe I don't know how I would feel about this, is making a law that you're not allowed to sell VPNs to people outside of the country. But I don't know. I feel like that infringing on stuff like that might be not good, but have you watched Mantis Wave's new video responding to your takes about him? No, who the fuck is Mantis Wave? That's pronounced beer? Or maybe they could just flag VPN IPs. I think that'd be acceptable too. You mean Mantis Wave? Legendary, self-own. Destiny accidentally debunks himself.
Hey, internets.
Hey.
So when going through my backlog and back search, war with Canada has been especially unnecessary. The Doge cuts weren't anywhere near enough. The cuts to government spending that he has done have been milquetoast at best. And of course we saw a continuation of Biden's policy where Israel is supposedly entitled to infinity plus $1 billion American taxpayer dollars. But lastly, and most importantly, is that he's kind of done the typical two-party have criticized the dependent.
Oh no.
So this is what I consider to be Destiny's weirdest argument in the entire video. He's saying that he didn't rule out military. Trump to clarify again by asking him simple loaded questions such as, would you rule out military or economic coercion? Which of course Trump
This is such an old video. I was still on Factorio.
won't rule out, especially since they said military or economic, which actually includes a lot of things to rule out. But then journalists
You understand that you can respond with a full sentence. Why is this guy pretending like Donald Trump would reasonably rule out, like he got tricked by the grammar? The grammar police showed up and tricked him into not being able to answer a question coherently?
reported as only saying that he didn't rule out military. They conveniently leave out the part of the conversation where they were also having an either or factor in there in regards to economic methods. And this is where we can kind of identify
Oh no, not the either or trap. Oh no.
So this is what I consider to be Destiny's weirdest argument in the entire video. Because what he's basically arguing here is that because someone doesn't respond perfectly to a loaded gotcha question from a journalist, that somehow means that the assumptions of the loaded question magically become correct.
It's a loaded question because it's testing where your mind is at for something. If I was getting married to somebody and they were like, hey, so just curious, do you think that physical violence is acceptable in a relationship? And I'm like, I don't think I would necessarily take anything off the table for negotiating with my partner. That's a mega sussy baka answer. And it's right to look at that as a mega sussy baka answer. When somebody's asking the United States of America, would you invade a fucking country? Isn't this guy supposed to be a libertarian? And you don't give a clear and resounding, of course not. We would always respect the sovereignty of other countries, especially fucking allies.
No, that's not how it works. That's a very typical fallacy. Journalists ask loaded questions like this all become correct. Perfectly to a loaded gotcha question from a journalist, that somehow means that the assumptions of the loaded question magically become correct. No, that's not how it works. That's a very typical fallacy. Journalists ask loaded questions like this all the time. This is kind of media literacy 101 here. They specifically ask people questions that aren't always easy to come up with an on-the-spot answer.
First of all, that wasn't a fallacy. The fallacy just says that, like if I were to say 1 + 1 = 2, because I know, and the reason why I know that is because yesterday I fucked your mom and she said 1 + 1 = 2, and then I fucked your dad and he said 1 + 1 = 3, but your dad is gay and your mom is straight and based, and that's why I know it's true or whatever. Like that's what is that, a genetic? I don't know what fallacy, ad hom something. I know there's some fallacy that counts as. This is a fallacious form of reasoning. However, just because I'm engaging in fallacy, in arguing a conclusion, the conclusion is not necessarily wrong just because the logic is fallacious. That's the fallacy. A fallacy means that you have not supported your conclusion, but the conclusion could still be right for unrelated reasons. That's the fallacy. I don't know how that relates to a journalist asking a loaded question. Also, journalists can ask loaded questions Would you invade your sovereign neighbor is not a loaded question. That we call that in the industry a softball. We call that a layup. That's not a hard question to answer.
And just because you don't come up with an on-the-spot answer, that doesn't mean that you just get to assume that whatever the journalist was injecting into the conversation magically becomes true. That's typical journalist spin. That's why you kind of need to be aware of how journalists spin things in order to understand the world. And that point just seems to completely fly over Destiny's head somehow. A poor response to a journalist doesn't mean that you should now take it seriously that we might actually be invading Greenland, because we're not. Which honestly, again, now it's kind of obvious that we're not invading Greenland. It's pretty obvious that I was right on this point.
That's a fallacy, by the way. That's one of the worst and most dumbest fallacies you can do is a retrospective, results-oriented analysis. Like, oh, since this thing ended up being, I guess this is almost like the reverse of the fallacy. Since the result ended up being a certain way, then my prior rationalization to get to that result must have been true and correct. That's not true at all. Yeah, and I guess we're not necessarily invading Greenland right now, although we can't rule that out. But that might be because we're too busy getting ready to invade Venezuela.
Looking back on things. Again, nobody's talking about this possibility anymore because we've kind of moved on. And so for this next clip, I'm just going to skip to the next subject because I think I've made my point here. That's kind of how the bad faith starts to manifest. You see that they are obsessed with Donald Trump, but they refuse to try and seriously understand where the man is coming from.
You just said that we can't seriously understand it because he might just say shit that's a fucking meme. How are we supposed to understand that? How do you make sense of that?
You know, this is actually a good question. How do you understand someone who's kind of an epic memer? And well, the answer is actually kind of simple, and it kind of goes to basic human interaction and how you understand people in general, which is the age-old advice of ignoring what people say and watching what people do. You see, Donald Trump, when you actually look at his policies and what he passes, you begin to realize that he's really just a 1980s and 1990s moderate. That's why
I can't. I'm good. I don't need to be. I don't need this one guy right now in my life. This graph has been floating around every couple months, arguing that the top 10% of earners account for 50% of consumption. Anyone familiar with economic statistics should intuitively feel it must not be right. By Matt Bruenig. Oh no. Bruenig's usually pretty smart. I think, ooh, but he deleted. Would you really intuitively feel? I guess it depends on what you mean by consumption. Because I'm sure top 10% people consume more, and maybe consume more like cost of things. But like if, let's say a wealthy person buys a $900,000 house and a poor person buys a $100,000 house, would you say that the wealthy person has consumed 50% or 90%? I just don't know how it's being measured, I guess. First, why does it feel wrong? The top 10% get about 50% of pre-tax income, but they get 30 to 37% of disposable income after tax and transfers, depending on the source. And we know the rich have a higher savings rate, so consume a lesser share of their income. Please someone link Destiny the Cutie Center crash out. We'll get there. Why do I feel like I get so fucked on my taxes. Top 1% average tax rate, 26.09%. I feel like I'm in the fucking high 30s, low 40s. What the fuck? I need more kids. Their AGI is post-tax? Your adjusted gross income. No, the AGI is your pre-tax income, right? Okay. Together, these facts mean that the top 10% cannot be 50% of consumption. They do not even receive 40% of disposable income. And with consumption income ratios decreasing in income, must account for less than 40% of consumption. Wait, why does it feel wrong? The top 10% get 50% of pre-tax income. They get 30 to 37% of disposable income after tax or transfers. Number of returns, gross income, share of total AGI. What am I? Post-tax income shares. Top 10% US. Post-tax income shares. So this is saying the top 10% have 36 to 37% of all post-tax income share. Okay. Okay. I think that this argument is correct. Okay, that argument is big retard. Until someone posts a better tweet, I'm gonna assume that. What is this? My boyfriend's reaction to getting our first apartment.
2, 3, 2, 1. We got approved! We got approved! Let's have sex! Let's have sex!
Steven!
Let's have sex!
Get off of me!
Right. We got approved! Woo! Baby, we got approved!
What are you doing?
I don't know. We got approved. Woo! All right. Cool. We should probably start looking at furniture. Ready?
Okay. Donk 1v5 to stay alive in the game. 1v5? No way could he do it. Impossible.
Oh man, they still say separate at this. Oh, so solid. Locks this down.
No way. He can't possibly do it.
Moment, but here's
Oh!
oh! Okay,
Hold on.
towards outer, damage onto the op. And now ZywOo slides away.
No fast moves.
Donk gets into the back of the site. This is a 1v5.
He can sense the
Oh,
fear.
with the bomb.
Rotation around for ZywOo. He's calculating, moving slowly, but with conviction.
Oh man, they still say separate. This would be huge.
It's not even on AK. What is it?
For the
I don't remember the name of
pickoff
the shitty
into
gun.
heaven from
Allele?
Hunters. He's
Akil?
gonna
Something?
Stay in Squeaky. The decision he has to make.
Donk comes back.
Galil?
ZywOo, remember, full health over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex
Oh!
to him.
Wait, isn't this an old clip? I feel like we've seen this before, haven't we? How old is this? 3 days ago? Did somebody else get a similar ace here? Or no, it was last weekend.
Time's ticking.
Oh!
Clashes and kills the
All clips look the same.
Call him the Kalashnikov. Always reliable Russian rifling. All on his own, and Nuke keeps going.
It's kind of crazy that like CS kind of perfected, maybe, or kind of sort of has perfected. I don't know if you say perfected. They obviously have a very good gameplay thing going on with.
Just watch and enjoy.
Like you always go back to Counter-Strike. Like a new flavor of the week, FPS comes out, and then you go back to Counter-Strike. CS:GO player count. What is it? Steam charts or what's the Steam DB? What is the? That's crazy. Oh wait, that's Counter-Strike 2. I don't know how this compares to CS:GO or whatever, but I imagine it's higher now, right? But even CS2 is like the gameplays. I imagine I could probably start playing and be, you know, global elite again. Oh yeah, this is the same chart because it's 2016. This wasn't out, yeah. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna. What is this? DNC thing. Who we serve. African Americans, Americans with disabilities, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, Democrats abroad, ethnic Americans, Latinos, faith community, LGBTQ plus community, Native Americans, rural Americans, seniors and retirees, small business community, union members, veterans, women, young people, and students. What am I supposed to take from this? Is this bad? How do you not know the Galil, what the Galil is when you did research on Israel? Usually they just, God saved them, always. They didn't need guns. They just needed prayer.
You may remember me from...
Shut up, Ben. What is this?
Yeah, sure.
Also, wait, when you do this, I'm adjusting my mic settings real quick. Hold on one sec so they can hear you. Hold on.
Cool. Do you want us to do like a test 1, 2, 3?
No, you're good. It's a quick adjustment for Mega Man. Hold on one sec. Dusty, you have no answer to this. If property is such a bad investment, why are the largest asset management companies buying up single-family homes at record rates? Are you not interested in making a profit? Hey, when those people are buying the homes, they're not just looking for the appreciation of the asset value, they're also having cash flow. Because they're living in those homes. Other people live in those homes, you fucking retard. They're not just buying homes and moving in. You think that BlackRock buys homes for the fucking CEO and the employees who are moving to the fucking houses? They're renting to other people, you dipshit. You're not renting your house out. You're not buying a house like BlackRock. You're buying a house like Broke Rock. Hey, bro. Okay. Broke Rock. That was a good one. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, Trump, tariff, we saw that. Ending property taxes for primary homesteaded residents of Florida residents will not lead to the rich buying everything up. I saw this. Wanting to get rid of property tax in Florida. Republicans just don't want to fund anything. We just want to have no government, I guess. Based kings. Justin, McDonald's sees record surge in job applicants as crypto market continues free fall. Nice correlation. Manifest reality. Just cucking it. Look at the S&P 500 within the past 2 hours. Down 1 point. Okay. The Melody Wright interview is great and a bit scary. Oh, why the fuck is he tweeting this? I guess we just support oligarchical corporate crypto or corporate, what is it, corpo fascism? I don't know. Or I guess fascism or whatever. When she mentioned the Airbnb bros abusing government housing subsidies was really upsetting, and on the same topic, learning that veterans got caught up in it too was really sad. Excuse me? The Airbnb bros were abusing it, but veterans got caught up in it? No, they would have been abusing it too by her logic. The last 12 minutes when she started talking about the FHA stuff went a lot over my head, but it sounded scary. I actually found it pretty questionable. Wright claimed there wasn't a housing shortage due to the nationwide ratio of people to houses, but this is obviously irrelevant. What matters is the ratio in a specific city. Nobody's claiming there's a housing crisis in rural Indiana, but in big cities, my understanding is that housing construction is not caught up with demand. The fact that she made such a misleading claim about such a simple issue made me question everything else she said, even if I don't have evidence against it. Personally, I wouldn't be shocked to see housing prices decrease, just given A, the huge spike during the pandemic, and B, higher interest rates, but I'm not convinced major metro areas wouldn't benefit from a significant increase in housing supply. To be 100% fair, she also talks about depopulation in major city suburbs and entire luxury developments being completely empty. Remote work is really taking off for the jobs still hiring, while the prominence of the current big cities is less valuable each year. Is that true? I feel like I'm vibing this, but I thought we spiked on remote work in like 2022, and then for some reason every motherfucker wanted to like bring everybody back to the office. I feel like it's been like declining for the past few years. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe new hires are all remote or something. Yeah, it feels like a lot of people do hybrid these days. You motherfuckers, you disgust me. You disgust me, you hybrid workers. That's hard for me. I have to go into the office 2 days a week. Somebody said that to me, a Zoomer said that to me. I have to go into the office 2 days a week, so it's hard for me to do. Oh my God. Oh my God. Says you. I don't get to do remote work at all. I'm always on site, motherfucker. What are you talking about? I live at my job, if anything. Mm-hmm. Okay. Butthole puckering clip. Jesus. I could do that. Not even scary. I would simply roll when I land, like in Zelda. Like when Zelda rolls when he lands. Okay, hold on. I got so many random things I opened. I'm just getting through them. What is this? I finally saw Peak. Slam Frank. Oh, Anne Frank. Slam Frank. Really sad I'm missing the show. I wanted to catch it, but couldn't think of who I should go with. Well, who did they go with? 600 likes. Why did you even... Okay. It's almost like tariffs increase prices. Trump, food tariff cuts will lower prices. Do you ever have like people's profile pics, or do you ever have things that you see and you know that you're seeing them incorrectly in your head, but you just like always, you just like have accepted it? This Aaron Rupert guy, let's see who's mind connected with me. Can anybody think of what I always see Aaron Rupert as? Does anybody know? One man, one person in here is mind melded with me. One person is mind melded. Where are you? Where is my mind meld? Anybody? Nobody. I see, fuck, I don't know if I can find the old, like, circle pic for it, but I see Skarner. Anybody else? Fuck, what did the Skarner icon used to look like in, like, the, when it was in the circle in League, when somebody would choose him as, like, a champion? Oh, kind of like this. I feel like it looked something like this. It wasn't a circle. This. Every time I see this Aaron Rupert guy, I just always see Skarner. I know it's not him, and if I think about it for like half a second, like I know that's not Skarner, but I just always see Skarner. When you wake up to your neighbor playing this banger at 11 a.m. on a Sunday. True. This is one of my favorite vids of them. Of what?
It was one of the first things I really worked on when
Is this our queen?
in London. And I had never danced that much, and it was some of the most fun I've ever had. I really wanted to. And it was one.
No, that's a singer. Okay, I don't know what it is. It's the chicks from Wicked. Oh. Okay, don't care.
In fiscal year 20.
Oh, God. Do I want to get triggered by that? Trump gunman Thomas Crooks used they-them pronouns. Obsessed with furries. New York Post. Uh-oh. Texas A&M police removed a Texas state trooper from his game assignment following an incident in which he made physical contact with two South Carolina players during Saturday's game. Wait.
That is track speed.
Why is he walking? What is... Okay. Okay. That guy's got the cop genome. Apparently, the Obsessed with Furries was literally just owning a DeviantArt account. Not sure on the source, but very funny if true. I mean, who else has DeviantArt accounts except for furry obsessors? Flipping the eggs. Oh my god, he's a god. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Metascore, 84. User score, 1.6. The difference is wild. Was Blop 7 bad, or... Oh, Asmongold. In the best interest of the users, the people who actually matter. Thanks for putting that in parentheses. These websites should stop creating separate categories for critic reviews. The value of critic reviews is non-existent, and the damage is evident. They should be aggregated with all other users. What is the damage? Rotten Tomatoes has always had separate categories. Black Ops 7's campaign is being compared to brain rot.
Fire on it! Do some damage!
Is the guy like a high, or is this a nightmare scene, or?
Shoot it! Shoot that son of a bitch!
Does Call of Duty do bullet sponges? Destiny, it's classic. Usually reviewers have only a couple of hours of playtime. Since game devs know this, they make sure that the first hours of a game are really good. I guess. I get the feeling that I just don't trust anything I read on any game reviewer shit. I need like people. I only trust people. Are there still like game reviewers? Like, you remember the days of like Total Biscuit? I'm sure they exist. I just don't watch these channels. But are there still channels like that? Like Donkey doesn't barely puts up videos, no? Like Donkey or Total Biscuit, where people will like play games and review them, people trust their takes on it. ACG and Skill Up, Angry Joe Show. Mandalore Gaming for old games. Donkey's been churning them out lately. Oh, does he? I don't know if there's a way to enforce it, but I really don't like it. Maybe I'm just sensitive. This might just be an emotional take of mine, and maybe I just need to get over it, because maybe you could apply it to other technologies. But this happens interpersonally sometimes. When people send me something that's very obviously written by an AI, I kind of get offended, because I'm like, if you didn't even take maybe this is me being too self-important. Well, no, my time is valuable. Like, if you didn't even take the time to write this, why the fuck should I take the time to read this? That's the feeling I get. So when I'm reading websites, if I can tell something's been written by names, like, you didn't even give a fuck to write this. So why the fuck would I waste my time reading it? I don't know, that bothers me. But I guess it would just depend, I think, on the type of thing I'm reading, I guess. If it was like a financial report or something and it was like compiled by AI, then I don't care. I guess I wouldn't care. I'm just there for information. But if I'm looking for something more personal, like I need to know what you think about a thing, and I can tell it's like an AI generated thing. I'm like, why? I could just ask Grok at that point, you know? Like the website should just be newyorktimes.com/game review, and then it's just like, this is the prompt you should put into Grok, or ChatGPT's like, okay, got it. Josh Strife reviews Expedition 33 in 33 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Jesus. The biggest problem I have with AI writing for people is they don't put any effort into getting rid of the word padding it does. Sure. Did Destiny steal his take on diagnosticians from Dr. House himself?
I'm a diagnostician. Find out what's wrong with people and I fix it.
Don't all doctors do that?
Based. But no, I think I read that a long time ago because they have like a department of but like everything about House, the department they're in, and his like that's just a fake thing. It's not real, but that is in the show too. Good job. I need your input on if mods should be paywallable discourse. Patreon has completely ruined modding. Modding used to be a mutually beneficial, community-driven thing. So many people now greedily charge for mods, willing to risk companies Nintendo to come after modding the same way they did Emulatio because you're profiting from their work.
Run to me,
I feel like the issue, people waste so much money on so much retarded shit. Like if you DoorDash a single meal in the entire year, ever, like just one meal all year, and you were not willing to pay $4.99 for a mod that I spend like 500 hours of work on, I think I would kill myself. And then you were to make a Twitter thread about it, I think I would be so mad. I don't know. You should get this for your background. It would look pretty cute for your board. Nixie Shop Web Store. Oh, these are kind of cool, but I don't... Oh, actually, this would kind of match my vibe. Because I have that, like, the tube thing over here. Maybe. I don't know. I'll put that in my thing. We'll see. I think the issue is charging for other people's IP, like Labubu in this case. The same modder made a similar thing with Balatro. Oh, shut the... Nobody gives a fuck about that. That's such a cringe argument. People, all of a sudden, the most moral fucking intellectual property respecters come out when they... And it's literally it's just because they don't want to spend money on anything. I don't know. I think that's cringe. Have you followed the DoorDash fake sexual assault drama? No, I feel like I heard about this, but I don't think I... Would you tell your family member their significant other was cheating on them if you knew? Yeah, of course.
Our whole world carries the burden.
This is really a 3-hour and 33-minute review? Jesus. Okay. I think the new camera is really desaturated. Yeah, I think I have the video settings different, but the colors I think are probably more accurate. I think I had a LUT on before that wasn't as accurate. I think these are like pretty real colors. Like I'm pretty white. Well, I look kind of red. No, I feel like it's pretty accurate. Fuck you. Is going to a strip club cheating if your wife isn't okay with it? Why are you guys all asking this? Probably, yeah? Is this related to something? Did somebody go to a strip club? Oh, is this a Mr. Mooten thing? Or did somebody... Why are people putting his... Dan disagrees? How is going to a strip club would not be considered cheating, especially if you agreed not to? I would almost say, well, I mean, it also depends. If you agreed not to, that's pretty bad. But if you, if it's like, if you're relatively openish people, calling it cheating, calling it, I mean, cheating is relative. Different people consider different things. It kind of depends. Like, I feel like you're just arguing over the semantics of the word at that point. Like, if you were in a very conservative-ish relationship, I think there are people that would absolutely consider going to a strip club like a form of cheating. But if it's like more open and you guys just haven't talked about it and somebody goes and then the partner doesn't like it, I don't know if they call that cheating. Mr. Mooten thinks they should tell the family because they are being fucked over due to the drama it caused. But some people don't know it happened, so they think Peach and Mooten are overreacting. Peach argues to Mooten they shouldn't make a big deal and just have Christmas at home. Mooten thinks they should tell the family because they are being fucked over. Who's they? The family's being fucked over, or Mooten or Peach are being fucked over due to the drama it caused, but some people don't know it happened. So they think Peach and Mooten are overreacting. Peach argues to Mooten they should make a big deal and just have Christmas at home. It's very complicated. New York DoorDash driver arrested after sharing video of naked customer passed out in his own home. I've heard like this. I just don't know exactly what happened. Driver's been busted on felony charges.
All right.
After filming a half customer passed out on his couch.
I'm not going to explain this correctly enough, and people are going to fucking...
Wait, why don't I just wait for Mooten to come in and explain it then?
Where is he?
Oh, he'll show up eventually. He's like a fucking hungry cat. Okay, where did she post this video at? TikTok? Did she have a popular TikTok account, or was it like her own like personal one? There's like, obviously you should never do this, but like there's a world where like if you just have like a small social media account and you see some crazy shit and you post it and you don't expect it to like escape your, like you shouldn't do it. But like I can understand somebody doing that and it's like, probably. And then, but then it like explodes and you're like, oh fuck, she got unlucky and it went viral. Yeah, I'm like, but if she had a TikTok account that she had, was like had more than 10,000 followers or something on them.
That's fucked up.
She only accused, okay, what is this? Hold on. She dropped the food off, guys. Kind of naked in there, okay.
That's fucked up.
Oh.
So I think what's missing from that shit is that we didn't get to see the first like 5 seconds. They weren't recorded. So apparently it's alleged that she opens the door.
Oh, that's mega not cool then. Then in that case, fuck her completely. That's stupid as fuck. Are there retards that think the guy just happened to order food and then get naked and just sleep? Welcome to addiction, my friend. Yeah, some people are fucked in the head. Some people do fucking retarded shit. But if she opened the door, then that's super not. Wait, it's not confirmed she opened the door. The door was slightly cracked. What does slightly cracked mean? Well, now I need to see the video. Type it on YouTube. There's a full video breaking down the drama, and all the deleted videos are in some YouTube content creators that follow the situation. I don't think. Okay, fine. Give me the police report then. Okay, never mind. Too many people in chat are saying way too many different things, so I'm guessing there's no solid proof on this, and everybody's just repeating what they heard the last YouTuber they watch say. Okay. Let's see. However, ring camera footage shows Henderson let herself into the man's house, and police said there's no indication she was encouraged to go in, let alone film. Her own video indicates that the man was incapacitated and unconscious due to alcohol consumption, police said in a statement. The DoorDash driver subsequently posted the video to social media where it drew significant attention. Cops said, according to the DoorDash driver, no claims of being sexually assaulted. Henderson later also accused DoorDash of deactivating her account for no reason. The delivery service, however, made it clear it had no choice given the video she shared while stressing it fully supports workers. Two felony charges? She was like formally charged? Jesus Christ.
There must be proof of her opening the door for that to be the case. Like, because why else would they?
That's still crazy. That's like life ruining. That's insane. Although, I mean, fuck, I wish I could see, like, there are worlds where.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to think about how this would happen, right? Because imagine you're doing DoorDash and it says on the thing, leave it at the door. At what circumstance would you ever be like, oh, I'm going to open this fucking door? I feel like you would never, ever, ever do that. So I think what must have happened is that the door must have been like barely cracked, or like she could see through the window or something like that to the side. But like, why the fuck would you just go and be like, oh, I'm dropping this off. Let me try the fucking door. So the door must have been like almost closed, but not really.
Well, there's several things that could happen. One, for some reason, these fuckers like to knock and whatever. Anyway, I've had people do this to me, even though it clearly says on the thing, leave it door. So they could have fucked up maybe. Number one. Number two.
Oh, you think they knocked on the door and the door opened as a result?
Or maybe. Or the door was a little bit open or something. I don't know. Like, there's so many things. She could have seen it through a window. The door could have been cracked and she'd knocked and then saw something. The door could have been a little bit ajar and she looked at it and saw something and then recorded a video. I don't know. There's like, maybe the screen door was closed and the other door was like ajar. But it's hard to say without seeing. Yeah, I feel like the video would change this quite a bit, but.
I don't even know. So here's what I would say. Even if you could see through the window, I don't think, like, no sane person would ever, like, turn the doorknob to open the door. So I think the door must have been ajar. That's the only explanation, I think.
Maybe, yeah. But then why would she, but that door was open. Why would she push it all the way open? Why film it, though? It makes zero sense. She's literally ultra retarded. I know you guys are on the internet and you guys have perfect foresight and hindsight and that, you know, like, people just do dumb shit sometimes. Especially, I guess it depends on the age, too. But, like, sometimes people see some weird dumb shit. She's 23. Yeah, you see something weird, you fucking take a video, you're like, holy shit, what a weird fucking thing or whatever, and then you send it to friends. Like, it's not good. They shouldn't do it. But, like, dual felonies?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
the idea here.
Damn.
The idea here is that, like, you call a DoorDash person, leave the door wide open, and you're passed out with your fucking cock hanging out the second they drop it off there, and you just hope that it's a woman, I guess.
Well, it's not. If the guy's passed out drunk, the guy's probably an alcoholic.
Well, I guess the assumption is that it's a fake passed out, and he was doing it for sexual gratification.
Did she say that?
She said she was sexually assaulted in the video. Right? The TikTok, yeah. She was like, I went here, I was sexually harassed. Yeah.
Sexually harassed or assaulted?
Which, fuck, I guess that would be assault, right? Showing your dick to someone?
Well, hold on. Watch the original video. Here's the initial account of the event. Hold on. Wait, I don't even know if I can watch this.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes.
People are posting this in chat. According to the police account, the these fucking websites.
Share your screen.
According to the police account, what?
I was gonna say share your screen, so I'm not 10 seconds delayed. But
nope, get
fuck
fucked.
it.
According to the police account, the suspect, it's just hard to do it from my other, because I'm on two computers.
I don't care.
Good.
Go.
According to the police account, the suspect, a 23-year-old woman named Livy Rose Henderson, visited a customer's address on October 12th to deliver food in a contactless drop-off manner. However, she proceeded to open the closed entrance door and went inside. Like, does this mean the closed entrance door, does that mean the screen door? And there was like a heavy door, or?
Where's the video of this? Who is the original video? Where is it?
My chat sucks right now for linking. I don't know why.
Dude, I'm fucking disappointed, okay?
Well, here, hold on.
I'm
We got this.
disappointed. Oh, there it is.
Okay, because here's a screen door. Is there even a main door on this house? No, that's not a screen door. Why did I say that? Wait.
Wait, is there a window?
Yeah, but it looks like the blinds are closed. No, this is a screen door. No, I can't tell. Fuck. I think that's a screen door. This looks like a part we'd put it.
That's fucked up.
Not safe for work, original video. Okay, I can't watch this on stream. Hold on. This is the original one she posts.
Oh. I got it.
That's fucked up. Hey guys.
Okay.
But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know.
In the original video, she said, link what is her original video? I have this 11-second one. Where's the original video? That was the video. It's 4 minutes. With the split screen thing? Jesus. The original is here. It's short. 4.5 minutes. Okay. We're just going to listen.
I'm listening.
The real video shows her opening the door. The new ones are edited. Nabi, roll. You're a permaban from chat if you don't link that video. You've got 1 minute. Nabi, roll. Good luck.
We're going to show up. We're going to roll up. Nabi, roll.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault. Hey,
Oh, she does say sexual assault here.
guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why. They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation providing you the reason why and a link to appeal, and they didn't. So I contacted support, and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why, and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working. I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job, and that was my only way to make money to pay my bills. 3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver.
Victim of
Excuse
SA,
me if you've already
okay.
seen this. This is my 3rd time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is
Oh, that's just fair now. Okay.
why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. And when I arrived at their front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So, hey guys, it's been a minute, a whole 24 hours, I know. But I have an update as of October 16th, 2025. But first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for the overwhelming support and allyship that you've shown me. It's really making me feel so validated and seen and heard, and that's really helping me through this tough time. So I just want to let you guys know I really appreciate the outpouring of support. So the update is, last night I was made aware, a bunch of people started commenting on my pages that DoorDash made a public statement about me on their TikTok story and on their most recent Instagram post in the comment section. And I'm not going to speak too much further on details, but what I am going to say is I and the entire rest of the world found out why I lost my job at the exact same time. I didn't find out before you guys. I'm just letting you know this right now. The people that saw their public statements and made me aware that they made those public statements knew why I lost my job before I did. Because I went and I checked my email once I was made aware that they made those public statements, and they sent me the deactivation email around the same time they released the public statements. Like literally within the same hour.
Jesus.
That's fucked up. Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me too.
Sorry to flashbang you there with a bunch of TikTok nonsense, but this situation has been going on for the past 3 days, and people are talking about the legitimacy of her claiming SA. And I deep dived into this, I've seen a few things, and DoorDash has actually released a public statement about the entire situation. So we're going to take a look right there. Notice how the screen is black. That's because I'm black, and you're not going to see my face yet. Oh, there I go. Look at me, beautiful. And this is the statement released by DoorDash. We have seen some tough and sensitive posts over the past few days and want to clear the air. No one should ever experience SA harassment or abuse, and DoorDash never deactivates someone for reporting it, full stop. We take these reports incredibly seriously and work closely with law enforcement to investigate and support those affected. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe, and that's exactly...
I feel like the guy being in his house and saying to leave it by the door makes the guy in the clear, and her recording and posting it puts her in the wrong. I mean, she definitely shouldn't record it and post it. But I understand, since you guys are on the internet, there's literally, it's only you either, somebody basically has to lose their entire fucking life or nothing happens, because for you guys have no room in your brain for anything in between, which is fine. I'm used to it by now on the internet.
I think,
however,
would you say it'd be okay to record it?
No, hold on.
Send it to cops?
I don't know, maybe. But if it is the case that the guy literally left his, if the guy literally left the door open and is like naked in view of the door while the girl's trying to get off, that's like, at a minimum, that's like sleazeball, scummy, weird behavior. Or at the very least, like he's super addicted, like an alcoholic and needs help or whatever. But
to investigate and support those affected. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe, and that's exactly what we always want Dashers to do. Our team immediately began investigating and has been in direct contact with law enforcement as a prayer to fully support any of their efforts. However, posting a video of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly is a clear violation of our policies. That is the sole reason that this Dasher's account was deactivated along with the customers while we investigated. We have also ensured that a Dasher has full access to their earnings. We know these are sensitive situations, and we want every Dasher to know if you're feeling safe or experiencing something concerning, come to us. We're here to speak and listen. So, now, this is interesting. I feel bad for DoorDash dealing with this BS. She was in the wrong. Her original video showed the door was only a crack open. She opened it fully and entered. I would be fuming if I instructed a Dasher to leave it at my door and they opened the door and came into filming.
Isn't recording somebody naked in their own home an invasion of your rights legally? Probably. Yeah, she's probably in the wrong, but both of them can be in the wrong. Legally, even if the door is cracked, she made entry. People are saying the door is cracked and she made entry. I'm not seeing any proof of that. The door looked like it was open. Although some people are saying, was it in that article that she opened? People are saying that she opened the door, but I don't know if that just means she opened the screen door and like the other door, it was like fully visible. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know.
In my sleep. I'm a Dasher stan after this, actually. On the comments, blindly taking her side is actually hysterical. I think everyone is missing the point. She posted a whole line. That's the problem. So those are reasonable people. Because after looking over all the case in this situation, I just want to point out, you guys saw the video too. She was not SA'd. And we'll be right back to talk about this with my thoughts after a brief commercial break. Hey, you actually stuck around for the ad. I'm so proud of you. Let me tell you what I'm pitching to you real fast. Here's something you can do when you're bored. Playing games and getting paid for it. If you hit the link in the description or scan the QR code right now, you see that popping up right there. Look at that. It's so cool, so convenient. Just sign up to freecash.com and start right away. Now, I know your inclination to say this is a scam, but I assure you, I tried it myself. I thought it was a scam myself. Actually, I did actually try it out. It actually worked. I didn't expect to actually get paid, but I'm getting moolah, baby. It's simple. Create an account with your email and password. It takes seconds. Literal seconds. Inside, you'll see a wall of games, a bevy of things, and offers. Pick one you actually enjoy, play through levels, and cash land straight into your free cash account. It's like turning your downtime into a side hustle without even noticing. Some people pull in $10 to $20 a day, but I've seen reports of much more moolah, Mr. Krabs. I've seen Scrooge McDuck numbers, and you can do this all while laying in your bedroom, playing games on your phone.
The New York Post article says Ring camera footage appears to show Henderson let herself into the man's house, and police have said there is no indication that she was encouraged to go in, let alone film. Well, I don't think anybody's saying that there was an indication she was encouraged to go in, let alone film. For the let herself into the man's house, like, is the implication here that his door was fully closed and then she opened it and found him naked there? Or, because could she just be opening the screen door? That's my question there.
All we ask of you is to spend your time playing the video games. This was your time. Now you could spend a little bucks in game to hit levels faster, which lets you unlock a bigger offer and payouts and hit levels to get bigger payouts. That's how some use. You can enjoy this. Use my link in the description. Like I said before, use QR code, go everything. Bye. Okay, back to whatever I was talking about before. All right, let's have a real talk about this because this is very serious. It is okay to be furious that she lost her job. It is a righteous and human thing to burn with anger at the sheer casual cruelty of a corporate behemoth like DoorDash. They are huge. They are absolutely huge. And she is claiming SA when she actively...
Are they saying police found Ring camera footage? I don't know. Apparently that New York Post article was making that claim. Oh my fucking God. Oh wait, hold on. Ring camera footage appears to show Henderson let herself into the man's house, and police have said there's no indication she was encouraged to go in, let alone film. Ooh, that's a tricky sentence. Okay, so we don't know if this Ring footage or whatever is even real, or if that was part... Is that... Do we have a police report posted anywhere? Why don't you trust the police? What? That was a bait. Radiant, you're fucking retarded. Actually, I don't even think you were baiting. You're just fucking retarded. This article here doesn't say that the police said they have Ring camera footage. It says Ring camera footage appears to show Henderson let herself into the man's house, and police have said there's no indication. So this makes it sound like whatever Ring camera footage they're referring to is not the police statement.
Open the door when it was cracked. And the door was cracked, by the way. Can't even get the full video because she deleted it because it had public details, posted a guy's whole jiggly bits. If she had just posted about the story and talked about it and not shown the actual stuff that happened, she'd probably still have her job. That would be the whole thing there. The guy didn't sprawl and attack or anything of that variety.
Does let herself in necessarily answer if the door was open or closed? I don't know what let herself in, I don't know what it means. I don't know if there was like an open main door and the screen door was there and she opened the screen door, or if let herself in, if there was a door to the porch or something. I'm not sure. I don't know.
And I do agree that showing giblets or willingly showing the phallic member of a man to a woman, that is ridiculous. That's a bit nonsensical. Flashing somebody or something to that degree, that's bad. But she actively entered the room when she was told to drop the food off at the door, which is interesting. Very interesting. I think that is a strange thing to do. But I do think a sister that can sever a person's livelihood with the same automated finality as a software update, no hearing, no trial, no human being on her line is saying, let's talk this through. But that's not what happened here. They talked to her. She stated they talked to her. That's what happened. And I do agree. She should be mad she lost her job.
Okay, so the Yahoo article is a bit more precise in their language. According to the police account, the suspect, a 23-year-old woman named Livy Rose Henderson, visited a customer's address on October 12th to deliver food in a contactless drop-off manner. However, she proceeded to open the closed entrance door and went inside. She found the customer asleep on the couch, wearing his trousers down. She recorded the incident, but later posted the blurred footage of the act on TikTok, claiming she was sexually assaulted. However, footage from the Ring camera revealed that the customer did not invite her inside. The detectives later determined that he was not intentionally exposing himself, nor was there any evidence of sexual assault. Footage from the Ring camera revealed that... So I'm guessing the police must have put a statement out related to the Ring camera footage?
But, and this is the but that gets shouted down in the public square, hear me out here, that righteous fury does not automatically anoint her entire story as gospel. It does not make her...
Blind date.
What do they say on it? Is this their video, her villain arc, or is this somebody, is it different? Oh, this? This is 3 weeks ago. Is there new information out, or? Supposedly, this is the police report. Last post on DDS8 Girl, aka Olivia Henderson. Original police statement obtained via a FOIA request regarding her initial call to the authorities. Do we believe this? Is this true? Check my previous post for a bit more context if needed. Here's the video posted by a criminal defense attorney who managed to get her hands on the document. On the above date, time, and location, I responded to a public lewdness complaint. Upon arrival, I spoke with Olivia Henderson, who stated that she was door dashing last night at 136 Bravo Street. And when she arrived at the address to deliver a Wendy's pickup, the male who ordered had his front door wide open, and he was sleeping on the couch with no pants on. Olivia stated that she left the food on the front porch and left. She advised me that she called because she did not want this to happen again to another female delivery driver. I then responded to 136 E Blank and spoke with Austin Blank, who stated that he had gone out last night to the bars. He stated that he woke up and realized that his front door was open, and saw the photo Olivia left of the food being delivered and his door open with him laying inside. Austin stated he thought he had shorts on in the photo and did not realize he was actually naked. Austin stated several times that this is not normal for him and that he was sorry that it happened. I advised him that at this time there were no charges. However, if it becomes a recurring issue, he could potentially get charged. He stated he understood and that it would not happen again. At the time, there is no applicable charges due to a lack of intent because Austin was within his own home with no view to the public. Aside from Olivia being on his private property to make the delivery, case closed. So what changed? Ring camera footage? Did he contact?
So as more and more information comes in about the arrest of Olivia Henderson, aka DoorDash Girl, let's show you the...
If this is the real police statement, I'm curious why he wouldn't provide DoorDash footage to the cop, right? You'd think he'd want to do that, no? Maybe?
Maybe he thought he fucked up originally, and like he did leave the door open, and he wasn't like, I should check to see what actually happened until after.
Maybe? Hold on.
The original complaint that she has filed because I just got my hands on it. Thank you to one of my very good followers, Daniel, for this information. I will tag him below. So let's get into it. Hi, my name is Stephanie, criminal defense attorney, specifically a public defender, and DoorDash saga keeps getting better. So
I'm really not seeing how this guy gets charged with sexual assault. I don't know what counts as a sexual assault charge. This is a super layman's. This is from the camera debate days. My understanding is there's no expectation of privacy of stuff that could be viewed from a street without a telephoto lens inside your house. So if you have your like front door open or your window shades open and you're like walking around naked or whatever inside, that I think like if somebody were to take a picture or something, I don't know if you have a right to privacy, at least by law in those cases. Now, if somebody has like, I think in law, in the statutes, they usually call out, they'll say like a telephoto lens. They're like zooming in on like a window or something, that it's not okay, that the person taking the photo, that you do have an expectation not to have like a fucking zoom lens or something. But if somebody were to come up to your property as like a pizza delivery person and you open the door and you're naked and you start like helicoptering your dick at them, I don't know if there's a distinction between sexual harassment or sexual assault or what. I don't know what the statutes call out for that. I'm not sure.
as we know, DoorDash Girl, called the police originally complaining about a unclothed male in his home. So let's show you the results of that call.
And it's hard to make predictions about people's behavior because people do retarded shit. So I don't know if I can trust anybody in this circumstance. It would be pretty crazy for her, though. She would have to be really stupid if she opened the door that was completely closed, walked in, took a video of him, and called the cops on him. She'd have to be real dumb to do that. But I mean, people do dumb shit.
Here is the information, the call. She said it was a public lewdness allegation, so that's why it says public lewdness over here. This is just the Oswego PD, tells you the date in which the date was have to look down and see. Okay, occurred on or received by and disposed of, and it says closed, meaning that they did not find any information to charge the gentleman with. Okay, moving on to the factual summary. So as a class, we're all going to read this together. Okay, so we all understand that Austin committed no crimes whatsoever. On the above date, time, and location, I responded to a public lewdness complaint. Upon arrival, I spoke with complainant Olivia Henderson, who stated that she was door dashing last night at 136 Blank Street, and she arrived at the address to deliver Wendy's. So now we know he ordered Wendy's. Wendy's, was it what kind of, what did he order? Was it fries? Let's see, I don't know. To deliver Wendy's pickup, the male who ordered had the front door wide open, and he was sleeping on the couch with no pants.
Can she not get charged for the original video? I mean, I imagine she could, especially if she uploaded it. There's no way that's okay. I imagine no matter what, that's probably illegal or civilly actionable. I don't think you could ever post that video publicly. She shouldn't have done that, obviously.
On sleeping on the pounce. Olivia stated that she left the food on the front porch and left. She doesn't even tell them she has a video, by the way. She advised me that she called because she did not want this to happen to another female delivery driver.
If a homeless guy was wasted on the street with his dick out, would he get 50 SA charges for every person that sees him? No, but I think you definitely get like public indecency stuff. But the question would be, if you are ordering food to your house and you know that a person is going to show up and then you ready yourself to be naked, I imagine you would ascribe more intentionality to that. What qualifies the assault part of sexual assault? I don't know. You have to read the statute. What city is this? Is this Austin, Texas? Is that what the city is? Do you know?
Didn't it say Oswego or something? Somewhere?
Oswego County, New York. Okay. New York State sexual assault statute. Article 130, sex offenses. Sexual misconduct? Definitely not this. Damn, what was that? With an animal or a dead human body. Jeez. Female genital mutilation. God damn. Okay. Predatory sexual assault. A person is guilty of predatory sexual assault when he or she commits the crime of rape in the first degree. Okay, Jesus. Crime of sexual abuse in the first degree or sexual conduct against a child in the first degree. Okay, not this one. Is there no sexual assault law for New York State?
You could be looking at public nudity laws.
Well, I'm not, but it wasn't public nudity. This would have to be a sexual harassment.
Well, you could maybe say, I think there's a argument that if you can, even if you're in your private residence, if someone can view it from a public place, it might qualify.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm just curious because she said sexual assault. They're not like exposure.
Yes, I know she's fucking accusing him of assault, but she could be retarded, is what you guys didn't understand. She might just say that it's SA just because of the situation there. All right?
Read chat. People are linking it. Where I don't see a single link in chat right now related to this. Where? I see an Instagram thing and an Oswego police thing. This? Okay, hold on. New York State law. Oh, maybe it'd be public lewdness. Offensive exhibition. A person is guilty of public lewdness when he or she intentionally exposes the private or intimate parts of his or her body in a lewd manner or commits any other lewd act in a public place, or B, permits under circumstances which he or she may readily be observed from either a public place or from other private premises and with intent that he or she, okay, so this would be, probably would be the public lewdness one.
Here's a question for you. If you live in downtown Manhattan in a skyscraper and you're just out there fucking jerking off with your windows open and someone across the way from you sees you, can you get in trouble for that?
If the windows are open and it's obvious, I believe so, yeah.
Really?
If you're plainly visible without a telephoto lens, usually, I think. How do you prove intent here? Well, I mean, not proving it in a criminal sense would probably be difficult, but if you order a DoorDasher to your door and you're waiting there naked for him, I mean, that would probably be it'd probably be pretty easy if you could get that far.
Can I back 1 second?
Okay, a person is guilty of public lewdness in the first degree when being 19 years of age or older and intending to be observed by a person less than 16 years of age or older. Okay, this is for children. Are these or? Oh, or this is if you do the crime of public lewdness twice. Gotcha. Okay, so the lewdness one, technically, that would be the accurate legal term here. For New York State, at least.
And responded to the address. I spoke with Austin, who stated he had gone out last night to the bars. He stated that he woke up and realized that his front door was open and saw the photo Olivia left of the food delivered and his door open with him laying inside. Austin stated that he thought he had shorts on in the photo and did not realize that he was actually naked. Again, did not realize that he was naked, sleeping on the inside. Okay? Austin stated several times that this is not normal for him and that he was sorry that it happened, and I advised him that this time there are no charges. However, if it becomes a recurring issue, he could potentially get charged. He stated that he understood and it would never happen again. At this time, there are no applicable charges due to the lack of intent and because Austin was in his home with no view to the public. Aside from Olivia being on his private property to make the delivery. Case closed.
That's not true, and that is not relevant. And everybody that's a lawyer online is fucking retarded. I don't know why, but okay.
Case closed. Oh wow, it's like I was right all along. Shocking.
Because I think it even calls that out. I think it even says definitionally on the thing that you can even be on.
Well, where's your law degree?
True. In private premises, under circumstances which he or she may readily be observed from either a public place or from other private premises, and with intent that he or she be so observed. I guess you could say, well, the other only applies to other people's homes or whatever, but that, I think I'm 99% sure that if you were to call a pizza person or call a delivery driver to your home and open the door naked, that you would I'm pretty sure you'd absolutely get hit with this.
You cannot call them pizza people anymore, Steve.
Why?
Racist.
Based.
They're Italian.
Let's see. They charged her with these 2 crimes. Dissemination of surveillance image and unlawful surveillance.
She opened a door and was naked and got charged with crimes? Is that what we're doing?
Kind of. Hold on. Unlawful surveillance, New York State.
Oh, this is about the lady who went to the house, saw a person naked. Got it.
Surveillance.
Took a photo.
And then dissemination of surveillance. Amusement, entertainment, or profit, or for the purpose of degrading or abusing a person, he or she intentionally uses or installs or permits the utilization or installation of an imaging device to surreptitiously view, broadcast, or record a person dressing, undressing, or the sexual or other intimate parts of such a person at a place and time when such person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. So I imagine this would come down to on whether or not that door was open.
Would constitute like reasonably expectation of
Because
privacy.
you don't have if you leave all your shit open, I don't think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Well, no, if I leave my door open and I'm just walking around and I'm fucking naked and there's a school across the street, I don't think you're kosher.
Yeah.
Was this in New York?
New York State, yeah. Not city, but...
Not state. Or not city.
And then the other one is unlawful or dissemination of surveillance. New York State. I imagine she would always fall under this one. Dissemination. Oh, it has to be of an unlawful surveillance image.
Oh, so this one feeds off the first charge.
Yeah.
So if you beat the first one, then de facto...
Well, if you beat the first one, then I think de facto you're off this Second one.
Charge
Odesha.
Ogano. Yeah.
True.
Which means you don't even argue this charge. You just argue the other one.
Exposure was the other one rather than public. Oh, there was an exposure one under. Oh, 250.6. Oh, they have it here.
All right, I'm back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lawful surveillance image in the first degree. Oh, okay, we already got this. But it still relies on her being guilty of 250.45. Hold on. Yeah. Well. Reasonable expectation of privacy. What if somebody ordered food and you're just like walking by? Let's say you go up to the door and somebody opens the door to give you, and you're like, your partner's walking behind you and they're naked. Would a
I think
person
that's
have a
spirit
right
of the
to,
law, right?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm trying to think, would a person have a right to just like snap a picture of them? I feel like I feel like there's other ways that she could be guilty of like that revenge porn law that I'm being sued under. I'm sure there are federal statutes. There are other ways that she could be in trouble for distributing that image. They just decided to go this route because there's a penal code that builds right off of the first charge. I'm sure there are other things you could be charged with. There's no way that that's okay to publish it online.
The guy was in his house. He's like laying down, passed out, right?
Maybe there's nobody has a consistent story on this, but because her version of events is that she goes up and the door is open, the guy's laying on his couch, his dick is out and everything, and she goes to drop the food off, and basically the way that she's making it sound is that the guy basically wanted her to find him like naked with his dick out, basically. But then there are these like ambiguous or vague statements where it's like somebody is saying that, I don't know where this is coming. It's coming from two news articles, but it wasn't in the police report. People are saying that she opened the door and found him that way. Now, I don't know if that means that like the main door was open and she like slid a screen door open to take a video. Other people seem to be running with the idea that the door was completely closed and she just opened it for no reason and then saw him, which would obviously make her completely in the wrong. But I don't know past that.
Shocking.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm listening.
Shocking. So now, as you all see, the police did investigate. They spoke to Mr. Austin, and they have determined that there was no crime, and that the only crime committed was the crime committed by Olivia. Y'all can take a seat. Take a seat, and those of us that...
I don't know. I mean, it looked like a cop showed up and took a statement. She's making it sound like the fucking Law and Order SVU descended on this house and did a full-on, but okay.
...have been following this from the beginning, we'll wait for our apologies. Because that is a very clear narrative from the police officer.
Okay.
Yeah. Funny what foiling information does. It becomes really easy to find the truth. So take with that what you will, and I hope you guys are having a great Saturday, because I certainly am. You know who is it? The DoorDash girl. But you guys have a great Saturday. Bye!
Jesus.
What's Law Karen right there? Allegedly, I don't want to get sued.
Okay, hold on. What is this? Why would I link this?
Just fucking ban them.
Oh, press release. Hold on. An incident was reported to the Oswego Police Department regarding an event that occurred on 10/12/2025. It was reported that a male DoorDash customer had been nude inside his residence when a DoorDash delivery driver dropped off a food order. An investigation was initiated by the Oswego Police Department, during which it was discovered that the delivery driver had taken video of the nude male. The video, okay, wait, hold on. An investigation initiated by the during which was discovered that the delivery driver had taken a video of the nude male. Okay, that's the one we saw. The video, along with the subsequent investigation, indicates that the male was incapacitated and unconscious on his couch due to alcohol consumption. The video was taken from the exterior of the male's residence. The DoorDash driver subsequently posted the video to social media where it drew significant attention. It was further discovered that the DoorDash driver had made claims of being sexually assaulted during this incident. The investigation by the Oswego Police Department determined that no sexual assault occurred. The male depicted in the video cooperated with police reported statement. Okay, so when she's saying this, from what I've seen, she's just saying that him being naked was like her being sexually assaulted. When they say this, they're saying that like the guy didn't like do anything obviously to her or attack her or whatever, of course, right? Okay. The male depicted in the video cooperated with police and provided a statement. The investigation ultimately led to the arrest of the DoorDash driver for recording and disseminating the videos. Henderson was charged with the following: 1 count of unlawful surveillance in the 2nd degree, 1 count of dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image in the 1st degree. Henderson was released after being processed on the above charges and was issued an appearance ticket for a future court date. The Oswego Police Department continues to investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident and is communicating with the DA regarding the prosecution of these charges. Independent video related to the incident has been collected and reviewed by the police department.
They probably had to get
That's
the DA
the
for
ring.
these charges, by the way. I don't think the average fucking cop on the street knows what these 2 charges probably are.
DA is always, police just arrest people. The DA is always in charge of charging.
Yeah.
And with further information about this investigation, okay, They don't say anything about ring camera footage.
Well, there's probably a camera somewhere that's looking at that house and that door to see who opened it.
Yeah, my gut would be that the door was already open. Otherwise, she would have had to have like opened that door herself, which would be really stupid. It could be that the door was cracked and she saw something and then decided to open the door, which would also be really stupid. But she's also the one that first called the cops, so she would be real dumb to do that. But sometimes people are stupid, and she's 23. So.
Criminals are pretty retarded, yeah.
Anything can happen. Who knows? Yeah.
In the video, can you see through the window of the guy, or
Doesn't
is it
look
just
like
like
it,
it's
no.
the door's open? Okay, yeah. The dumb guy probably left the fucking door open.
Oh wait, true. Wait, link me the original video one more time.
I don't have it. Someone in chat's got it. Come on, guys. Whoever links it gets a helpful flare. Woohoo! Zocata might have it. I think Zocata's got it.
Ooh. Wait, true. There is no ring camera on this door. So where is this idea of ring camera? Unless it's somewhere else. There is no ring camera on this door. So what is this ring camera footage that people are talking about? It would have had to have come from a neighbor's house or something? The guy who was wearing a cock ring? It could be the other side of the door where it's against the wall. I mean, it could be, but that would be a really stupid place for the camera, no? Do people normally, it doesn't normally go on the other side?
Yeah, but you don't see any doorbell at all.
That's true.
Wait, what's that thing? No, hold on. I'm looking.
That's a penis stand.
We're going frame by frame.
Does this entrance? Is this like a duplex or something? What? It looks like there's like 2 entrances. No, am I crazy?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like this is like a split.
She would have had to open this door completely, prop it open, or it's just stuck open like that. She's doing
The alternative is he left the door open the whole way. Which, who does that?
Well, who does that? I mean, it seems like this guy is literally wasted fucking drunk at, I don't know what time this is, but like the guy starts off at very low credibility. The guy, unfortunately, starts off at way lower credibility. The guy's so fucking wasted. Even if we believe a negative story about her entirely, he's wasted enough that he ordered DoorDash, forgot about it, and is blackout drunk or whatever on his couch with his fucking pants off and doesn't even realize it.
Yeah, he's
right?
got an American flag above him too, so he's
Well,
probably a fucking
I'm just saying,
loser,
so
yeah.
the guy's in a bad spot right now, okay? Guy's in a bad spot right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, a man can't order DoorDash and get naked anymore. Thought this was America.
Maybe she stole the Ring camera.
This lady is retarded for filming it and then posting it online.
True.
She should have just called the cops.
I guess, yeah. But I wonder, the only curiosity I have is for how big her TikTok account was. Like, if she had like 1,000 followers or something, she just posted it because, like, it's stupid. Like, she shouldn't have. But if it went mega viral, then
She
she's,
probably
like,
had
ruining
a.
life, yeah.
Yeah, she's probably a nobody.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. But if she posts regularly, has like 100,000 or something, that's pretty fucking retarded.
She probably wouldn't be doing DoorDash then.
Maybe it wasn't. They might DoorDash for content. Doesn't Emily do that?
Extra Emily?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess every once in a while. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know her name, so let me see if I can find it. Oh, the original video is probably gone. But who's the person?
Mr. Moon Destiny, you're missing the point. Dude requested to leave the food on the porch. She shouldn't have knocked on his door. What? She shouldn't have knocked on his door.
How do we know that she knocked?
There's a whole bunch of misinformation that has been spread. That apparently there's like this edited version of the door where people are saying it's cracked, but it was just like a cut screenshot. So a lot of people think it was cracked. But I haven't seen any evidence that she opened a door or anything like that at all. I don't know where that's coming from. It wasn't on the police statement. I think I saw it on that New York Post story and then the Yahoo one, but I don't know what they're sourcing for that because that police statement, the one on the press announcement and the police statement, neither of them say that. And I don't see a DoorDash camera on this door. There could have been one across the street or something, though, that saw her open the door completely.
So this lady has 200,000 followers now, but that's after like, I'm seeing 7, 8, 9, 10 like million plus videos, which I assume come from this drama aftermath.
Maybe, yeah. Her putting the food down in the video is super sus. She had to pick the food back up and put it back down for the food, or at least go back up to the food to get the video. Wait, what?
Like
the video is in the video the food is already down. What are you talking about? She doesn't put it back down. The food's just down there.
Hold on, Steven.
What?
Messaging something. Check this out. Look. So, okay, go to, it's kind of a little tricksy to see. Go to exactly, so there's 2 doors here, okay?
Yeah.
At the
That's
house.
why I'm wondering if it's like
Left
a duplex or something, or just like
yeah, but look, at 7 seconds, if you go to the right frame, you can kind of see the blue from a ring light there behind the door. Unless it's a reflection or something.
Send it to me, Dan.
Yeah.
Could it be? But why isn't it there when she takes a couple steps away? That could be an artifact, no?
Here,
I understand what you're saying.
You said
7
seconds?
That is where the doorbells would be.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. Yeah,
but if you go forward through these frames, it's more likely this is
gone,
like catching a reflection off of something in the street or something. Because like if you go forward, like this blue light is going all the way across that horizontal bar almost, and then it's like when you go forward a few more frames, it's not it's not there in the background at all anymore. Where did it go?
If it wasn't on the bar, I might agree, but it's like right on the bar.
That's also like you're literally finding the absolute worst spot ever to put a ring light. You're like strategically fucking yourself.
Well, look, you can see though, there's a second door there on the right-hand side. So if you go to 7 seconds at the end of 7 when it's about to turn 8, there's a door on the right-hand side. It is a duplex. So there's a door on the right and there's a door on the left.
Yeah.
And it looks like the screen door.
Then where's the Ring camera footage?
Well, no, wait. What is Dan saying? I don't know what you're saying. What does that have to do with that?
So, I mean, that would be the natural place that there would be a doorbell, I guess.
Why would no?
Like
You'd put it to you just put it to the the left of the door, like where the door handle is.
Yeah, but maybe they're shitty construction people though.
You get a construction person to put a ring light up?
No, not a ring light, a ring doorbell.
But look at how far away
Remember,
it would be.
they're Wi-Fi. Like you don't have to run a fucking wire there. You can put it wherever.
It would be so far away from the. That would be like the most unintuitive spot ever to put a ring light.
Hobbit DNV and said they make more than just Ring doorbells now.
Thanks,
so
Eliminator, for the gifted subs. 5 of them. I love you, buddy.
How many did they gift? Where did they gift it?
5 in Kick Chat.
Why didn't your thing go off behind you?
Because it's not set up to do that yet.
All right, so we're looking at this.
Types of Ring cameras.
Also, keep in mind
Here's the thing. We're assuming that's a screen door. Maybe it's not a screen door. Maybe
I don't think it is a screen door. I think
maybe that's not
because it's blacked out.
Yeah, maybe that's not a screen door at all.
I'm pretty sure it's not a screen door.
Maybe it's something that's just like either a design of the house or it's just something that's laying up in between the two doors.
It's possible.
Oh, there's a Ring candle cam. Are there any candles in there, guys?
But it's just strange that was never brought up on the police report at all.
I'm wondering if the dude was like, holy shit, I can't believe I fucking did this. Embarrassed as fuck. He's going viral for having his dick out. And he's like, how the fuck was I so wasted that I got naked and like slept on the fucking couch? This is insane. My life is fucking over. And it wasn't until later that he went to check his Ring camera footage and he's like, this bitch fucking came into my place. She opened my fucking door. Like, that could be a realistic way of why we wouldn't know about this right away.
I feel like the first thing a cop would do is a cop would ask you if you have any like security footage or like a Ring cam. I feel like cops now probably, that's got to be like the most routine question ever. Do you have a Ring cam? Do you have a recording of anything?
So
there could be a Ring cam of the other side of the street too.
Yeah, it's
where is the Ring cam source genesis? Yeah.
In the Yahoo article and the New York Post article, it says there is a Ring cam footage revealed. However, I feel like the Yahoo article is taking that from the New York Post article, and the New York Post article is very tricky with how they phrase that sentence, and they make it sound like it might not have come from the police. And the police report that we can see, and then the press release that the police released like an hour ago, doesn't mention any Ring cam footage, which is strange.
Who is the article writer? Does it say? Because we could contact them.
Trey Elston is for
Trey Elston. Let me look for X.
So here's a complex article. Henderson's portrayal of events was ultimately challenged by footage from a Ring camera that revealed the customer, and there's like weird things like this sounds, I don't understand what they're saying here. Henderson's portrayal of events was ultimately challenged by footage from a Ring camera that revealed the customer hadn't invited her inside of his home, causing investigators to determine that he wasn't intentionally exposing himself. Like, that was never the claim. So I don't know. And this article doesn't say she opened any door. This article just said that police believe Henderson illegally entered the man's home and recorded him while he was in a vulnerable state. I feel like these are all just copying the New York Post, yeah, because they're not citing any. They're not even saying like unnamed sources at or whatever. Chat, why do we care about this story? Let me give you my most unpopular take, because people hate women, and this is a revenge porn on crazy women story, so everybody gets super fucking hyped up about it. That's 1000% what's powering the interest in it. To be clear, the woman is stupid. She should have never posted this. Even if the guy was totally in the wrong, she shouldn't have posted any of the footage online, but... So the verdict is that no one is at fault? Well, it sounds like the guy has a problem with alcoholism. It doesn't sound like the guy was intentionally trying to, like, helicopter dick the woman coming to the door. There might be an argument for, like, public indecency or whatever. But, I mean, like, that's a weak... Like, it seems like the guy's just an alcoholic. Not good. She was probably, I think, in the right to call the police just to notify them.
100%.
But she shouldn't have... I think one of the most clearly wrong things is she should have never uploaded any of that footage of him online. That was just not... Yeah. That was not...
I don't think she should go to jail over this. Like...
Here,
that's
this is a random this is like a DGG.
There's a fact pattern where she could... Where I think that it might be... I don't know if I'd say jail. Maybe warranted. Like, if it was the case that, like, the door was totally closed and she, like, opened the door and went in and started... Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, but there's just no proof that that's the case, yeah. Why would you call the police for that? Because sometimes if men are being like creepy or weird and they know that like some girl might show up and they're just like trying to expose themselves and they're getting off on it or whatever, it's nice to start like a paper trail or whatever on a guy doing weird shit like that. I think it's fine.
Isn't there some guy in New York who like lays on the fucking ground and like covers him and like he wants people to walk over him or some shit?
King.
Yeah. Very weird.
Now, this is a random chatter saying random bullshit, but people are saying there was another version that she posted before the current version.
People are saying it, or this one guy on X with 387 followers?
Yes, the one guy on X is saying that. Yes. But I mean, she did say she reposted it 3 times, so it is possible.
No, she said but not the more footage. I don't believe it. I don't think so. Until I see a single screenshot of any of it, I don't think that's true. I actually saw it before it got pulled, and then she edited out her opening the door and re-uploading it to TikTok and tried to claim that she was the victim. And then the fact that he says, but the cops reviewed everything and found out that she had opened the door to record him. The cops never said that anyway. I think this account is yeah, I don't think so. I don't believe it.
That's an Egon. Someone make a Sora stat of Dan opening the door.
True.
Hold on one sec. Another video. What is this?
Breaking news in the DoorDash case. DoorDash girl has officially been arrested. Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm a criminal defense attorney, specifically a public defender, and I've been following this case pretty closely since it happened. So I got sent some information this morning. I independently verified it, and Miss Olivia Henderson has officially been arrested on 2 felony charges. Now, why was she arrested on felony charges? Because
Serious question. How would the CX have known it was a woman delivering the food? He just did it in hopes it was a woman. I mean, you could, or you could get off on it being a good guy too. I mean, people do weird shit. People do weirder shit. However, I mean, in this case, from everything I've seen, it just seems like the dude is an alcoholic.
2 felony.
You're probably getting off on the public humiliation.
There could be a variety of reasons why, but in this case, I don't think there's any evidence that the guy was doing that. It just seems like the guy was an alcoholic. Yeah,
100%.
Felony charges. Now,
pause at 10 seconds. You can see him from the sidewalk. Wait, what? Hold on. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you can see him on the couch, yeah.
Yeah, wait, what are you talking about?
I wouldn't have walked up to the door and put the food up there if well, I don't even know if you can notice from this fucking angle what's happening.
Cold take, passed out naked on your couch, isn't alcoholic. Destiny's being retarded. I love you, dude, and I cherish you. But if you are drinking at home alone so much that you are passing out on your couch naked or with your pants, just your pants under off, you probably have a problem. Okay, I'm just, don't.
I mean, you could be like Mr. Mitten doing his first big boy, going out having more than 1 beer and not being able to control himself. That's possible as well.
Didn't they say he came from a bar? Oh.
Who was they?
Oh, because he meant that night. When he said the prior night, it was one of the cops. Well, I mean, if you come home from drinking alone and you go inside, you've ordered food, you pass out with your pants and underwear off with your door open, I still think it's probably maybe not as bad, but still kind of weird.
True.
That's fucked up.
They're really going to get hung up that you said alcoholic, huh? That's going to be the whole thing? We're just going to debate over that now for 20 minutes, chat?
Are people saying they see the guy? Am I crazy?
That's fucked up.
You can see him at 10 seconds.
What do you mean? Laying down, maybe.
Yeah, laying down. What do you think? Like, standing up? No, when I get drunk at home, it's with Dan, chat.
Did you feel like her statements about the situation color your impression of her story at all? I mean, I feel like she's being dramatic and using the term sexual assault. White women use that word for fucking everything. She shouldn't have said that. But I mean, everything else seems to be pretty consistent. Unless she's lying about the door stuff, but we have no proof of that.
why was she arrested on felony charges? Because, like I said from the beginning, she's the one who could.
Do you think she should have lost her job as a DoorDash driver? Yes. If you're working for somebody and you're posting like videos of customers that you're delivering to on the internet, I think it's fair. 100%. I think that's fair. Yeah.
Committed the crime, not the individual who was in the home. So let's go through what we have and show you the proof. Now I blocked out her name, but this is the police blotter, or I blocked out her address and her date of birth.
Post is the source
But this
for all
is
of
the
this,
police
so
blotter.
whatever the fuck
All right, and
that is.
Yeah.
the arrest date is
Is New York Post the shitty one?
Yes.
You're kind of harsh on the dude assuming all this shit. How do you know that he wasn't just getting smashed with his boys and passed out on his couch after ordering some food? Well, it's kind of weird to be passed out with your door open with your pants and underwear off. To be clear, I'm not saying the guy should be charged with anything, but I can understand like a woman in that situation is going to feel really weird. Even as a guy, you'd feel pretty weird. But I'm not saying that the guy should have been charged with a crime or anything. I'm just...
there, and the 2 felony charges are right
If
here.
I ran into that, my first instinct wouldn't be, let me pull out my phone and film this.
Well, you're not young enough because that's what all the youngsters do these days. They gotta get that
Good,
TikTok
send 'em to jail.
content.
Imagine Piccolo walked up to the fucking door.
And myself to take a look, but we got, what do we have? We have unlawful surveillance and dissemination. Okay, right there. All right, so this is just the police blotter. I'm going to show you the actual charges in a second. And this just shows down here that she was issued a field appearance ticket and she has a court date coming up. So this is her. She was given an appearance ticket. She has to come back to court, and I'll show you the court date. On the internet, you could look this up yourself. Incident date is October 12th, which matches to the incident date that she put on our page. And her next court date is going to be December 4th, 2025 in Oswego City Court, which is the town in which the incident happened. So all of this is verifiable on the internet.
Oh, that's true too. She would already have her phone out because you have to take a picture when you drop the food off or whatever.
That makes it easier to, yeah.
And here are her charges. Like I said, these are the
She
charges.
should have. Now, if she was a true queen, she would have just zoomed in on his cock and taken a picture of that, and then he would have known. And then he would have had to leave her a big tip so she didn't call the cops. That would have been the true queen play.
That I thought she could be charged with, and this is what we got. So we have unlawful surveillance and dissemination of a surveillance image. Both are e-felonies, which means that prison time is an option, right? Not that she'll get prison time, but she can do prison time on these. They are non-violent felonies, which means that it would be it would not be a lot of prison time, but she can do prison time on these depending on her criminal history. So her criminal history.
250, 60, 01. 250.
This guy was obviously aura farming. Put him in the tourney.
Oh yeah, damn! I can't believe it. Damn.
So, like I've been saying from the beginning, the person who committed the crime is going to be the person arrested in this case, and the person who committed this crime is obviously Olivia, the DoorDash girl. The man committed no crime, or else he would also be arrested, which he is not.
This is not a real lawyer, or she's just retarded. I don't understand how. I don't trust any lawyers online. I don't. So the person who got. Why even waste time? Why would you waste time with prosecutors, with judges, with juries, when you could just know? Well, who committed the crime? Well, who did the cops arrest? It's such a thoughtless, brainless, stupid fuck. Wait, she said she's a defense attorney?
He would also be arrested.
Bro, I don't want my defense attorney.
She's a public lawyer.
Didn't you? I thought you said like public defender. Imagine you show up and you're like, hey, like I need some help, and they're like, well, did you get arrested? It's like, yeah, guess you did the crime. That like
better do the time.
What? Okay, Jesus Christ.
Committed no crime, or else he would also be arrested, which he's not. So for all of you guys out there that were defending the man, or I'm sorry, defending the woman, clearly the law says otherwise. The law says otherwise because they did arrest her. They did give her 2 felony charges, 2 e-felony charges.
Fuck me, dude. How? Fuck. You know what? If the thing that I would never go to law school, why I would never do it is because I would have to go fucking get my bachelor's even. I don't even have a bachelor's degree, okay? Jesus.
Both of which carry a prison sentence if she goes to trial and loses. She could get probation on those. There's a whole slew of things that she can get, but she was charged with 2 felonies for video recording him in the privacy of his own home.
Let's do an arc where we all 3 go back to school.
Hold on, I got a train wreck's take here. How do you think the situation would have changed if Mr. Mitten was delivering food and took a video of a
reverse the roles?
Yeah, of a naked woman on her couch? How would things have gone there?
They wouldn't have mattered because she would have probably been fat and ugly. So everybody would have been like, well.
Wait, let me finish this video. Hold on.
And disseminating that image to the public. And this is why we do not record our crimes and put them on the internet for the world to see. But it's important information. I wanted to get it out to you as soon as I got it and as soon as I verified it. Because unlike other creators, I verify my information before I go online and post it for the world to see. You can also verify that information yourself if you go on webcrims and type in her name, it will pop up. So if you want to independently verify it yourself, you can do that as well. But nevertheless, she has been arrested. She's been charged with 2 felonies for her actions that day of recording an unconscious man in his home who was naked and posting it online for the internet, which is a crime. And again, he committed none. So I'm going to stay tuned for this one because this is going to be interesting. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and let's go from here. Have a good day.
Jesus.
Look at the likes.
But I don't even know where you see them on TikTok. Where? I see 5,000.
175,000.
Where is it at? I see 500 or
go back to like start the video again.
I see that.
Just, like click randomly into it.
Oh, it's over here. Okay.
And you'll see it on the right.
It goes away when the video.
Okay.
Jesus. Okay. Nice.
Can we get Pressic to add like a Piccolo emote for aura farming?
True. Well, fun times. Okay, give me
All right,
what's
I'm
going
gonna
on
have
here.
dinner.
No, wait, what's this stripper thing?
Oh.
Dan probably came in and made it sound really retarded.
I didn't say anything yet. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Dan. You
Fuck
fucking
you.
bastard. You're on YouTube, so I won't go crazy on Dan.
You bastard. No, what
You fucking bastard.
No, there was something else that was it Indian guy or something that was doing. It was like a meme video. It was like, "You dirty bastard, you dirty." Fuck, I don't remember what they said. Damn it.
Is taking the video the problem or posting it online? Like she took the video but only to share with police, would she get charged? No, I don't think so. Posting it online is the bad thing. Although the online charge assumes that the underlying recording was illegal as well, but I guess we'll fight about that.
Right now.
No, that's a real video. You're just, it came out before you were born.
All right, get back to the home. Okay. This is a long story. Are you sure you're ready for it, Steve?
How
Which
could it
part do you
possibly
want?
that long?
Because I can take you. I can
Just go,
derail
start from the
it.
beginning. Go and speak quickly.
All right. So, well, I can't speak quickly, Steve. This is gonna
No
be a long
shoes.
story.
Okay, wait,
You're
hold
gonna
on.
have.
If I left my door open or the wind blows it open, does that make it okay to enter my home? There's no proof anywhere that she entered the home. I don't see any proof of that anywhere. I don't know where that is coming from.
Argument.
Okay.
But I think you should buckle up.
Okay, go.
All right. So there we are yesterday. We're going to a place to go see some capybaras, etc. And I just get a feeling in my
Capybara?
spine.
Like the animal in RimWorld?
It's like a real animal.
I didn't know those are real things. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we go to see a capybara, and I get a feeling in my spine on the metro, and I'm just like,
wait, you get a feeling on your spine?
I get a feeling in my spine.
Okay. Oh, like a,
Just a
sixth
feeling.
sense. Okay. A
Yeah, I get a
tingle in
sixth
your
sense.
Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Tingle in the balls.
I didn't hear this part of the story, by the way.
And I tell my wife, I say, hey, your family isn't planning on spending Christmas with so-and-so's family, is what we'll call them. Are they? And my wife laughs. She goes, no, of course not.
The Bobs.
They know we hate the Bobs, for example. And then I'm like, well, can you just message and just make sure? She's like, yeah, sure. So she messages. Let me pull the exact message up because I think it's important. It's like they say so much random retarded shit in this group.
Is the group chat like you and her
It's family.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You and her
So me-
family, right? Your in-laws.
Me, her mom, and her sister, and her.
Okay.
1 second, I'm looking. Found it. So this is yesterday at noon. By the way, for Christmas, we are celebrating at home, right? The plan is not Bob. I'm going to call him Bob's. Bob's. Just confirming. Her sister replies. ...
Wait. When you say we're celebrating at home, does that mean that at like her in-laws'
Peach's
homes?
parents' house.
Peach's. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay. And you're not going to Bob's.
Correct.
And Bob's is the. Do I know who this is yet, or is this going to be revealed?
Bob's is Peach's family's longtime friend, so long that Bob's wife saw Peach come out of Peach's mom's fucking vagina. Like
vagina witnesser.
The vagina witnesser is what we'll call her sometimes.
Okay, so the Bobs are just your in-laws' family friend, long-term family friends.
Correct.
And
yes.
Bob's is the last name is a family of people or just two people, a couple?
It's a family of people, so it's going to be the vagina witnesser, the husband, and then Bob 1 and Bob 2, which are the sons.
Okay.
They will come into play.
Gotcha. Okay.
So then Jess's sister says ... And then Jess replies, "What does that mean? I'm not going to the Bobs for Christmas. I would rather be subject to vivisection." And then Jess's sister tries to call her. We're out. We're doing fucking capybara shit, so she denies the call. Her sister says, "Sorry, we're putting away groceries." And then Peach says, "We're doing birthday stuff right now. I can't call right now."
Okay, hold on, wait. Let me just, I'm sorry. Back up. So Jess is asking the whole group chat, family included, are we going to Jess's family's home? Or are we going to Bob's family's home? And then Jess's sister says, "I would rather kill myself or whatever than go to the Bob family."
No, Jess says that she would rather kill
Stop
herself.
saying Jess, just say Pikachu, bro. You're confusing everyone.
Okay, Peach.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't call my wife Peach. Yeah, my
Sorry.
bad.
Okay, that's okay. Dan can't stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, okay. So, okay, then Peach says that.
Correct. So
wait. Why the fuck would you? Why would you?
Here, we'll call Jess's sister Jane.
Oh yeah, this is getting way easier to understand.
Wait.
Thanks, man.
What? Okay, stop. We're gonna use real names. Okay. Why? Okay, you and Jess are still together, right?
Yeah.
Why would you ask that question in the family group chat?
I didn't ask. She asked it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let me just. I'm getting it all in my head. Okay, so backing up to the very beginning of the story, you guys are on a bus or something, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I get a feeling,
and I
tell Jess,
and you get
that
a feeling
she should message the family group chat and ask.
And okay. Oh, and you're getting this feeling because I'm guessing you're already filled in on all this drama, and you have a feeling that Jess hasn't clarified with the family where Christmas is going to be, and you're worried that nobody's saying anything because Christmas is going to come up and things are going to be dramatic because people are making assumptions that they haven't clarified, and that's why.
Correct.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Go. Okay. Go.
And also, I'll give you this little tidbit. I do not want to go to Peach's parents' house for Christmas.
Okay.
That's another tidbit that we can add. I just don't want to go.
That's new.
Okay. I just don't want to go. So we'll go back from the top. Peach says, by the way, are we doing Christmas at home, aka her parents' house? Or right? The plan is not the Bobs. Just confirming.
Gotcha,
Then her sister replies, ... Peach then says, what does that mean? I'm not going to the Bobs for Christmas. I would rather be subject to vivisection. Peach's sister attempts to call her. Peach denies it because we're looking at capybaras.
Oh, wait. One real quick, just minor thing. Just to be clear, this family group chat, the Bobs are not in this group chat at all.
They are not in this group chat.
It's probably safe to assume that there are people in this group chat that talk to the Bobs, though, obviously, right?
Yes.
But that's not relevant.
Sure.
Okay, just make sure. Okay, go. Okay.
So then, Jess's sister says, sorry, we're putting away groceries. Peach says, we're doing birthday stuff. I can't call right now because we were looking at capybaras. Then we get a long text message from Jess's sister.
Uh-oh.
I wanted to chat about it next week.
You get this personally, or was this in the family group chat? This is in the group chat.
Still in the family group chat.
Okay.
Yep, we're in the family group chat still. I wanted to chat about it next week, but I think the plan would be for Bob's for dinner on the 24th. I know you guys don't love Bob's, but that's the tradition we've had for a long time. We were over there for dinner the other day, and Daddy and the vagina witnesser were innocently talking about how Christmas and how they're excited to cook together and how she's already started buying things. I didn't interject, but definitely flagged it as something to talk about when we came over. This year specifically has been a weird one, and I would like to go over there for several reasons. I think a fair compromise would be to do Christmas dinner there like we usually do, and then Christmas Day at home instead of the second usual day at the Bob's.
And real quick, this is Jane saying all this right now, right?
This is Jane saying it, correct?
Got it.
We can figure it out another day. Enjoy your birthday. A little bit of foresight. We bitched about the price of the train ticket, and then now Jane has been sending us like cheaper options to get to the parents' house, etc.
Okay. When you bitch about a train ticket, are the Bobs like really far away from you guys or something, or what?
They're like a little bit far.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I'm looking at stuff. Okay. Peach then says later on, if you're doing Christmas at the Bobs, we will come for New Year's. I'm not doing Christmas at the Bobs. I hate it every year. Ain't no way we're spending money to go to the Bobs. I'd pay hundreds of dollars not to go to the Bobs. But we can come down for the New Year if that's set in stone. So that's our like, oh, okay, you're going to go there? Fuck it. We'll come for New Year.
For
and then
New
we can spend New
Year's,
Year's with you.
So not even
Correct.
Christmas.
No. Because if they're going to go to the Bobs, we're not coming for Christmas.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're doing power play moves right now. Okay, damn.
Yeah. Oh, it gets steeper than that. Yeah.
Okay. Big power play moves. Okay. And I'm guessing it's a big tradition. Peach's family or Justice's family probably wants to see her for Christmas, and everybody's expecting that right now. That's the expectation, probably, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that is the expectation, and we expected to do Christmas at the parents' house, at Jess's parents' house, because that has been the plan. This plan has only changed since yesterday. They're telling us that we're gonna be going to the fucking Bobs.
Wait,
whereas
was
we
it not-
had planned to go to her parents' house.
When you say planned, was it not always the historically that you guys would go to the Bobs? I thought I heard that or no.
Well, that's what her sister is framing, which isn't true because last year we did not go to the Bobs for Christmas.
Was there a special reason last year or no?
Yeah, because we said we didn't want to go to the Bobs for Christmas
For
last
the
year.
same reason?
Now we're gonna get into the new reason. Hold on, I'm getting a DM.
Okay, so you didn't want, okay, so you didn't want to go last year. Okay.
Can we bring Peach in here? She wants to give her fucking. She's a good explainer
Can
of
she
this
join
too.
the disagreements channel?
What was the reason for last
Yeah.
year that you didn't want to go?
We're about to get in that.
I see it. Hold on.
There she is. Yeah.
Okay. I think she can join here.
Fuck you,
Okay.
Wasp.
Now, you should be able to join now. Oh, let me.
My asshole.
Damn her. You can join now.
Okay, I'll drag her up. Okay.
There we go.
Hello?
Hello, you're
All
here.
right.
Oh
So
my god, it's been so long.
last year we didn't go to the Bobs for Christmas. Why was that, Peach?
I'm pretty sure it's because they know very well that I hate the Bob's house. And
Wait, for how long?
since I was a kid, when I was a kid, they would force me to go for Christmas there every year. And for some reason, I just fucking hated it. When I was like 3 or 4, like nearly pre-consciousness, in fact, I hated it so much that I, in my child rebellion, went into, we keep calling her the vagina witnesser. I went into her bathroom and found a little pair of eyebrow cutting scissors, and I beheaded every single makeup brush that she had in there. I don't remember doing that, but apparently they were very nice makeup brushes. I have, since I was conscious, fucking hated
Okay,
their
did you
house.
hate it, or did you just like not like leaving the house and it was just boring, or because I mean, like, when you say they forced you to go, it sounds like, well, I mean,
Anxiety.
you have to go, right? Because you're gonna go wherever your parents go for Christmas. I'm guessing, right? It's not
Also, do you dislike the house or the people in the house?
The people and the house.
Ooh.
I was a very anxious kid, and even when I got older, as in like
Wait, here,
12,
are there
14, 15, 16,
Sure,
they
wait.
would still force me to go.
Were there any other houses that you liked going to?
Yeah, more than that.
More than that, doesn't. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, did something explicitly happen, or is this you just don't like to leave the house much?
No, there are other family friends' houses that I enjoy a lot more, that I would not care if we spent Christmas with them.
Okay. All right. Okay, go continue.
So last year we didn't spend Christmas with the Bobs. I don't remember why, but it might have had to do with
We didn't like them.
the strip club incident. So there I am, now we're fading back into time.
No shoes.
I'm on my fucking, what's it called? I don't know what the fucking American word is. I'm gonna keep calling it stag because that's what the British people over there say. Yeah, I'm at my bachelor party. And we're chilling, relaxing, acting all cool, doing a bunch of shit. And then Bob 1 is like, bro, we should go to a strip club. And I'm like, well, hold on. I'm drunk right now. I'm not going to call my wife now and ask her, hey, the boys want to go to a strip club. Is that fucking okay? Because that puts her in a really weird position because then she's like the de facto arbiter of like, am I going to ruin this guy's night by saying, quote unquote, no? So rather than doing that,
is Bob one? You said it's one of the sons.
That's correct. He's one of the Bobs. He's one of the sons.
What? Give me an age here. Is this like about your age, or like significantly older?
He's older.
He's like 30-ish, like mid 30.
Mid to late 30s. I think that he's like 36 or 37.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking do that. And then he hits me with the knowledge that, well, Joe, we'll call him Joe. So Joe, for example, is Jane's 10-year boyfriend. He hits me with the burdensome knowledge that Joe has gone to strip clubs with them, and he just hasn't told Jane.
Oh, Jesus
He wanted to go to a strip club really bad.
Correct.
So he was just trying to convince you, like, well, don't worry. You know, her sister's boyfriend goes with us to strip clubs all the time, and he hasn't told Jane. She's never found out.
So then I'm drunk. I go home. We don't go to a strip club. I'm drunk. I go home. I impart this knowledge to my wife. And I give her the spiel of like, you can't tell anybody, like blah, blah, blah. They told me not to tell, but obviously I'm going to tell my wife some shit. And then she's like, well, we'll talk about it when you're sober. Boom. Cut to me sober the next day. Oh, you told me this. I'm like, yeah, I remember that. And she's like, all right, well, I have a moral imperative. I have to tell my sister.
No, I felt like a mandated reporter. I feel like if I find out my sister is being cheated on, that I'm a mandated reporter like a fucking psychologist.
Here we go. Okay. No, keep
I
going.
don't give a fuck, Dan. Your take is dog water.
That's an old expression.
So we can derail
you're an old
here.
man.
We can derail here and talk about is it cheating or is it not cheating? Because I think that's the conversation a lot of people wanted to hear. I would consider it cheating if your spouse has told you previously that you shouldn't go to strip clubs and you do it anyways because you're hiding it. I think Peach would agree. Dan doesn't agree. He says it's not cheating.
Go ahead, take their side, Destiny. I don't give a fuck. I don't need you. I'm my own fucking soul.
This is why a cactus wins against you.
This is why I don't like. Okay, let me just be clear publicly. Okay, number one, I hate white women. Peach is a white woman. Number two,
what the fuck?
Women go online. Like, there's like the 3 worst crimes of all of humanity. It's like one is. Like, I think 2 is genocide, 3 is like mass child rape, and number 1 is cheating. Okay, women are fucking
killing dogs is
about it,
worse.
okay?
But yeah.
Killing dogs is a close 2.
Shocking them.
Okay. That being said, I mean, it's her sister. Of course, how are you not gonna? Assuming she's on good terms with her sister, how would you live with that knowledge? There's no way.
If it's a random girl, it's a lot easier to like. Oh, okay, I
potentially,
won't
yeah.
know.
But
it's her sister.
You would expect her to hold, especially if she's on good terms with her sister, to know that no, you have to say it. You can quibble over whether it counts as like cheating or not cheating or whatever. I don't think that's relevant or whatever. But like, I think that if you're on good terms with your sibling, I think you have to. Of course, how would you not?
Thank you.
Especially, and there's
Hold
also
on.
there's
I never disagreed with Peach telling her sister.
Wait, yeah. Oh,
I
no, you
disagreed
did
with the
text
framing of the word
Yeah,
cheating.
you don't think that going to a strip club is cheating.
First off, Canadian strip clubs, I bet they're weak as fuck. What are the Canadian strip club rules? What's
I've
allowed,
never been
what's
to one.
not?
I have no idea.
I don't go to strip clubs often, Dan. Why don't you tell us about the rules in your area?
Well, in Vancouver, I'm pretty sure they could be fully fucking naked when I went with Melina and Arianita, so but I don't know if it's like that everywhere, or if they were not allowed to do that, but also, I mean, you can also very easily make the argument to where if he's doing that and not telling her, what else could he also potentially be doing? Like, what if he's going to a strip club? Could he also be getting lap dances? Could he be meeting other girls? Like, there's a lot of other theoretical things that could come from that too, right?
I know
Correct.
that not everyone considers going to a strip club as cheating, but I think that cheating very much depends on the boundaries that 2 people set in a relationship. If it is made
Nah, stop. No, this is we don't need the wokey polyamorous take. Like, strip clubs, like 95% of people would consider strip clubs to be like very sexual activity, and there's a reason why he hasn't told her.
Dan is getting blown out.
100%.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's whatever.
This is like a
What about watching porn? Is watching porn
depending on the
cheating?
depending on the relationship, maybe.
Oh, for fucking get me out of here. I need to join the red pill. Fuck this.
For outside of like the online space of like, oh, like we're like polyamorous, like, you know, bisexual, BDSM, go to kink clubs.
I guess I'm
Fet
cheating
Life or
on my
whatever.
wife every fucking night then. That's it.
I'm
Every
saying
night.
that-
your
I'm
relationship,
saying that-
you retard.
I'm saying that a lot of people would have a conversation about it, and if you're a man and you don't have that conversation, it's because you know she probably wouldn't be okay with it, so you're hoping you don't get caught.
Not every night. Some nights.
Okay. So Peach had talked to her sister in the past, apparently, and they'd gone over like, oh, what are your like boundaries in a relationship? Like, what do you consider cheating? Something like this. It was less autistically framed than that. But at one point it came
Jess
out
is
that...
talking to Jane now.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Jess had talked to Jane at some point in their life and gone over like, oh, like, what do you consider cheating? And
Casual talking, like, would you get mad if someone like liked a hot girl's Instagram pic? I've never understood that. So, you know, kind of like convos like that.
And Jane
what would you
said,
consider?
like, oh yeah, if my like boyfriend went to a strip club and hit it, I would consider that cheating.
Okay.
Which
Hid,
cut to
not
now.
hid, not hid it, like not
Hid.
fuck, but hid if he was hiding it.
Oh, hit
Cut to
it.
now.
Oh, okay, hit it. Okay.
Hid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hidden, yeah. So cut to now, he did that. So she says, all right, you get a week. She gives me you get a week to go and tell Joe that he has to tell my sister within a week, or I'm gonna tell my sister. Which
Wait,
I
why
think is
would
actually
you-
pretty fair.
I don't know why that burden would go to you. You don't, unless you're super close to Peach's sister.
He wanted to do it, not me.
I wanted to do it. I
Oh.
wanted to tell Joe because I felt like I was the one who kind of like fucked him over in a way, I guess.
Well,
So
I mean, he kind of fucked himself
He
over.
didn't want to go to
Yeah.
him.
Well, I was gonna say Peach
He
could
didn't
talk to
want
Joe.
me to
Maybe.
go to him.
Why not?
she could have,
like,
yeah.
I would have probably preferred to be the one to talk to him, but
My
Lucas
wife is a
wanted
very
to be the
blunt
one, so-
person, and I feel like she would have autistically fucked it up. So that's why I wanted to take the
Okay.
reins and tell Joe. So then I corner
is
Joe
fine.
in a basement, which sounds bad, but that is exactly what happened. And I tell him, like, hey, on the fucking bachelor party, Bob one told me that you and the guys go out and do this all the fucking time. I was drunk. I told my wife, she's gonna tell her sister, you got a week.
Okay.
And his eyes were fucking wide.
Mm-hmm.
So then a week goes by.
Are you friends with Joe at all?
I was at the time.
When
Yeah.
friends like bros or just like friendly-ish?
Like him and I, we were friendly. Like I wouldn't say I wasn't texting him every day, but I was in that friend group chat. He was at my bachelor party, so you
How many
can
guys were at your
infer that
bachelor
I was.
party?
More
or less than 10.
Like 5 or 6. Yeah, less than 10. Oh yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So I would put us. I would have said that we were bros at the time, 100%. So I tell him. He goes and tells Jane. Jane comes back to us and is like, hey, thank you. I talked to him. It was a long talk. It was like a few hour talk, blah, blah, blah. But we sorted it out. And that's
Nice.
kind of the last we ever heard of it.
Okay.
However, I got completely iced out of that friend group after that. I never got invited to anything again, which I get it. I got removed from the group chats after a while. Oh, God, a fucking voice crack. I got removed from the group chats after a while, and every dinner with Joe past then was awkward. Every family dinner, specifically.
Okay.
How
old
yeah,
is
because he'd come
Joe
over to
again?
our house and I'd be sitting across.
He's in
from
his
my sister's
mid-30s.
Okay.
And it was Jane's boyfriend of like 10 years.
Sure.
So.
Oh, wait, did Peach just say she's being an asshole to him?
No,
no,
like,
I
it
didn't
was
hear
just a
what you
little bit awkward. No.
Oh, okay, you're saying a little bit awkward now, but it sounded like Mooten cut you off, and you were saying like, well, I would sit across him at the table, and then you got cut off. Sounded like a little more than a little awkward, but.
No, it was honestly just a little bit awkward. I never talked to him about it. But I you know, what are you gonna do?
Okay.
So family dinners for me were awkward. Her mom would always poke and prod, like, oh, like, why aren't you hanging out with, like, Joe and the guys? Why don't you want to go over to fucking Bob's anymore? And I'm just like, because I'm not going to tell the fucking mom. Because Jess's mom is very dramatic. And if she heard that Joe was going to a strip club, she would fucking cry and
The
be like,
whole family
oh
is gonna
my
know,
God,
and it's gonna be a
Jane,
thing,
how did he cheat on you, Jane? Blah, blah. It would be a whole
To
fucking
her,
thing.
smoking weed and smoking crack is about on the same level.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah, for sure. So we're past that. Now, cut to now. This is a reason I don't want to go to the fucking Bob's for Christmas, because I have to be around that whole fucking friend group who iced me out over what I told my wife, which I'm I'm fine with. I think I did the right thing, etc. But I don't want to see him. Fuck him. Peach just doesn't want to go. She doesn't like being over there. Anyways. So we're back to present day. Peach is celebrating her birthday on the couch after we get home from the Cappies, and she's like, I'm like, you're gonna have to talk to your sister. You're gonna have to talk to your family. They're gonna try and get us to go. And she's like, oh no, it's very shrimple as. If they go to Bob's, we stay here. We stay with our cats.
That is not what I sound like.
Shrimple. She paints it as shrimple as, and I'm like, this isn't shrimple as. Your family's gonna fight tooth and nail about this.
This isn't shrimple as.
It's an emote. Look in your chat.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean simple as. It's different.
It literally does.
Okay.
It does not.
Okay.
The way
Okay.
that
So
I
okay. Go
see
ahead.
this
Sorry.
is very clear, very simple. It's if they would like to go and change the plans for Christmas that had been established for months. If they want to go and celebrate at this house that is I have expressed disdain for my entire life. I don't like going there. They now want to celebrate there. We don't celebrate there every single year now since I was like 16. We've celebrated with other people at our house. We've done like maybe one Christmas there, but they want to go back for some reason this year. If they want to do that, I'm not going. But I will come for New Year's.
So we call, and she's talking to her family, and then I'm prodding in the background. I'm like, you gotta bring up that shit. So she brings it up. She's like, oh, so what about Christmas? Have we talked about that or whatever? And her sister cuts off as like, that's not birthday talk. So I know that there's gonna be more drama to come.
Yeah, my sister's
And
ready to call whenever.
I think that's like the whole thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're caught up. So yeah, Dan was retarded because Dan's like, nope, going to a strip club's not cheating.
Different. First
so
off, different
that makes me
strokes for
think that
different
Dan is coping here. He's
No.
going to strip clubs and he knows that he ain't supposed to be.
I would say this. Points of contention. Number one, I would put it as you weren't necessarily the one that broke the bro code. I think
did.
it was the Bob. No, the Bob broke the bro code. Joe told the Bob, and the Bob told you. And the Bob should not have told anyone except for the Bob's own wife. But instead, the Bob told another bro, and you don't tell a bro another bro's secret. Ever.
How old are the
That's between
Bobs again?
They're
Bob
like
1 and Bob 2.
mid to late 30s.
Mid to late 30s. Easily.
I don't know if it's like they're both single, right? Or they've never been in long relationships before?
No, they're actually, one of them is in a long relationship and the other one is in a pretty long relationship. Actually, the Bob.
But after, yeah.
Well, no, at that time, the Bob that told you
Oh, yeah, you're
had
right, yeah.
a girlfriend who specifically also didn't like him going to strip clubs. And it was well known that he was going. But in that case, I mean, I don't really know her, so.
I would say like I say this to everybody, and I always have this assumption with every single thing. If I tell a person and I tell them, do not tell anybody this, the wife knows. Yeah, they're always telling their significant other. That's always going to be the case.
100%.
So it's insanely fucking retarded. I would even argue more strongly in the affirmative, unless like the Bobs are like you're fucking friends for life, because by them because they fucked you. You understand that you're fucked in that
They
circumstance.
gave me
right?
a burden of knowledge.
No, not just a burden of knowledge, but a potential huge fuck up as well. Because imagine if all this comes out and in a later date, yes, from Peach, right? Because now Jess is going to be looking at you and it's like, wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, yeah. Would you tell me if something else was happening? Like so by them telling you that, they should know you have to say something. Like how retarded would you be to tell that to your brother's sister's wife's husband? That's just beyond fucking retarded. It would be so stupid to say that. So they fucked up. He should be mad at them. That's where the anger should be directed. But when it comes to cheating and all of the communication, people get retarded on who they assign blame to. Well, technically, he shouldn't be doing it is the first thing. So really, it's that's the origination. But especially, why the fuck would you? And they did it in the most retarded way possible. Like, hey, like, do you want to commit a crime with us? Like, and it's like, well, no. And you're like, oh, no, that's okay. We're all committing crimes. And it's like, wow. Well,
it actually was literally that.
They were trying to.
When you put it that way, yeah, it seems even more
into
retarded. Yeah, but the liability and who's friends with who, that's just such a retarded thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but Moot is also the last of the Mohicans coming in there, right? He's the newest.
100%, yeah.
He's the newest entrant to the Bob.
I was the addition to like a fucking 5 to 10 year friend group.
Oh yeah. So you're the sorry, seniority.
Oh yeah, for
What's
sure.
Crazy is that those boys had all gone on like 2-week vacations all together to like Miami.
Boys trips, yeah.
Boys trips all together, and that's one of the times that they went to, that Bob said that they went to a strip club. And I can only imagine if they're all covering for each other, like, what the fuck else are they doing?
What's going on in these trips? That's what I want to know. And I was pissed off because at the end of all this, it seemed like Joe got off fucking scot-free. Like, he got one heated conversation with fucking Jane, and trust me, I wouldn't want to be there. But I get iced out of a completely fucking friend group in Toronto, and Joe just gets to keep banging fucking Jane. I mean, I felt fucking bitched. I got bitched there. Yeah, he bitched
Why are you
me.
saying banging? She's
He's
my
banging your
sister.
sister. He was
Just
banging
say,
her.
like, dating. Jesus, what the fuck?
That kind of is cheating what you just said, by the way. I'm just kidding.
Shit. GG. But now I got to figure out what we're doing for Christmas.
Damn. Well, when you guys, one important thing, because Jess said you guys had established plans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, were any plans actually established and agreed upon, and now they're changing them, or?
For sure. I actually remember what happened last year for Christmas. We were between spending Christmas with my parents or Mooten's parents, but we had spent Christmas with Mooten's parents like the year before.
Not really.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean. We went there to celebrate Christmas up until the day before Christmas.
We left
but
the day early.
Sure. That's not relevant, though, I don't think.
Well, it is.
Wait, where did you go after?
To Peach's
My
parents.
Okay, so you spent Christmas with your parents.
Yeah, we did 2 Christmas trips.
That's
but
right.
regardless, we were between actually spending the actual Christmas with his parents or at my house. And the deciding factor was, are you guys going to go to Bob's? Because if you go to Bob's, we're not coming for Christmas. If you don't go, then we will come. And we come. We went.
Do not
'cause they
come.
didn't.
Last
well, we
year.
did. We did go. Yeah, last year.
Okay.
And so this year it was similar. We told them we will we'll come for Christmas at our house. They know very well, like we've made it established that we will not go to that house.
Okay, so by
So now
saying
they've-
this, hold on, wait. So to be clear, that was never established. It sounds like you just assumed that they would hold that prior assumption from last year, but there was never an actual conversation where you guys were like, we will only come as long as you guys aren't going to the Bob's or whatever.
There has been now.
Well, now,
We
yeah, now.
didn't say
yeah.
we didn't say we will only come if you don't go to the Bob's until they said that they were going.
Yeah,
But
okay.
we did say that we would celebrate it at our house.
Sure.
That is true.
With
But
just
it
us.
didn't. But it's like it's like a prob logic. You didn't say like if and only if. It sounds like the location, but depending on the conversation, was just thrown in. Like if Mr. Moon was like, "Do you want to come over for Christmas?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I'll go to you guys' for Christmas." And then I find out like a week before, Moon's like, "Oh well, actually, we're gonna go over to this house." And I'm like, "I said that I would only go to your house." Like that
Yeah.
Mooten would probably be like, "Well, I didn't. Well, that wasn't. It wasn't like an if or only if, or if and only
Like
if."
we're
right?
celebrating Christmas versus like the fucking
The
actual
location
spot, but
wasn't
yeah.
like the super relevant part, right? Yeah. And it sounds like you haven't
Yeah,
made it super
yeah.
clear yet to your family that you fucking hate and never want to go to the Bob's house again. That's not a thing that they are aware of.
We
Well, we
have
did that
made it
last
clear
year.
From last year.
No.
And
But
I've made
last
it clear
year,
my entire life.
Yeah, but like I haven't heard the conversation, so it's hard. But it sounds like last year there was a set of circumstances that gave rise to that, particularly being that you guys were out of the country and it was quite burdensome to travel back. But it doesn't sound like they have this in their head that like you will never ever want to go there again.
Well, the way that they framed, I would say that they knew it, because the way that they framed, my sister framed, changing the plans was, yeah, I wanted to talk to you guys. I wanted to set aside some time in person, that the plans, or we're planning on changing them. So, like, it seems like they understood that the plans were that we were going to go to their house, and they knew this was a change of plans.
I think it's a fair thing to say that there was no like talk prior that the Christmas was going to be at your parents' house, like 100%.
Yeah, I can relate to this because I'm a very dismissive,
there
avoidant
was.
person who would never bring this up and would just hope that people would figure it out. But it sounds like that didn't happen, and you're just kind of hoping that they vibed it out. But now there's going to be an actual conversation where because if it was the fact that if you feel like that was clearly communicated, then there's no drama. Then you just don't go, and everybody should basically like they knew that when they made the choice to.
That's what I feel. That there shouldn't be any drama. It's so clear. We were supposed to spend it at our house with just our family. They're changing the plans. I'm not going.
Wow. Well.
All right. Well,
It
let's
feels
go do the
simple
call,
to me.
Peach, and then I'll come give him a status update. All right, we'll be back. I'm
Wait,
gonna go
you're gonna
the
do it
call-
right now?
Yeah, but not in the voice chat, obviously.
No, but okay. You should solve this once and for all. As I said before, the final solution to this question. I'm
Stop.
serious.
Why? Why keep letting this drag on? Just be done with it once and for all. Rip the fucking band-aid off. What's the point?
So Dan's solution here is you want me to what, leak to my mom that my sister got cheated on?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. Why is this relevant?
It's not. Dan is just trying to convince us to solve the situation.
Dan thinks we're gonna have to
Like a
always be
psycho.
fighting with the Bobs for fucking Peach's parents, like
All right.
hangout time.
I can speak for myself here. Okay. Here's my understanding of the situation. Number one, it has been established earlier on in this conversation that Peach, okay, has not been a fan of the Bobs or Joe for a long time preceding this incident. Okay, that was stated by you. Okay, you are a Bob disliker, a house disliker. Okay, now you are constantly being forced into a situation of every year, let's go to the Bobs, let's go to the Bobs, let's go to the Bobs. That will never end. But you now have the opportunity to hand, because you've also left out one piece of the puzzle here, which is important, is that Joe actually did speak with, or sorry, Joe actually did cheat on your sister.
Well, because he did go to the strip clubs, yeah.
No, I thought he actually cheated.
Okay.
We do consider that cheating, so yes.
But
Well,
did he do?
we,
Okay,
but
sorry.
she
Did he actually cheat?
Did he
fuck
put
someone
penis in
else?
vagina? No, we
Yeah.
don't think so.
Okay, you don't. So it's just
Not
that
that's
one.
been established. No, he's
Okay.
just.
No.
But it's been confirmed. He's gone to strip clubs. He hid it from her on purpose.
Okay.
He admitted to that.
I think what I would like to do in this situation, if I was a Mr. Moon, is that I would be like, basically, you need to stop putting yourself in a situation that you don't want to go there. You don't want to fucking go there. Every year, you're going to constantly be being pushed more and more because
Wait. Is this true? Did Jane break up with the guy?
That is correct. They are now broken up.
2-3 years later, she ended up breaking up with him. Now it's only like a couple of months ago that they broke up. Very recently.
What? 2 to 3 years ago, she broke up with him, but she also broke up with him.
Her timeline, her timeline is wrong.
This all happened like 2 or 3 years ago because we've been married for 2 years, Malev.
So it's 2023 that this happened.
Wait.
So this is 2 years ago.
Wait. This whole ordeal, I thought this happened like a months ago.
I just thought, yeah.
No, this whole ordeal where the bachelor party happened 2 years ago.
Oh, true,
You
because I said
guys
it was your
suck.
bachelor party. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. I feel like I'm watching Westworld, and I just got to the last episode, and I realized the timelines were... Hold on. Okay. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. My mind is reshuffling. Okay. All of this happened 2 to 3 years ago. Have you been to the Bobs or anybody else's since?
I had to do fucking terrible time there where I set of this friend group and I'm having to go like a fucking cuck and be in this house with 4 people who obviously fucking despise me. Yeah, I've had to do that.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm saying, just fucking be done with it.
Completely different.
Just be done with it. You both fucking hate the Bobs. And the way to solve... You guys can never solve the Bob situation, and the Bobs are never going to solve the Bob situation, because for the Bobs to solve the Bob situation, it has to mean that they admit that they knew that Joe was, quote-unquote, cheating on your sister. So the Bobs are never going to ever say anything. They're going to be like, yeah, we just kind of don't like Lucas. And your mom is going to keep pushing, being like, hey, why don't you just have, the Bobs and Luke hang out? You guys will be best buds. It'll be great. But it's never going to happen because your mom is not going to know that the vagina whisperer witnesser fucking created 2 monsters. 2 monsters, okay? And as a result of that, it will keep going forever. So the best way out of this situation is that for Luke, who's a man who can have uncomfortable conversations, to go and speak to your mom and be like, listen, I don't like the
That
fucking
would
Bobs,
be a
and I'll
weird
tell you why.
humiliation ritual for Jane, though.
Well, Jane can you can
Can
do
you
the
tell
same
me
ultimatum
why
that you
did
there.
Jane break up with? Okay.
For a multitude of reasons, it didn't like this wasn't. It wasn't over cheating specifically, or as far as she's told me.
Wait, I'm sorry I have to interrupt. There's an important part you've left out again.
Okay.
Peach's sister is doing a power play right now, Steve, okay? Her sister is trying to retain control over the Bobs, okay?
That's true.
And the Bobs are still friend with Joe.
Yeah. So
Boom.
she wants to make it clear, since we've known this family since I was literally born, she wants to make it clear that she is not going to get pushed out of our family friends.
And
just
real quick,
because
is
they've
Joe
broken
part of the Bobs, or is he just in that friend group?
He's
Joe
just in
is
that
friend group of the
In
Bobs.
fact, the way that my sister met him is we would go and spend like Easter with this family, Christmas with this family.
Okay,
and
gotcha,
one year,
gotcha, okay.
one of the boys brought along their friend, and then they met through that. So they're very close friends with him. But so he only came around like sometimes, but they met in kind of like a family situation.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is that Peach and her sister are fundamentally at odds. They do not want the same thing. So
That's right.
Peach and Mr. Mutin want the Bobs to fuck off permanently forever, and they won't give a fuck if they ever see them ever again. Peach's sister wants to keep the Bobs around and doesn't give a fuck, apparently, that Mr. Mutin is fucking miserable being around the Bobs because they fucking hate him, and that will never change, ever. So there needs to be an outside force that pushes Peach's sister's hand in a way that she can't avoid the fact that the Bobs are gone and they're never coming back, and they need to move on with their life.
Why does Jane want to be friends with the Bobs? Because the strip club people? I don't know. The Bobs are terrible people, and she's a retard for wanting to be friends with them.
I do agree. I agree with that. Yes.
You gotta
All right.
do something
Is
here,
that
so you don't have to
everything?
keep doing this.
We got it all out there?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
That's
of
pretty much
anything
it,
else.
yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for your truth nukes?
Yeah, let's
No,
go.
for fucking Pete's sake. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So there's a couple unknowns here, okay? I'm making some guesses, okay? Is your Jessica, do you have a top secret Reddit account that posts in the Raised by Narcissist subreddit or anything? Are we talking like, is that level of?
No, but God fucking damn it, I should.
Okay,
I should,
yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, so this is what I would say. Okay, so number one,
Yeah.
the drama with mom is not worth it. Okay, in my opinion, this is one of the most important things, especially because it sounds like your mom is a little bit of a family schemer, the kind of person who likes to sit at home and make calls to family members all day. And if you put this out, she is going to be telling everybody. Number one.
True.
Number two, your sister is going to fucking hate you because everybody will know.
Yes.
And your sister, especially for women or for men too, but like if you've been cheated on, like that, it's humiliating. And
Exactly.
yeah, your mom is going to make sure the entire fucking family knows. And not only now is your mom, or your relationship with your mom and your sister is going to be weird, your sister's relationship is going to be weird with fucking everybody. And she's going to be resentful of you more than anybody else probably for telling mom. And she's probably going to have a weird relationship now with the Joes and everybody else who she was trying to hold on to, or the Bobs or whatever. All of
Agreed.
that is going to be fucked because now the whole family's going to know that they knew, and it's just going to, and there's going to be so much about that, right? So that's the,
Dan's solution is fucking wild.
I said have your fucking sister do it, and you said no, I don't want to. So I'd force your fucking
okay.
sister to do it.
Well,
Be
yeah,
like,
but
you
that-
do
but-
it,
but
or
no,
I'm
wait,
gonna
but
tell
there's
your mom.
there's other issues here. So one, that's the nuclear option. Okay, number one. Okay, but another big issue with that, aside from your mom and your sister and all the fallout there, another big issue you're going to run into is it sounds like your mom really likes the Bobs, right?
Yep.
If I was decently enough.
She does, but she doesn't. Like growing up, this would be the lead up to the Bobs. It'd be like, oh, these fucking people, you know, all she does is talk shit. I don't know how they're still married. Blah, 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 blah. We'd get there. Hey, how are you doing? We'd get home, be like, she's
but does
so
your mom?
fucking drunk.
Does she do this with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just a normal. That's
Leading
that's
questions.
normal.
All right,
Okay.
there we go.
Well, no, it's not. It's
I
just to
guess
show
so,
I
yeah.
understand the archetype. Okay, so the issue, I already know what your mom is going to say if you give this as an excuse. So one, you're going to blow everything up. Okay, but here's what your mom is going to say after everything. Okay, because your mom is going to maybe act indignant, act dramatic, call everybody. When it comes time to make plans, and you say, okay, so mom, you definitely understand why I don't want to go to the Bobs and everything, right? Your mom's going to say, if Jane could forgive them, why can't you? And you're going to be fucked. You're not going to have anything to say. And you're going to have to pull out a totally separate excuse, which is going to completely eliminate the entire reason why you told your mom this in the first place. Because she's not going to let it stand. How is it that Jane can go and see all these people, the one who was cheated on and humiliated, but you guys can't?
They didn't cheat on Jane. Joe cheated on Jane.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
if
the boys,
Jane's
like, helped.
forgiven them, why can't Jess
Forgiving
and...
them for what?
For knowing afterwards?
Yeah, Jane still wants to go over there, right?
Helping?
Yeah, like they all
But they like
covered
hold his
together.
dick with the fucking. I don't know. I feel like the Bobs don't have to be forgiven. The Bobs are just doing what Bobs do. The problem is that for Moot's fucking excluded from the group.
Yes, but that's your real problem, though, right? So all this other cheating stuff is going to make things super dramatic. Your mom's just going to say, if Jane can get over it, I don't know why you can't. Why do you guys have to be extra dramatic about it? You could try to introduce like this whole extra friend group dynamic shit. Keep in mind, by the way, that, you know, I'm giving my takes here. Your mom might not actually agree that Mooten should have said anything. Your mom might, I don't know how crazy she is on who she sides with or who she likes or whatever. Your mom might have a totally different perspective. Well, maybe Mooten deserved that. Maybe Moot shouldn't have said anything, or maybe Moot fucked it up. I don't know.
She's very like, if one of her daughters gets hurt, then oh my god, you know.
Sure. Okay, maybe she would have known that, sure. But once you introduce this nugget of information to your mom, things can get way more chaotic. There's a lot of like weird shit that can
I
happen.
agree with you,
Yeah.
100% on this. Also, she might have a heart attack.
Then have your fucking sister deal with it. Okay? Say, hey sis, deal with this, or I'm going to mom. And then it's your sister's
old
problem.
man, we're trying to hear the fucking guru here, not you.
Okay.
The other issue is if you leave it up to your sister to tell your mom, you don't know what your sister will say. She might, because your sister might, and you might not even know this because now you would have to talk to your mom. Your sister might say some shit like, well, it's really awkward and Jess doesn't want to go just because Lucas was weird around the Bobs and now they don't like each other. So now Jess thinks it's weird. Like, yeah, your mom could say some shit like that, or your sister could say some shit like that to your mom because she wants to avoid all the drama because it's you guys have the same mom. They will know it. And now
she might start scheming.
Yeah, and now you're in 7 layers of bullshit. If I were you guys, this is awkward and this might lead to a fight in and of itself, but it's a more contained fight. Do you have local friends around Toronto?
Yeah. Well, no.
No, but we're more than happy to chill at home for Christmas and play with our cats.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would never say that because you're basically saying like I fucking hate you guys so much. I'd rather sit at home and be miserable than go out with you. Like if it's possible, or even to make some shit up. How far away are the Bobs? How far away are your family from you guys? Like how long would it take for you to get there? Is this like an hour? Is it like 3 hours?
It's a couple of hours.
Couple hours? Like, is it beyond the pale for you to say like, hey, we have a friend group that's doing like something really fun for Christmas or whatever else, and like we've got like, you know, friends now in Toronto, we really want to build up relationships with them, and like maybe we can catch you guys, especially because like, you know, we don't really have the most fun at Joe's anyway, or the Bob's anyway, so like we'd rather just like, you know, work on our friend group here and do that. We'll catch you guys on New Year's, and it'll
They
be more
wouldn't
fun.
believe me. If I told them that I had a new friend, I swear to God, they would not believe me. They'd be like, and you what?
Okay.
Friend?
I think
In
the most
person?
Well, I think the most important thing is you have to find a legitimate reason. Like you can't just like, because it's not really the whole story is too much. You have to find a good reason why that isn't going to fall apart just because Jane feels differently about something.
We can say we're just gonna go to my family's.
Yeah, I think that's
if you
the
could lie about
easiest,
that, that would be good.
Yeah.
But this is going to be like a reoccurring thing. So like, if you do say like we're going to go to his family's, you should also drop the like, yeah, we don't really have that much fun at the Bob's or the Joe's,
Yes.
or like they're kind of like different people. Like you should include that in there so that this isn't an issue that pops up every single time. Because you don't want to make it sound like, because if you say we're going to go to Lucas's family's house, what your mom is going to hear is, oh, we would come, but we have this other thing, right? It should be more, and it's a little kind of painful, but it should be more like a, we're choosing this instead for these reasons without including all the drama. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the text that I've sent them so far was essentially like, oh, okay, you're planning on going there. We do not like going there. I never have fun. I don't think that we're gonna come for Christmas if you go to that house. But if you would like to go for Christmas, if you all really want to go there, that's fine. Instead, we'll come for New Year's.
Sure.
Or they could swap it around. If they want to go celebrate with them during the holidays, they could go over for New Year's with the Bobs and do Christmas just
You know,
outside
for
the
a
house.
bunch of so-called truth-sayers and always wanting to
say things that are honest, you guys are coming up with a lot of fucking runarounds to just say that you fucking hate the Bobs, and
Wait,
your
the
mom's
goal
like, hey,
is,
why do you hate them?
The goal is
What?
not to be truthful. The goal is to tell the least amount of
Oh,
lies.
so we want to lie.
No,
okay.
no, you retard.
I can come up with some better lies than this shit.
The goal is to tell the least amount of lies. It's not to be necessarily 100% truth, okay?
Well, you can tell no lies.
When you're talking to your... Okay, there's two things, okay? Jess, you have to talk... I don't know your sister, so I can't say. But my gut would be you need to talk to your mom. And anytime you're talking about this, I don't know... Do you get along with her mom pretty well, Mooten? They like you and all that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, because I don't know the relationship. So maybe this might just be a concern that's not even real. But like, I would be really careful about it feeling like you're taking Jess away from, like, basically in-laws or whatever. You're taking Jess away from her family to go do your own thing.
100%.
And I don't
Yeah, that
know
makes
if
sense, yeah.
Jess's sister, if left to her own devices, would phrase it in a way that sounds like that. Like, oh, like we could, but Lucas doesn't get along well anymore with any of these people, so now we have to go, or I guess Jess and...
Well, if I heard
there's-
that happen, then I'm throwing out my
You know, there's a
trap card.
fundamental
Yeah, but you're
problem
never
here, is that
you're never gonna know she said that necessarily.
Yeah,
right?
probably.
You're at
Yeah.
odds with your sister. That's it. You're enemies with your sister. You want different things, different results
We're
here.
not enemies. I
Want
think that it's
completely different
very
things.
easy for me to frame it more as like it's mainly me just hating going over there because there's such a we've had so many fights growing up about them wanting to go there for Easter, and I'm like, Mom, please, I hate going over there. And then like a year later, the same convo. So it is no shock, no surprise that I don't want to go over there. It feels very like, I don't know, it's like uncomfy, stuffy. It feels very like fake.
Boring.
I can't like relax.
I would be careful because you're making it sound like it's a fucking PTSD house. I would just like just don't enjoy going over there. Like that's fine. You don't have to like add all the weird like there's like a horror clown that it's just like I would just.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I know, but when you start adding stuff like this, it feels like there's a hidden reason. That's what it starts to feel like. But if you just like are very clear, like I don't enjoy going over there. It's more fun being at, my husband's parents' house. Like I'm gonna hang out with them. Like we'll catch you guys on New Year's when it's like just a family. Like we feel better there. That's
If
it.
you don't
Like,
want to
so-
say anything, why can't you just be like, listen, Mom, I'm gonna be honest with you. Please don't say anything. I really just don't like the Bobs. Okay, I fucking
They
hate
know
the Bobs. I don't like going over there.
We've
Not
said
only
this.
do I dislike them, I can't stand them. Okay, I love you, Mom. I'll come over and hang out with you, but I fucking hate the Bobs. Don't make me go, and I'm never going again. It's over. It's done with. Stop. Never ask me again. Fuck the Bobs. Okay? Like, that's somewhat honest. Maybe you can do that. Be very firm, very serious about it. Being like you'd rather kill yourself than see the Bobs again. Like, that's honest.
Well, she
I
said
don't
she'd
know what
rather
to
get a
say.
vivisection. I mean,
okay,
yeah.
then say that. Like, because anything else, you're just waiting to have this situation happen again. That's it.
All right, we're gonna go do the call, and then I'll call back in. I'll let you know.
Okay, wait. You're calling
Run
your
down.
sister?
Well, Jane runs the fucking house.
Sure.
So
She does. Oh, she
it's not even worth
What are
talking
you gonna
to the
say?
mom.
When
Wait, what are you
you're
gonna
in
tell
that convo, okay, like I said, I think I personally would say Jess should talk to your mom. You should be aware, vibe out like how hardcore does Jane want to talk to mom? Because if Jane really wants to talk to mom and she's like really against Jess doing it, Jane might want to spin a web there.
Oh.
Just be careful on that, yeah.
My sister's living with my parents. Same house right now.
Sure, but I mean like you can still have that conversation with your parents. It doesn't have to be like
Yes.
but if you're like suggesting and Jane's like hardcore pushing back on it, then just be careful. There might be scheming about.
Can we? I just
It might
want to
be.
get to the bottom of this. What is the point of your call, and what are you going to say or
Just
ask
to
for?
figure
or do?
out the Christmas plans, because we're
The
not
point of the
sure-
call is if go to Bob's, we no go.
Yes.
Okay, and then she's going to be like, "Why?"
Yes. I have presented them with two options. One, you all go Bob, we no go Christmas. Option two, you no go Bob, we
We
do
go
go
Christmas.
Christmas. We come Christmas.
Well, what if they no go Bob, but the
Trimble.
Bobs go to them?
Well, that we don't go.
Here's the problem, Steve, is that fucking Jane wants the Bobs. She wants to assert dominance.
She does.
She wants the fucking Bobs. She does. So she's going to be scheming.
Which is
ultra.
fine, but why can't we just not go to Christmas then? What's so bad?
Yeah, I think you can do that. That's fine. Yeah, but just tell them that. Yeah, you don't like hanging around them that much, and you'd rather hang out with
Yeah.
either a new group of friends or Mooten's family. I would.
Boom.
Again, I don't know your family structure, so maybe this would work here. But I would be very careful about saying like we'd rather just stay home and do nothing because that sounds really fucking like fuck.
That
you.
does sound pretty bad. I
Yeah.
hear that. Yeah. All right, we'll be back.
Well, we will update you guys. Hopefully it's not dramatic. I think that it should be. I'm going
I
in
guarantee
very
that nothing will get
positive.
resolved, and it's going to be like, okay, well, let's talk about this again in like 2 weeks. Let me see what we can come up with. That's going to be the result of your conversation. Guaranteed, 100%. You guys don't have the fucking backbone to do what needs to be done.
But what do you mean? No, something. Well, because the burden is on them to travel right now, and it sounds like they don't have any plans
Yeah.
to travel that far out. So the burden is going to be on the sister. The sister's going to
It's
want to
going
move
to be
something
more.
along.
I guarantee you, it's going to be hurry up and wait. It's be like, okay, well, look, why don't we do this? Why don't we? I'm going to talk with mom, and we'll see. Maybe we can do that instead. Maybe we'll do one day at your house, and then the next day we'll come over there. Let me get back to you.
I
That's
think if
what-
everybody
that's
was
what it's gonna
going
be.
to Mooten's place or Jess's place, I think that would be the case. But if they have to travel out, the sister's gonna. If she really wants them out there, she's gonna push for it sooner rather than later. Because if they make other plans,
Yeah.
she knows it's fucked. So she'll want to scoot it along. I think.
All right. Well,
Good luck.
We'll
Right back.
let you
Get
guys
back.
know in like 20 minutes. Bye.
Jesus.
You're fucking retarded. You are retarded. Like, I don't understand. You have to solve this problem once and for all. What are you doing?
They did. They just said they're going to say that they don't want to. They said
you know how
that's what
soft
they do.
Those two are. They're the softest. They're like fucking stuffed animals. And
Well,
you're throwing
you
them out
can't
to the wolves.
oversell it. If you oversell it, then the mom is going to know something more crazy is going on. You can't be like, I'm never going over there again, because you're like, what? Did you get raped? Like
I gave a good reason. Be like, I don't like the fucking Bobs. Okay, they're mean to me. They bully me. I
It's
hate them.
family and it's Christmas. What do you mean? You can't just like, oh, I don't like them. You have to have a decently good reason to go, but it can't be so
Yeah,
fucking dramatic.
I would give a fucking good reason. You guys don't want to give a good reason.
What would you give?
Well, apparently, since we can't tell the truth, I would come up with some fucking elaborate scheme of the Bobs doing some fucking nefarious shit and how I can't be there.
And then what are you going to do when the mom starts gossiping about it and now word gets out that you're telling lies about it, and then it comes back to the mom that that's not even truthful?
First off, I wouldn't. I would just tell the truth. I'd be like, these motherfuckers excluded me and treated me like shit because I exposed their cheating.
But now
They're
now
cheaters.
Jess's sister's humiliated, and mom's going to be gossiping around the whole fucking family.
Then
and
this sounds like Jess better fucking solve this problem before Moot solves this fucking problem. It'd be the way I handled it.
First of all, it's their problem. They're married. They're on the same team, so they have to figure the problem out together because it's in both their
Oh
interests.
no, sorry. Jane better solve this problem before Moot solves.
Well,
the problem for them.
If Jess and Jane are close, then it's still in Moot's interest to maintain that relationship. He doesn't want to go nuclear and roast the bridge between his wife and his wife's sister.
You know what I'm gonna tell? I'm gonna say it right now.
What?
I think Moot is the softest of the teddy bears in this situation, which means, unfortunately, he's going to have the rawest deal. Okay? So whatever Jess and Jane want, that's probably going to be the compromise that happens here, and Mr. Mooten will probably be uncomfortable with whatever.
Why? It sounds like
it
sounds like Jess's and Mooten's interests are aligned here. It doesn't sound like Jess wants to hang out with the Bobs either, so I don't know why she would agree.
Moot fucking hates the Bobs. Jess probably doesn't like them and doesn't enjoy it, but can tolerate it.
I guess we'll see. I don't know. I'd be surprised if she agreed to some middle ground like that.
We'll see. You want to put some money on it?
Who joined? Nice.
Yeah, nice microphone.
Good one. Okay, cool.
I have just all these fucking white name chatters telling me that I'm wrong. I am correct, okay? I'm correct. It's okay. It's fine. The knowers, the ones that stuck by me from the very beginning, that's why I love you guys so much. All the people that are one-guying me, that's why I hate you, okay? There's a few Chads out there. You know what? And you're right. You were right from the very beginning. And it's an important skill to stay strong, even in overwhelming adversity all around you.
Wow.
Congratulations. You guys did it. You did it. I'm proud of you. I'm going to think about you tonight.
Okay. Well, anything else? We good?
Yeah. No, we're waiting for them to come back in. Sorry, am I fucking interrupting your pedophile game that you're playing there? What is this? It looks like it's fucking Lord's Mobile. Can't you play a real game? FPS? What is this shit?
It's your mom.
Like, anime games. Really?
Yeah, really? Problem?
Okay, fine. Whatever. Well, there's a new Hassan crying clip. I know you love that. That'll cheer us up, huh? What do you think?
True.
Let me send that over to you.
Well, hold on, I gotta go there. I still have fucking shit I was going through. Okay. I will
Yeah,
get
but
to
you
that.
just go pull this one up real quick.
Okay, I'll get
you
to
know?
it. Okay, listen.
No, we can enjoy it together.
Okay, I'll come back in when I'm done with my other stuff, and we'll.
No,
enjoy
you're
it together, okay?
lying. That
Okay,
means you won't. I know what that.
Okay. Dean slop. Fuck. How much is this guy talking? Can I be done with this? Yeah, get out of here, you fucking loser. Oh my god, I just skipped his text. I just missed the most important part. Okay. No cutscene. God damn it.
You've not touched your supper.
Good, she's not gonna eat. She's gonna starve herself and die.
Now stop being stubborn.
You were in league with the Cardinal. What do you mean to do with me?
Oh, I can just pause. Based. Okay. Is there a way to minimize this or? Oh God, I'm worried if I tab out, it's gonna crash and I'm gonna lose that fight. Hold on, let me just finish this. Jesus.
If you not give me over to Lar,
To put you where you
so you
On
would
this dick.
manipulate me as well.
You will.
What do you mean?
I mean.
So these two good guys.
Do we find you in... If you would be but a trifle more tame. These seem lavish enough, court. Truly?
Tell me of what it is.
Very well. You are not Avelia.
Wow, fake baby, adoption baby.
What?
The true princess died years ago.
That's absurd.
It is neither absurd nor... You are a straw doll placed in an empty crib by the council. They saw the queen as an obstacle. Their method was exacting. They placed you in the royal family after assassinating the queen's two
Jesus
elder. The
Christ.
deception was complete. And your ascent all but sealed. But against all... Whether he is in truth of Ondoria's seed is highly suspect, of course. Regardless,
You speak false.
believe what you like, child. It is of little... We hold a trump card in our hands.
Name drop, president.
What is it you wish of me then?
Not at all, sweet child.
I am a daughter.
Indeed. You are. Tis more than our birth that you have always been. We only wish...
Who
Faint
are
gamer, not in
We are
Japanese.
no friends
I
in
don't care.
Dukrag. Think of us... Lord Folmarv, when she comes to see... Indeed.
Leave.
Come, delete her.
Yeah. On command. I can't take stories seriously when chibis tell it. Would you not take the Bible seriously? If Jesus was a chibi? Chibi? Okay. Fuck, where the fuck were we? Don't know about that, don't know about this. We'll have mandatory flags on X soon. 2 meme clips, what are these?
Partisans, this isn't about Trump. I know for the partisans, they think, oh, this is about Trump or Clinton or whoever, right? No, we just want to know who's running our country. And my guess is that Trump was hiding it both out of personal embarrassment. And let's get real. I mean, in the email so far already, we see, Epstein saying that he's with Giuffre in my house in 2011 when Trump claims that he broke off his relationship with Epstein in 2003. Obviously, there's the infamous Bubba email, whatever that means. I don't know why people aren't talking about that more. And you've got a lot of really embarrassing stuff for Trump. But on top of that, this is clearly an intelligence agency. And at this point, pretty much proven that it's Mossad. Dropsite News has Ehud Barak's emails where they are conspiring. Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel are conspiring to get America to bomb Syria and get America to bomb Iran. And Epstein is so powerful, he could set up a meeting with Vladimir Putin for Ehud Barak. He's more powerful than the former Prime Minister of Israel. This guy was a lot bigger than we realized. So look, for the partisans, the Democrats will want to get Trump, and the Trump loyalists will pretend that he did nothing wrong and it was all the Democrats. But I think that's actually missing the point. The point is somebody else is running our government. Who ran this horrible scheme to rape American girls and then use the tapes to smear or maybe hold hostage American politicians and powerful people? I mean, the answer seems to be clear. There's no question Epstein was working with Israel. So why are we not talking?
Why does nobody know how blackmail or any of this works? If that was the plot, one, why did he ever get arrested? Because the whole point to having blackmail and shit is to make it so you don't get arrested. And then two, if he did and then got killed, why wasn't it released? It's like blackmail without the blackmail? What was the point of any of this?
Talking about that. And of course, since Trump is a huge client of Israel, has gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from donors who favor Israel, he's going to want to hide that as well. And why is he giving up now and saying, okay, release the files? Well, number one, he isn't. He could release the files himself right now. So he's lying. He doesn't really want to release the files. And number two, it's because he already lost the vote. So what else is he going to do? He hasn't, because some portion of MAGA and a huge portion of his voters have rebelled, and they rightly rebelled. This isn't America First. This isn't anything that he promised before.
Okay, good one. Jenk. Vlosh on stream today sharing some strong opinions on the state of Israel. 15 minutes.
I want to take a look at that Oxford Union thing.
Israel a greater threat to regional stability than Iran? Oxford Union debate team votes. This is obviously true, you know? You would need to be a State Department asset to disagree. I'm sorry. Voted overwhelmingly. 265 to 113. Pretty good, pretty good. Was this a debate? Yeah, it's the Oxford Debate Union. They're massive nerds, you know. They love to. We still have no answer to what we're going to do about Israel. Like, letting alone the genocide. That's one thing. But they're still a deranged rogue state with nuclear weapons that threatens to use them at the
What do you think a rogue state is? The stable democratic country that has existed in a sea of enemies, but has like forged relationships not only with its neighbors, but with other Arab states and also with Western countries is a rogue state? What is rogue state in his definition?
Drop of the needle. Absolutely psychotic. They're expansionists. They're still expanding. You know that, right? Like they've still been making recently. They've been making moves into both Syria and Lebanon. They're still just encroaching on other sovereign nations' territory. Absolutely psychotic.
Okay.
Now, North Korea is way the fuck more stable, Masaigo. North Korea doesn't have the backing of the world's greatest superpower, and also has far fewer weapons, and also
just China.
Isn't expansionist. Well, maybe they want to be, but they're not getting past the DMZ, and they're certainly
doesn't North Korea literally practice deploying its fucking ICBM program or whatever, and it's pissing off South Korea and Japan right next to them, and even China a little bit. But okay,
not expanding into China.
Why would North Korea want to expand into China? What?
Can you imagine living next to those fucking freaks?
If you were a stable nation, would you rather live next to Israel or next to fucking North Korea? What?
I mean, they constantly fire ballistic missiles over Japan. Yeah, but Israel fires ballistic missiles into other countries.
Into which countries, Vaush? Which ones? What's going on? Into Egypt or Jordan?
Sorry, when at the psychopath.
There's always like the key retard. When it comes to the Middle East, people, especially white people in the West, really all people in the West, they tend to like over talk about like a whole thing. Like if somebody says like, oh, in this case, Israel is invading territory in Syria and Lebanon. What do you mean by Lebanon? Do you mean like they're airstriking Beirut, or are you talking about Hezbollah held territory in the south? Because these are two completely different things, and you're implying two completely different things as well. Same thing with Syria. Not to say that all their strikes in Syria are good or commendable. I don't know enough about Israel's military action in Syria over the past several months to have a strong opinion on it at all. But to just say like they're attacking these two countries, like countries, what do you mean? Which parts? Like who's being attacked here?
Okay, Israel's taking top. Getting the gold medal. Worst country out there. I'm still ranking it above or perhaps below, depending on how you want to put it. Russia.
Okay.
No, I'll oppression Olympics it, man. Russia is fucking horrible and insane and evil and so on and so on, but I can still get a kind of like a real politics sense from what they're doing. I genuinely believe that Israel is run by death cultists. Like, Russia is run by oligarchs who are cynically looking to expand their power and influence by exercising dominion over their, former Warsaw Pact Soviet bloc countries. I really truly think that Israel is just demonic. Like, they like no... Like,
by the way, in Israel, one of the biggest reasons why you can talk about the evils or the bad things that have happened to the Palestinians is because you have Israeli... Would B'Tselem be an NGO that are founded upon documenting Israeli war crimes and keeping track of what's going on with the Palestinians? These are Israeli organizations that are staffed by Jews and Arabs in the country of Israel. This is completely and totally different than Russia, who will kill political opponents that are Russian. Like, it's just like, this is the most retarded fuck statement imaginable.
Like, just because there's so much real politics shit that they...
I wouldn't... It's not anti-Semitism. It's just retardation. The Finkel Dick, the fake historian, brain-rotted loser, did this when Benny Morris asked him, like, well, as a historian, it's your job to understand, nations. And Finkel's like, I can't even possibly understand what's going on in Israel's mind. I can't even... Like, really? In the grand scheme of things, like, in terms of figuring out, like, why countries do what they do, I feel like the history is pretty simple. Like, most of the countries, especially in the Middle East, seem to have, like, fairly simple motivations. Like, we're not on some 27 levels of fuck shit here. Like, it's pretty obvious, like, what people want and what people are doing. I don't know what the fucking mystery is.
Left on the table, right? Israel's basically given up on negotiating with the United States over political power. Israel's not trying to make a case for its legitimacy. It's just taking it for granted and is working with... I mean, it's almost like there are a bunch of religious fundamentalist ethno-nationalists who are acting as though they have the blessing of the world's greatest superpower, It's almost like you've taken the craziest people on earth and then given them all of the power and all the moral and political license in the world. Not to mention, Russia's a lot larger than Israel. So if we're going by evil per capita or perhaps per square mile, it's no contest. What's the tensile strength of evil? It's a good question. Yeah, if you go by per square mile, Russia's not even that bad, to be honest with you. There's huge chunks of Russia, like acreages, where nothing evil's going on because no one lives there. Russia has a rich culture and history too. That's true, and Israel doesn't. Yeah. Israel seeking 20-year America First security agreement with the U.S. That's capitulation if ever I've seen it. Israel said they're trying to navigate GOP foreign aid skepticism by emphasizing U.S.-Israeli cooperation. It's not going to work. You know how much Israel has done for America over the course of its existence as a state? Let's be real here. Nothing. All they've done is take. Nothing. They've done lots for American investors, military-industrial complex, whatever. But their actual people in leadership displaying nothing but open contempt for our country for not being even more pro them. That's what happens when you create a demon country. You're not going to get good, gracious behavior from them. So, yeah, no, they test our weapons on Palestinian children. How nice of them. I'm late. What did Israel do this time? Exist, mostly. They have served as a distraction from the files. Buddy, Israel's got to be 30% of the files, okay? Epstein had plenty of connections. What was the Israeli PM that was sneaking into his house during COVID or whatever? Barack, not Barack Obama. That's not Israeli PM. It's something. Barack. There, yeah, Barack. That's why I said Barack. Yeah. Thank you. Ehud Barack Obama. Thank you. Israel's pedo heaven. Yes. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, this schism is happening on the right. I'm really worried by the fact that it's not really happening on the left. Mamdani has taken a principled position, but even his principle. Listen, okay, the morally correct thing to do whenever somebody says Israel is to spit on the ground. All right, demon country, Hitler country. Hitlerites. Mamdani broke trends by being willing to say he supports the existence of Israel as an equal state. Right? That's as far as we go. Okay. There's no big schism on the left. People like AOC, Bernie Sanders, largely quiet. People should be screaming from the rooftops, man. How the fuck is it that the Democrats supposedly stand for progressive values? Again, I know they don't, but supposedly, right? And then they continue to default their needs to worship and defend Israel. Democratic leadership, tons and tons of regular rank and file Democrats in the House and in the Senate are both financially compromised. And if asked about it, they will give you the most unconvincing lies you've ever heard. Remember Gavin Newsom?
Oh, Zog. We're zogging it up. Hell yeah.
Remember when somebody brought up AIPAC to him during one of his podcast appearances? And he was like, AIPAC, I haven't heard that name in years. I just know it's crazy you bring AIPAC up because I just never hear about it. That's so fascinating you bring them up because I've never even heard of these guys. It was like a clip of David Pakman pretending he doesn't know how AIPAC is fucking pronounced, Pritzker openly gave support for an arms embargo on Israel. Yeah, but that's not enough. You need to hate Israel. It's not enough.
Why? It's not enough to... Not what you have to hate them too? Are you okay?
Tepid, milquetoast, liberal, hand-wringing, pearl clutching. Oh, yeah, no, I'm concerned by Israel's behavior and I support blank or Y against them or whatever else.
By the way, remember when I said before people got mad because I was like, people like Hassan are more of a threat to Israel than a Nazi would be. Because for a neo-Nazi, especially today, the goal is isolationism and to cut us off from other countries on the planet and to be rid ourselves of maybe domestic Jewish influence. Lefties or tankies want all of that, but they would also want to invade and overthrow the government of Israel and install an Arab ethno-state, basically. Jesus.
No, come on, man. Evil fucking country. And the people who don't like Israel don't just disagree with Israel's policies, okay? There's no middle road here.
No middle road.
You get me. You get me. Yeah, I can't fucking believe this clip, man. It's insane.
Interesting. You're the first to bring up AIPAC in yours, which is interesting. I will not vote for a candidate that takes $1 from AIPAC. It's interesting. It's interesting. I haven't thought about AIPAC. And it's interesting. You're the first to bring up AIPAC in your.
The biggest tell they're cut or not is when a Democrat says the Netanyahu regime or government instead of the country broadly. Yeah. When Democrats are like, I disagree with the policies of Netanyahu's government, as though the guy who's going to come next won't be just as bad or worse.
Which is.
So there's no off-ramp. A functioning democracy right now in the Middle East, Israel, there's no off-ramp. It's completely done. That has to be nuked. We can't. Doesn't matter who the next leader is. All the people are evil. The country's evil. There's nothing. We just have to completely. Okay. Based. Wow. King. Okay.
Interesting. Why did I say that? Not relevant to my day-to-day life. Okay, which is just interesting. Listen, it's interesting you say that. JPAC perhaps more, but AIPAC less and less. Yeah, fair enough, which is just interesting. What's interesting about it? That it's just interesting as you bring up AIPAC that it hasn't been part of. I'm just reflecting quite openly and honestly.
This one video clip probably created 10,000 grippers. I'm borderline. I'm not come on, man. It's like JQ hyperfuel. It's JQ antimatter being thrown into the fucking fuel chamber. Are you kidding me? The way he clams up. Holy shit, man.
It hasn't been part of the day-to-day. Yeah. The only reason why I ask is because with that, what I'm talking about is lobbying in and of itself.
I don't know. It's not just AIPAC either, right? J Street as well. Yeah. Anyone else got the... Oh, please give me the Cory Booker clip. Please give me the Cory Booker clip. If somebody can find that. I don't even know how I would look for that, This gaffe is bad enough to potentially disqualify him. Oh, I'm genuinely, if Gavin Newsom ends up being the presidential candidate in 2028, I'm not doing any advocacy for his election. Unless something changes. Well, it's 3 years out, so I shouldn't make any predictions, I suppose. But right now, I just don't see myself supporting him. That would be such a massive fuck you from the Democrats.
We're still single issue on a governor's statement about not even Israel-Palestine, but on AIPAC? How are we so ass-pained on this? What are you guys going to talk about in a year or two when Israel-Palestine is solved? Because that they're going to figure all their shit out, of course.
Nothing will ever change. This is all you can get forever. We will keep losing as many times as we need to before you're willing to swallow the dog shit and just like accept that this is the best things can get. It's either insane, like hyper populist, corporatist, you know, borderline feudal fascism, or this dog shit, believe in nothing neoliberalism, and there's no third way. There's no other way to do things, you know? Fuck you. Is this a clip? I think this is a clip. This isn't really a clip. It's fucking 4 minutes long, but I guess it does illustrate the problem, right? Man, I hate Cory Booker.
Why do we hate Cory Booker? I feel like he's like, why are we hating Cory Booker now? Why do they hate Cory Booker on the far left?
Illustrate the problem, you know? Democrats are going to get blindsided by this stuff, man. God, do you have any idea how quickly public opinion is going to turn on Israel once right-wing media starts to shift along with this prevailing trend and they stop playing defense? Imagine how it's going to be when Fox News starts running Israel skepticism on their main line, and it's only Democrat-affiliated media who are still doing this phony, like, only democracy in the Middle East bullshit. And it's going to be a massacre, dude. Oh, a little more refined of a clip, perhaps.
I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money.
What about APAC money? You take APAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources come.
I like how he unknowingly. You understand what he just said, right? Like he doesn't realize. He just said that, like, can you imagine when the right wing changes their behavior to something? The implication there being that that's already what his behavior is. Can you imagine when the right wing starts going hard on Israel and everything? We're going to be the exact same, and they're going to get fucking destroyed. Like, Jesus.
100,000. Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
When you did your 25-hour speech, I was like, go, Cory, I love this. That is amazing. And then there's a photo shoot with you with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I was just like, what in the actual Like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed. I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me. Do you think he's a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu? Do you think he's a war criminal?
Again, these are questions that a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency.
Like, if this is the way the Democrats are talking in 2028, then they deserve to lose to the Republicans. And frankly, the American people deserve what comes next for having chosen them in the Democratic primary. Are you fucking kidding me? How transparently cucked do you have to be? How beholden to special interest groups, to corporate lobbies, whatever the fuck, do you have to be this transparently bought on an answer? Nobody talks this way. Nobody talks this way authentically.
Because nobody demands an answer. Bro, I wish we spoke about Ukraine, Russia with these types of terms. I wish these guys gave up like 1/10 of a fuck, because that's a conflict with a clear good guy, bad guy. That's like a clear, this is a moral fucking failing of the United fucking States of America. This is an international law fucking failing. This is not even our fucking military industrial complex is fucking failing. Like, everything has failed there. Why don't we have 1/10 the smoke for Ukraine, Russia as we do for fucking this bullshit? Oh my God.
In bringing an end to this crisis. And I get these questions all the time that, to me, undermine my urgency.
I think the thing that Democrats get so frustrated with, where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mondanis and the Graham Plattners rise up, because they can go on podcasts and you can say, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal? And
they're trying to make me care about a damn.
The Mamdanis? The Mamdanis? There is one Mamdani. He's the mayor of New York City. Why are you acting like every politician in the country is going to turn into Mamdani? The mayor of New York City. Come on. Sorry. Why am I watching this?
Tattoo.
2 minutes. Get me the fuck out of here.
When the entire democratic political apparatus is complicit in a conspiracy to work with and defend a genocidal ethno-state. It's not even about the Palestinians, man. Obviously, I think it'd be great if they could stop dying. That'd be fucking awesome. But anyone who's this cucked to Israel is cucked to every special interest. It doesn't begin and end with that. It's not like people like Cory Booker are going to be cucked to Israel, but are then going to be like militant populist warriors for the working class once they get back to the States or whatever. It's a litmus test, right? It's the waterline. It shows you where they stand or where their values aren't, I suppose. Anyone who can be bought on this can be bought on anything, which is why, as a general rule, the more pro-Israel a person is, the more Hitlerite they are in every other issue, right? Fetterman was over.
What? The more pro-Israel you are, the more Hitlerite you are on every other issue. Wow.
Israel a person is, the more Hitlerite they are in every other issue, right? Fetterman was always a Zionist, but as soon as it became more important for him to be a loud Zionist, he shifted to the right on every single issue, you know? It's the only important thing to these people, and they will compromise every other value in service of it.
Yes, and that's the end of it. It's not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like, what happens to Democratic politicians? They go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversation. No, bye. Okay, here's my thing. Okay, they just cannot criticize Israel. There's really something to that. I mean, it's kind of wild when you're in it.
It almost feels like talking to or listening to like a religious person. You know what I mean? Like where they.
The issue is that they're doing politics and you're doing social media video games. There's literally no political upside right now in the United States to saying fuck Israel, fuck Netanyahu. Why would you do it? All you're doing is you're alienating some voters to appease what, young people on social media? I would expect it, especially when these guys don't even have any direct say over what the fuck is going on with there. Why? Like, it's just it's a weird. It would be like ask somebody to shit on. Like even China, I don't know if senators or whatever are directly like shitting on China. Like, why would you? There's literally zero upside for it. Why would you do it? I guess Chinese Americans don't necessarily have the same as strong of a relationship, I guess, because China's technically not our ally, but like, and you're not even asking them to take. It's not even like they're saying, actually, no, they wouldn't. Nobody would say like, do you think the leaders of these countries? I don't even know if they make statements like this about Putin. No, they do. Who said Putin's a killer? Oh wait, that might have been Trump. Like, you're not even saying, like, are you critical of Israel? Like, the question is like, is Netanyahu a war criminal and is Israel a genocidal apartheid? Like, you're not even asking for criticism. You're like, I need the most extremist position. For what, though? For no political advantage? The only thing you're looking at is potential political liability? Why? I don't know. I think it's cringe.
You can run them up to a line, but there's like specific lines they have arbitrary, almost meta-ethical boundaries on that they just will not cross. Like, even if it logically makes sense, like, you value X and Y is happening, and this is being confirmed by Z, and Z is an institution you've trusted in the past. So therefore, X is bad, right? And they just won't.
Like, what do these take? Zionism is tied to their religion for most of them? Come on.
Do it. They will not do it, you know?
Jesus. Did Z really confirm it? Confirm what?
Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administrations. Not one time did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition of what the Biden Justice Department knew. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about the people.
Hold on. Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he does.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Epstein committed during the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is older,
am I
right?
wrong on that?
Didn't we?
He was arrested in 2019, and he committed in 2019. He died August 10th of 2019. So the Biden administration was not involved in a conviction or a trial of him. They were in of Elaine Maxwell.
Okay. But he was arrested and indicted under Merrick Garland.
No, under Trump.
Who had all
under
of the
Trump.
information.
Epstein was arrested, indicted under Trump in 2019. Trump was president. Merrick Garland was not the Attorney General.
Okay.
Whatever. We got new Trump truths. Wacky Marjorie Trader Brown. Remember, green turns to brown where there is rot involved. He keeps forgetting his own jokes. Is this like to remind him why it's funny? He's working overtime to try and portray herself as a victim when in actuality, she is the cause of all of her own problems. The fact is, nobody cares about this traitor to our country. I will be strongly endorsing against any state senator or House member from the great state of Indiana that votes against the Republican Party and our nation by not allowing for redistricting for congressional seats in the United States House of Representatives, as every other state in our nation is doing. I like how he's just open about this now. I call this for a long time. It was obvious, even in term one he did this, where Trump will just, if you're not on his agenda, he will do everything he can to destroy you. I don't know where the political winds are right now, though. I just don't know how much power he has on all of this. He's stretched pretty thin at the moment. Good luck. What is this? Has anyone else basically given up and living life on autopilot because of where our country is at and where it's pretty clearly going? Jesus. No! I knew I should have refreshed it. It's fucking stupid. Your reply? Yeah, I'll just read it in a second. Hold on. Griperism is quickly becoming the mainstream. Wait, is this true? Did the guy say he's 330 pounds in his post? Oh, no. Guys, fuck, I wish there was a video of the speech I gave to those fucking... They're like... I think they're high schoolers that are doing a camp at a college. I don't even know what it's called in Malibu that I used to do every year. Or I still do every year? I don't know. I never wrote the speech down or whatever, but like one of the things I bring up is if you are, Pepperdine. If you are engaging with politics and is making you miserable, don't do it. There's no reason to. Especially, not to be mean, but you're probably not going to make much of a big impact, especially if you're miserable and you're not working in politics. Like this, I do it because of my job. But even more because I do enjoy it, even if I'm getting riled up and shit. I don't go to bed mad about this. If this was genuinely upsetting me, I'd take breaks and play games. You shouldn't be engaging with stuff if it's having a genuine negative impact on your mental health. Don't do that. Just take a break. It's not worth it. I promise you it's not worth it. And there's so much in life fighting for your attention. You can find other stuff to put your attention on and you won't even be noticing this. Like you don't need to, okay? It's bad enough now. It's only getting worse. Mike is dying, but Grubberism is quickly becoming the mainstream, popular brand of conservatism. When this takes hold in the next 6 to 12 years, it's going to be a completely different country, and not when I've been 6 to 12 years, bro. Who knows what will happen? Because of that, I've pretty much given up any long-term thinking. I've just turned 30 recently. Around the same time, I was listening to doctors tell me how I need to turn things around and make certain changes, or it'll be too late. I have a fatty liver, and the enzymes have been elevated. I'm 330 pounds fat, and I know I'm almost past the point of no return. Knowing what's coming, I just don't care. I'm going to get in shape and get healthy just in time to live in some shitty society where gripperism dominates the culture and politics. Jesus. Just don't do that. Don't do that, guys. What is this? Cutie Cinderella breakdown.
Of Clippers who had 24 hours to grab the clips did not know.
Uh-oh.
My whole team of Clippers who had 24 hours to grab the clips did not know what all of Jason's relationships were in the past. Like, I can't, like, I'm sorry. I can't have an expert from every community come and give me the clips because then you guys would know the nominations.
What? I'm so confused. What is she talking about? My Clippers didn't know who Jason's relationships were, so... Wait, what?
My whole team of Clippers who had 24 hours to grab the clips.
Wait. For context, they used a clip for one of the streamers with their ex while he's currently in a relationship with another girl. Okay. Oh, okay.
Did not know what all of Jason's relationships were in the past. Like, I can't, like, I'm sorry. I can't have an expert from every community come and give me the clips because then you guys would know the nominations. Like, oh my God, I'm not getting fucking hate threads on fucking Jason's community posts. That's like his Twitter com shitting on me. Like, Jesus Christ. God. I know, I can't crash out, but it's just like, really? 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 Why are you explaining to us rather than talk to Jason? I have talked to Jason! Jason's not the one that's mad! It's you fucking freaks that are mad for him! Jesus Christ. Like, genuinely. Okay.
This was the clip that made the fans freak out.
Jason the Weenie.
Careful. Are you dead ass, Cutie? Cutie, I got a whole girlfriend. Are you dead?
Okay.
Oh no. Oh my God, really? Really? What the actual fuck? Who put these clips together, bro?
Joe Bartolomeo.
Who put these fucking clips together? Are we dead ass?
That would harm.
Bro!
I can't tell if he's joking and playing it up or...
Jason the Weenie.
Like, you streamed with her, bruh. What was he nominated for? He's playing it up for sure. No, he's retarded. He's farming. He does that a lot. He's joking. Yes. He's always joking. Okay. I've never seen a stream. He could just be like memeing it up.
Are you dead?
He's obviously joking and playing it up. What's it like living with permanent fucking autism? How am I supposed to know if he's always joking? I don't watch these fucking streams. I have no fucking idea.
Okay.
Oh,
Bartolomeo.
who put these fucking clips together? Are we dead ass?
That would harm.
Bro!
Jason the Weenie.
Okay.
Thank you, Mac. Oh, it's just so frustrating. Oh my God. You picked...
He's literally smiling. You have to be autistic to think he's serious. Am I getting one guide right now? I can't tell if I'm getting one guide. Do you ever wonder why all of the people who are in the like in the torture, mutilation, gore videos, why they're always so happy to be being executed live on camera? You should go to some of those websites and watch, because a lot of them are kind of like grinning or like smiling. It's really weird. But maybe when people are getting tortured or flayed or murdered in real life or mutilated, maybe it's just like really fun for them. You should go watch a bunch of those videos, record both you watching it and the person on screen, explain to me why they're laughing and smiling or whatever, and then report back. I'm just curious. I just want to hear your take on it.
One of my favorite pics of me with my eyes closed leaning against the wall. I believe that you were all trying to portray us at our best. Thank you. I just love puzzles. God, I'm doing my fucking best over here. And the store didn't even have Cheerios. I'm just so tired.
I feel like the best piece of advice, I'm guessing Ludwig and Cutie don't talk much about career-related stuff. I really, really, really think that Cutie should hire like a community manager or somebody to solicit feedback and then just not engage with it. Like, I don't know if she can go to her host file and literally zero out fucking Reddit or whatever, but I feel like I don't mean this as an insult, because this applies to like 70% of streamers. It's not even just her, but there are a lot of streamers who cannot help but like read horrible, horrible things about themselves, and they will spiral hard on it. And having a manager who just is in charge of going through all of that, I think is way better, because I don't know why especially if it's having this negative of an impact on her. Do you have a manager like that? No, I live in the filth. I love it.
Okay. Now, we're going to do our real job.
Ludwig coming to her defense. Every year, I see firsthand how much time, effort, and passion Cutie devotes to the stream rewards, and every year she gets shit from every corner of the internet that feels they deserve more. I know it's not possible to please everyone, but if you're like me and inspired by the work she puts in and thinks it makes streaming a better space, don't be afraid to be more vocal about it. Well, that's cute.
Which is play fucking video games for a living. Because the one I'm getting off the ship for isn't even my fucking job. God. So tired. I just want to play Dispatch so bad, and I haven't had any time because I'm working on this stupid fucking award show. I'm so tired of—
Who is she getting backlash from? Is it Hassan? Okay, I'm giving this a 20% confidence take. 20% confidence take. So, okay, be very, 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 very careful, okay? I could be totally wrong on this, but my impression from bouncing off the atmosphere of communities like around that Jason dude is that the shipper, like 15-year-old fans are the like strongest fan base that those people have. Like, imagine the Swifties like on crack. So the shipping is huge, the gossip is huge, the drama is huge. These people have like nothing to do with their lives except, and they're like the average age is literally like 14 to 16 years old. They're all kids. They're like crazy, and like if anything happens, like everybody's on the drama, everybody's on the gossip, everybody's like, and then all the people that are in those communities are like appealing to or fighting with also those underlying like toxic fan things as well. The content creators might not themselves be that bad, but these are like from what I've seen from the Jason guy, I don't think I've ever seen or heard anything bad about him per se. Like, I don't think he's like shitting on people behind the scenes or doing crazy backstabby, horrible, weird things, or maybe channels or whatever, but like he's like crazy shit. But like just the fan bases end up becoming very, very like actually parasocial. It's like the old like offline TV shippers, but like 10x worse, you know? Yeah.
Crying. I'm 30, by the way. Oh my God. Thanks for the raid. I'm sorry. It's so embarrassing. It's been a long day. And all I wanted was Cheerios. But all I got was paste salsa, and paste salsa isn't even my favorite salsa. It's just what I thought would go nice with Cheerios. And I didn't even get the Cheerios. It is always funny. Audiences will complain every year that they weren't nominated and then like not do nominations on stream or not tweet about it or not like ask their audience to vote for them or nothing. They'll give nothing. They give nothing, you know? It's like, you do have to log in with a Twitch account and you have to fill it out, which I know some people's viewers don't have.
She's trying to insinuate that they're viewbotting.
I won't say the quiet part out loud.
It's clearly what she's doing.
Somebody
She's trying
said
to-
our-
yeah, she's trying to insinuate they're viewbotters. So here's the thing. You're lying. You know you're lying. Everybody knows you're lying. If you are not lying, I think this is what my assertion is. I think that you have exercised editorial control and you have picked the nominees not completely from fan voting, but from your own opinions and to keep the show brand friendly. I think that the priority for the show is to make sure that the show gets as many viewers as possible and maintains as many sponsors as possible. I think that's what happened. And I am willing to bet $100,000 on it. Invite me next year to watch the voting. And if the people that get voted on actually are the ones that get nominated, I will donate $100,000 to the charity of your choice.
Wait, the next year? Couldn't she? What if she rigged it this year and just did it legitimately next year? What would be the point?
That is how certain I am that you're lying. Go ahead. So we'll see what happens. Surely they would take it up. Surely they would take it up with me, right? Of course.
Next year in February, you go on the darknet. $50,000 contract for Cutie's life, posted by the Roach King 666. Who's that?
Of course. And I think it's so obvious. It's so obvious they're lying. Like anybody could tell this. Anybody could know this. And I mean, you'll be watching. They won't do it. Of course, right? And then you'd have the actual nominees. That's my whole point.
Okay. What is this? 3.5 minutes.
I've been struggling with this one ever since I read this hadith, which I have to admit I didn't like when I read it.
Listen. No, Sheikh, tell them. First of all, we as Muslims have to have submission.
This is an old clip.
No questions asked, no strings attached. This is Quran, I believe it. Do you fully embrace it? Yes. No questions asked. This is hadith. Do you take it? Is it authentic? Is it?
That's what I read, yeah.
Then if it's authentic, it's from Allah. How could I be shaky? Because if you want to be shaky, this means that you don't have certainty. And when you don't have certainty, you're this close to flipping to the dark side.
But I mean, how are we able to judge how authentic hadith is? Or
You don't. How do you judge whether this neurosurgeon who's going to do a spine cord surgery on you is authentic or not?
Judged by opinions of other people.
Okay, so by whose people?
The professionals.
Professionals. So you go to the scholars.
That's why I'm asking you.
I'm coming to you. I'm not answering yet. I'm just setting the foundation for the belief. The biggest problem we have with the Westerners from America and from Canada and from Europe is that they don't have their Islam on cemented area. They're so easy to flip to the other side. And that's why you find many of them starting to be good and strong and mashallah, and all of a sudden, I have doubts. Why? The Prophet married Aisha when she was 9. Ooh, you're a kafir. If you doubt the Prophet ﷺ for a second, you're a full-fledged kafir. Get the heck out of my house. Don't even think about it. No second chances. Islam is crystal clear. The Prophet said, I've left you on Islam, which is as clear as night and day. There's nothing ambiguous in it. So if someone has the hesitation and is not certain, you know how many counseling sessions I do over the year? Thousands. I counsel people for money. They come to me, they pay me $220 per hour. Not cheap. So what's the problem? And they come to me and say, Sheikh, I'm not certain that Allah exists. You're a kafir. End of call. Watch out. If you doubt something, it is the problem. And they come to me and say, Sheikh, I'm not certain that Allah exists. You're a kafir. End of call. Watch out. If you doubt something in Islam that is beyond doubt, the Prophet ﷺ, if you look down at him, if you think bad about him, if you think something wrong with the Quran, if you think Allah Azza wa Jalla is unfair, you're a kafir. We don't have to beat around the bush. But if you have a doubt, why did this happen? I'll explain it to you. This is why I'm here. You say, I don't know why the Prophet married Aisha when she was 9 and he was 50 years of age. It doesn't sound good, but I accept it. Do you think bad of the Prophet Islam? Is he a pedophile? Astaghfirullah. I would be a kafir thinking this. But I just want justification. I explain it to you. And I'll remove all doubt in your head.
Okay. Is kafir just detractor, but for Muslims? Maybe. Isn't Kafir like non-believer or something? Okay. Whew. We got Hassan slop, and it's some good slop. And then we got a new court filing that I have not read yet, so I don't know if it's good slop or not. Let me use the restroom 1 sec. Somebody said, I know what you're saying is correct, but it's hard because I'm 23 and I'm realizing the shit world I'm about to enter into. Listen, if you're everything that's bad, okay, you have one obligation. Okay, your only obligation is to survive. As long as you survive, everything will be a-okay. Ask people who've been through bad shit in the past, coming up to it. It's dreadful. When you're going through it, it sucks. But it's funny ass shit when you're through it, okay? As long as you survive, all right? You can do it, buddy. $4.22. Is this worth watching? Okay. I heard Hassan did some crazy Chinese doctor shit.
Oh, hello. Hello. 可以。你好。你好。好。Hello, doctor. Thank you. 好。哎。OK. 大学的。
Chad, they've got a camera person.
Chinese medicine, or is it like holistic all across the board? Is there specialization in traditional Chinese medicine, or is it holistic and all across?
Careful. You have medicine. And then usually when people add like modifiers beforehand, it means you have not medicine. Not always, but sometimes. So when I hear traditional medicine, I don't know what that means. Don't know what he means when he says that.
Specialization in traditional Chinese medicine, or is it holistic and all across the board?
他问就是我们这个今天我们的这个中医他
进来慢慢给他介绍。
Oh, okay. I'm asking. I'm jumping ahead.
I'm baby. Stop back to the camera. Is there a dog? No way!
Hassan Piker and his delegation.
How much did they fuck his name up? This guy's literally getting, bro. This is a printed sign. What did I say that they were getting the special fucking tour? Are you serious? Has anybody asked him yet how much he's getting paid for this? Traditional Chinese Orthopedics Hospital.
Hassan Piker and his delegation.
Hassan Pike and his delegation. Amazing. It's so funny.
He cried about how much his trip was costing him. Link me that, and I can tell by the language he uses if it was paid for or not.
All right, let's. So it's written up there that the skills are.
Wheelchair and then tell me, fix my whole body.
No, he's getting his shit rocked
Oh my god.
right now.
Wait, is it all bullshit? This was acupuncture, chiropractic. Is all of it bullshit?
Like he's getting his shit rocked or something.
也是叶庆门的志愿者。
This is the most precious item in this hospital.
Oh, it's ivory.
Ivory.
来，可以摸一下。
You can touch it.
Ooh. Why is he saying that? Does he know what it is? They're like, it's your mom's dildo.
旁边的话叫德本树根，也是我们燕青门的祖训。
It's the core belief of the school, reading virtue first and skill as the foundation.
啊，以德为本啊，以树为根，哎。
So the physicians always keep in mind that virtue is
这是
beyond all
我
other
们现
things.
在秉承的。
That's what we insist.
要不要摸一下？这是沾福气哦，我们中国讲的是。
Touch it for luck.
哦，for luck.
Oh, for luck.
Good luck.
这是什么做的呀？
不是做，这是象牙。
哦，象牙。
我们传承下来几百年的一个。
然后给他输一下。
OK 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 OK， 谢谢。
就给你做这块和这块。 他的左侧啊，哎。
No neck though. No neck.
他不要给
No neck. But everything else is fine.
You can't even commit to his propaganda. He can't even commit. You're going to show off how great this amazing alternative medicine China has, and you won't even let them do the full fucking workup on you, you pussy, bitch made motherfucking pussy ass piece of shit. Oh my god, he's such a fucking loser.
fixing, right?
No. I'm good. You can see what's wrong with me, but no neck cracking, please.
He can relax your muscle. Losing your muscle.
Okay.
He's so fucking scared. What a loser, dude. Oh my god.
Scared me straight.
Did he even do it? Hold on.
Straight confirmed. Christian. Right into the pillow and Billy thinks he's pregnant.
Oh, also wait. Link me his Billy or whatever.
冯麦，
但是也是在那个行为那块有点糙。
You have similar problem like Austin.
Oh, I'm also too damp.
他也是很虚是吗？就
That was a really interesting experience.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Hold on. I just want to check something real quick. What was the first day Hassan went to China?
Yo, this shit is. I mean, I watched a Child with Live on stream.
I wish I she walked away with mine.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, you
Yes.
don't get it. Wait, one of them is Marcy.
No, wait.
All right, pause this shit. Jesus.
I have finally made it.
Stop. This is the first video. Fuck. I don't know if there's a way to check this out, like on the Wayback Machine or something, but something that would be really interesting, I think, is when was this Billy Billy channel created? Because he said that, I think I remember reading or hearing him say, oh, when I got here, I talked to people and we were like, oh, I should make a Billy Billy channel. What I wonder if this channel was made like 1 or 2 weeks or like a month before he even showed up. I don't know if that information is that available anywhere. Can you see that anywhere or? I don't use this fucking website. Click his name top right and then look on the right side. Is this just his birthday? What is Hassan Piker's birthday? Hassan Piker birthday is July 25th. Why you guys are so fucking retarded? Video top right. I see it. Previous tab. Like, will it show it here? Jesus Christ, what is that? Oh, that's what you meant by video top right. Listen, that guy was wearing his homeopathic outfit, okay? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Okay. I open a thumbnail. He has a different email for the account, hasanabechina@outlook.com. I don't know if people are able to dig and figure out. I would be really curious to see when that account was created. Because if he said that they thought it'd be cool to make him one when he was there, I feel like I remember him saying that, but I could be wrong. But if he said that, and we find out that that account was made like months or months earlier, that would just be very interesting to me. The entire thing is over an hour long. Hassan streamed it on Bilibili, and Austin streamed it on Twitch. The whole thing was framed as very last minute, yet they have a whole well-planned itinerary. Wait, did they really frame it that way? Because there's no way they brought 7, 8 influencers along and it was last minute. They would have had to have planned this out in advance. Because people would have conflicts and shit, right?
Sit there. How gorgeous.
Austin was saying how they were trying to think of what to do and came up with the idea in the morning. Okay.
中国的传统的治疗啊，治疗我们的颈肩腰的一些颈椎腰腿痛。
Like a vanishing.
Practice.
So they're trying to bring it. They're trying to restore it and preserve it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wait, are you saying that when you say he streamed on Bilibili, you mean he didn't even stream on his Twitch account? How could you trust this guy's political commentary? So if he streamed on Bilibili, he absolutely then, he has a massive, that's a Chinese sponsorship. This has to be disclosed somewhere, right? This is like a FAR disclosure or something? It would have to be, right? Or FAR? Why would you trust this guy's political commentary if he's literally taking direct money from the CCP? What? He's not lobbying, no? Is FAR for... Do you have to disclose if it's only politically or lobbying related? I wonder how you'd even figure that out.
包括 CT 啊、植物人啊，第二啊就是一些我们的现代的检测。
This is a radiology room. We enhanced our traditional wisdom with this modern technology.
The last modified date on his profile picture is 20/25/11/08. So the account is at least 10 days old. Is that before he got there? I don't remember what day he got there.
So you can see we have the DR.
It's interesting.
MRI, CT, such technology to help our doctors to understand better. And
传统和现代相结合。
It's an integration of the modern.
Can you explain that again? How is he getting paid? Well, if he's streaming on Bilibili and not streaming on his Twitch, then he's obviously foregoing Twitch revenue. Why would he stream on Bilibili for free? He's not. He's getting paid. They must have some kind of sponsorship arrangement or whatever. Bilibili, every major company in China is at least partially, if not completely, owned by the CCP. So he's literally just getting paid money by the government to do a propaganda trip, literally. And he's streaming to their own sponsored platform. Like, that's just a crazy...
In the past.
Wow.
Harmony.
Can he legally stream on Twitch in China? Oh, that's probably it. He wouldn't be allowed to do that because that's illegal. That's why the guy right behind him is streaming illegally on Twitch. You fucking retard.
This is incredible. So interesting.
Oh,
Hassan Duck.
这上面是我们的一些传承的一些古笔，就是以前开武馆、医馆传承下来的。
Oh, you can see these wooden plaques. They are not just decorations. Some of them are gifts from the patient to the doctor to express their gratitude. And
Oh,
some
wow.
of them are self-reminders of the previous master.
how old are they?
他们这个牌匾
Like, what's the oldest one?
300 years.
200, 300 years, Chad.
Really that old?
Oh, my god.
What? Bro, it's so retarded. Oh my god.
I'm ducking.
Also, just a reminder for everybody, Pisco and all these other fucking retards that defended this fucking moron. Remember, Hassan Piker was scared that he was getting profiled by the TSA and he couldn't even go to Cuba because he was worried that they... But he will literally go to the #1 enemy of the US right now, literally Donald Trump and everybody else, like, we're going to be fighting China. China's going to be China. He has no fear whatsoever of going to China, doing this full propaganda trip and then coming home to the United States. The fear was always fake. And it's insane that anybody in the mainstream or alternative media bought any of the bullshit lies that he told about his quote unquote TSA detainment. I cannot believe so many fucking people bought that fucking lie. It's so cringe, dude.
Holy fuck. It's a display area that's stepping.
Is it also gifts from patients? Watch out.
It's all collection. There are 300.
Will fell.
Extensive.
The headmaster of the 4th generation.
Has anybody split off from Hassan and done their own streams? Or is everybody mandated by the Chinese Communist Party to stay with Hassan and be in sight of their Chinese babysitter, state-sponsored babysitter the entire time? Has any of the other people gone and done their own streams? Are they all...
No! Chat, there's a pond in the ceiling. Excuse me.
Roof aquarium. That's dope.
It's so crazy that this fucking retard was claiming that, by the way, this free and fair media, free and fair press, just Hassan being a journalist, okay? This Destiny and Loner Box sponsored by Israel. Where are we getting fucking kicked out of the fucking some crazy settler finds us, a Yitzhar settler, and then the IDF comes and bans us from going into fucking Nablus. Like, the difference is so crazy. Oh my god, he's such a fucking loser, dude.
Okay.
Where is the Destiny Loner Box? Fuck. Were these on Twitter? Oh fuck, it was an unlisted video? That sick get up.
With a super... These guys?
Fucking sun. So. And if I end up looking... I didn't bring fucking sunscreen, okay? Fuck me.
It's out. It's been like 10 minutes.
Is it the next video on this playlist? Fuck me, whatever.
There's a dragon up there. Let's go.
They are doing exercise for...
Oh, you got
friends
us.
over here.
This was my state-sponsored Israel trip. We got a fucking inbred Jewish terrorist that fucking took our passports and sat here and called mommy and daddy and the IDF to kick us the fuck out. This is my state-sponsored trip. Meanwhile, Hassan braving the CCP babysit. Unfucking believable. God, I'm fucking balling so hard here, dude.
Just to be aware of you need to be aware of where you're going and how to protect yourself. So this is why that's why I parked up there.
We have our little translator guy, not lying, he would never do that, but lying to the IDF so we could try to get around. I hate this motherfucker so much. Oh my god.
Health preservation.
这些功法都是对我们的医生还有我们的患者的患者
They're especially designed for the patient and their recovery.
On the walls, there are some
This is
Okay.
So the patient would sit here.
哎，我的翻译去哪里了？哦，没去。
没关系，
哦
我帮你翻译。
哦，好。哎，
So
哦，可以的那个。
am I getting?
This is learn.
And then Oh, they have snacks.
Okay, let's go.
Whoa, Hassan Pike. Hassan Pike.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
In this moment, I am scared.
The rabbit food.
Was it okay? 谢谢。
好，待会儿是这样子的，就我们因为下面的床啊，不可能全部一起下去，就大概5楼过去。你看哪些分一批，分2批。
Okay. So later when we started, probably we don't have like all the beds for all of the people at once. So maybe we separate two bunch of people.
We're going in beds.
Yeah, we're going in batch. So who's the
Oh,
first batch
batches.
gonna do it?
Well, how many people want to get diagnosed?
If you were paid by the IDF, by the way, they wouldn't let you into areas like this. Oh, is this Ramallah? Oh, because the IDF did a raid here, and you can see where when they fuck shit up, they leave it fucked up. They don't give a fuck. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's not funny. I'm sorry. That was me. There were terrorists in that house, trust me.
2 weeks ago?
I'd like to get diagnosed, but also I know that I'm Cameroon, so
How many? Will 都可以，就说。
Each time like 5
Will,
or 6
where's
people
lower
at a
hand?
time.
Because there is no like, I'm not doing. Because there is no like, I'm not doing any fucking. Like, I'm spending a lot of money out of my own pocket. Okay? We are spending a fuck ton of money.
That's
out of our pockets to be here.
That's
okay.
Wait, why can't I pause this stupid
It's
shitty
shit
fucking
talk.
program? You understand it's a sponsored trip. It's a paid trip, right? You understand that the phrasing, right? Is a paid trip, right? If somebody says, "Oh, did you go? Were you sponsored? What happened to your Israel trip?" Right? I spent a lot of money out of my own pocket. I would never say that. You say, "I paid for it." What do you mean? There's no fucking sponsor. I paid for the trip. I paid for everything. What do you mean? It was I paid not. I spent a lot of money out of my own pocket. Makes it sound like it's a sponsored trip and you're buying extra shit. That's what that means. 1,000,000,000,000%. I will donate $50,000 to the Palestinian cause if Hassan can show fucking receipts for like his fucking hotels and even maybe the fucking flights or whatever. That Bleebly account or whatever the fuck is set up by the Chinese government, guaranteed 100%. I bet you can't even make accounts on that fucking website, probably without a Chinese social security number or some bullshit. There's 0% chance this is a sponsored trip. 100% it is.
Because there is no like, I'm not doing any fucking. Like, I'm spending a lot of money out of my own pocket. Okay?
Yeah, 100%. Did your mom pay for your college? Dude, I spent so much money at school. Is it dead giveaway? Yeah.
We are spending a fuck ton of money out of our pockets to be here. Okay? A shit ton. This is
how much? For what?
Most expensive trip that Fear End has ever done.
How much? For what?
By far. It's a more expensive trip than Japan even. And a big part of that is because like we wanted to make sure that we had like a lot of fucking content. No, the suits is not what I'm.
What does that mean? We wanted to make sure we had a lot of content. So what? You spent a lot of money on cameras? On drives? On portable modem? What does that mean?
Talking about that's just extra on the top. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Like, even if you were to consider this propaganda, like Tucker Carlson went to Russia to be like, it's awesome that they invaded Ukraine. I went to China and I was like, I really like high-speed rail and I think America should also build it.
I don't know if Tucker Carlson has ever said that, has he? When he was in Russia, I think didn't he normally do the standard propaganda? Like, look at the supermarkets, look at all the cool stuff in Russia. I don't know when he was in Russia, but he might have, by the way, and I might have missed it. But generally the way they do this propaganda is not to shit on other people, to do divisive or bad things. It's just to do positive. Look at how cool this is.
And infrastructure as well, considering we are the richest nation on the planet. Like, these things are not even remotely comparable. What the fuck? These people are just on maximalist copium. And I'm not even here to do, like, government propaganda anyway. This guy said F-word maxing, apparently, and got 118,000.
True.
What he doesn't know is that I fucked his dad.
So he was right?
Yeah. In the butt. And then I fucked his mom.
Oh, he's listening to my stream so much. He's taking my jokes now.
Six maximum as one batch.
I'm team doctor.
I just need the diagnosis. I don't know about are they treating us too? Or, okay.
Let's find out. What if you have liver or something, you know?
What?
啊，可以啊，是啊，是这样子的啊，来这里的。
Okay. Yes. I don't know what. Oh, consultation room. Okay.
No, the other.
I have scoliosis.
Don't move. Don't move.
好，这里颈椎，这里。
None of these people are doctors. These are all like fucking holistic medical, like kooks.
Your pines has a problem, like here.
这里，好，是不是很痛？
Do you feel painful?
No.
Gotta rip his arm.
Yeah, I have scoliosis. Yeah, I just.
好，这样。
Okay. Okay.
放松。
Relax.
Relax. Relax. Relax.
Just let him do the.
看我一眼。
Look at him. Look at him.
Ooh. Holy shit.
Oh
no.
What is this?
这种天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，这种是太阳是毛泽东哎，到了到我们的西方哎，人们放心大将，说。
I don't know. I can't. I don't have a theory of mind. I just don't have a theory of mind for people like this. As soon as I started that fucking podcast for Elon, and I started to realize, like, wait a second. Am I here to do fucking Israeli propaganda? Is that what you think we're here for, motherfucker? I got so triggered. This whole fucking show was a fight after I realized that. I cannot believe being asked to go and do propaganda. And it's not even your country. It's not even your own country.
I don't know if I want to do that. I don't want to do that.
这是正骨吗？
No.
Baby, relax.
我发现了，你
Maybe I don't know.
没事嘞。
Okay, relax, 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 Austin.
I don't know if I want to do what we're doing.
他不知道他想不想，他有点怕。
啊，好，是不是？他有点怕。
有点怕，可能怕。
不。
Your hand, your hand.
You can see what's wrong with me, but no neck cracking, please.
He can relax your muscle. Losing your muscle.
Okay. As long as there's no neck cracking, I'm good.
他不要做那个正骨的。
不。
Yeah, no.
可以做放松。
I've never done it before.
Oh, okay. I think it's better to go
do you want to do the muscle relaxing?
What is that with acupuncture or is that just regular?
No, it's different.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
可以
Okay.
放松肌肉就行是吧？就不用扎针啥的不用。
不动啊。
Yeah, no acupuncture, no needles.
好，咱们都画画。
Jeez. Alright, I have.
还有谁？还有谁？
我要。他等会儿要。
你平时哪里不舒服？
Oh, they're rubbing Austin's head. Been there, King. Been
他
there.
要睡在上面才。
对，要趴在上面才行。
I'm proud of you for going through that.
Bro, the neck was.
You had a massage before, right?
Relaxing.
Yeah, 理论上如果有人需要用厕所 like a bathroom, restroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
But only theoretically. Where healthy as a bear.
Okay, you have to like count down 3.
啊。
1, 2, 3.
哎，对，再来1、2、3。
Please, her neck. Please to her neck. Please to her neck. Please, God.
At the top right. Oh shit. Okay.
What is it at?
48%.
What's it at?
48.
48%.
Okay, yeah. I'm after after this just diagnosis, and then I'm good to switch over.
To who?
To Caroline. She's got a back.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But it's in the car.
Yeah, we can get it. Well, we have enough to get to the car.
Okay.
Or at least like yeah.
Right? How long does 48% take?
We're waiting.
You're good to go.
Shifu, right?
Shifu, yeah.
Shifu. Shifu. Oh.
Are you feeling boots?
I feel pretty good. I feel spry.
Oh, welcome to the club.
Where's my phone?
I believe Stella has it.
Oh, Stella?
Oh, let's get some Caroline action.
Needles. Where are the needles? I want to see some real shit.
Fuck up. You're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
I've tried everything. It's been 10 years.
Like that all the time.
Hold on. Wait.
Because I'm gay.
No. Hold on.
Let's wait till.
I'm telling you, I've tried literally, I've tried everything for it.
Yeah.
I've tried everything. It's been 10 years.
No joke.
I mean, it's like once you fuck up that joint, you're kind of fucked. Seriously. Everything I try.
Do you have my coat?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I think she's saying she's had some issue for 10. I thought she was saying some 10-year-old thing got cured or whatever.
Now, what is going on over here?
When I was like, look at me, and I was like, no. It's like I feel like.
I was scared because when he was diagnosed, I was scared because I was like, I know I will tighten up and I will resist.
That's what I was like. That's what I resist.
Wasn't that what she was saying? I'm just assuming she was saying she had some problem for a long time that she still has. I'm hoping, okay?
Is he gonna diagnose me?
Yeah. Upstairs and.
Is this the doctor's?
No. It's not the same one.
Not the same one.
Yeah. So you can like see a little.
Well, he wanted to say something. Oh, yeah. You say,
Keep.
Why would they choose to come if they weren't going to do the main stuff? Because they're not choosing where to go. It's wherever their fucking CCP official tells them to go.
To become like
Yeah, this is what they have been waiting for.
你好。
看了。
Maybe he feels a palpitation or something.
You are gay. Just kidding.
你是在湿气很重是吗？
对，湿气很重的。
So wet is like you have a lot of
它这个
water
酶是
in
宽
your.
的。
Oh my god. I'm hydrated.
Oh my god.
Okay, there's a really jargon, there's some jargons I don't know how to
Okay.
explain. Like, let the expert do that.
It's because you're toilet guy. I have to pee a lot. Is it?
So you feel very weak.
Oh.
And your temper.
但是也有寒。
Oh, my temper is sometimes very bad. Yes.
Temper
Wow.
那个脾气。
Okay. So okay.
What can I do about it?
他刚刚还说你说他有啥问题？湿气重。
I will get there. Stop.
You are 寒热。
Do I need? Oh, my spleen.
中又寒又热吗？
哎，对。
又寒又热，都是在同一个部位。
Is this like based? Is this like 4 humors tier medicine where they're like you have too much water or too much bile or too much whatever?
有一点感冒。
No, I feel I'm actually sweating.
湿气重了，在中焦那块操着的。
I just finished taking antibiotics.
哦，他吃了盘尼西林，然后因为他那个有一些发炎，有一些
对呀，那个药直接吃那个就行了。
You don't have to boil like hours to do that. It's like it's like you're trying to make them
They-
better. More than weight.
Yeah. Do I use the dampness in my body? Okay. Well, maybe. Yeah.
看到他自己有
Oh, it's a lot less humid.
I am crying.
他
吃了，不是，
啊，
那会是操的，
操
真正操着的那个
Like
那个马，有一点
哦
湿气
，temper。
但是感觉肾美这块有一点
Uh-oh.
What is
What?
Small dickeritis. I'm just kidding.
肾脉是吗？意思说是肾是不太好。
They're laughing.
哎，对。
Do you want me to translate or what?
他那个原因也是在这块，中焦脾胃这块。
Why is the cameraman laughing?
哎，
还有那点吗？
他的那个肾气不足。
哦，
Wow.
肾气不足，还有那点，
Your kidney.
还有没得啥子其他的问题？
其他就是肾，
都是肾，肾因
不是
为那种。
I have little kidneys.
哦，还是中间那一块。
有点寒加起来。
哦，还没其他的啥子问题。
Little kidneys.
Okay. So
Not like
That was a lot of words.
Yeah.
How many sentences do you have for me?
seriously, nothing serious. He's all
Yeah.
good.
Oh, it's healthy.
His kidneys, healthy just a little. Yeah.
是那个
肾脉。
不是他的肾的
肾类的这种。
肾脉原因就是湿操的。
When Pascal talked about he felt like this.
Should I have weak kidneys?
It's not like we have weak kidneys, just like the posture, like they have like probably you didn't rest enough, or you have like a.
Oh, I hate when you don't rest and your kidneys shrink. Fuck.
You're not that bad. Like, Austin is more serious than you.
Oh, Austin is worse than me?
Yeah, you're better than Austin. You're
Oh,
better. Yeah.
I 4 hours a night.
他每天睡。
How big of a deal? Okay, all right. I sleep around like 4 hours a night.
他每天睡
And I
4
drink
个
a lot
小
of
时
coffee.，
他喝很多咖啡。
And I drink a lot of coffee.
就是这种操的多了哇。
Oh, that's why that's your thing.
And I drink a lot of coffee, like 8, 10
多了
coffees a day.
多了以后，
I'm too dry. He's too damp. I'm too dry.
Well, we can trade. 咖啡都会开水。
You should drink more like coffee, water.
I'm just right.
Okay, okay. He needs more coffee, less water. I need
You
more.
drink. 他是喝冰的喝多。
Really give you much, opinions.
%? Okay.
If she wants me to.
I don't know how far Marsha's out.
Should we just?
Caroline's.
We have to like. So. Caroline needs to run, get the other camera.
Is
if
it
she wants
10%?
to-
Okay.
If she wants.
Then we should run. We should go to car.
What does that mean?
Something about my kidneys.
Hold on. Maybe I can make it work. Let's see. Okay.
Do you have
Like this, or do you want to? Is it train or plane?
Train.
You can stream the whole.
Jesus. What? Why do I care about this? We gotta catch up on the Moody's.
I'm a Twitch streamer. Like sometimes you guys, sure, I have a little bit of motion in the United States of America, but like, that's the fucking leader of the People's Republic of China. They're not the United States of America, chatter. They're not Trump. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? That's not how that works at all. Your haters are trapping themselves with a little red book clip. This is horrifying and evil. Imagine reacting like this to receiving a first edition of Mein Kampf. The anti-reactionary spiritual self-help, how to fight your oppressor's book is the same as Mein Kampf. An incoherent, badly written effort post on why Jewish people is to blame on anything and everything. Smartest American flag user. Yeah, one of the funniest things about people freaking out about the little red book thing and comparing it to Mein Kampf is that it just immediately shows that Americans do not know how to read, are inherently reactionary, inherently anti-intellectual. Remember, Mark Milley said he read Mao Zedong, and everybody yelled at him. Okay, Mark Milley. American General Mark Milley was like, of course I read Mao Zedong. You have to read. I'm a general. Our soldiers also have to read. And Americans reacted to that by saying he was woke and a homosexual.
Okay. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I'm supposed to read here, but okay. Oh no, Emily, what's happening? She's fine. Nothing's gonna happen.
Okay. First. Yep. Where is it?
She's fine. She's fine. She's fine.
Okay. Yeah, that was not a stop sign, chat. That was don't worry about that.
It wasn't a stop sign.
That was, and okay, we made it. We made it. Guys, we made it.
Oh, it's the stop. Okay. Where's Moonnet?
He had to take a second call. He'll be back very soon. Yeah, serious shit. You didn't even watch the good clip. Okay, I sent you the good one. It'll make you feel better. He's like drunk in the clip too. I don't know why.
We watched this yesterday.
What?
Him crying about not getting nominated?
Oh, damn it. He does look drunk in that clip though.
No, I think he just woke up. He's probably jet lagged.
You know what? Jet lag? He's been there for a week. Fuck you.
Got him. He's mad. Lay trolled. All right. What are we posting? This is a reply in support of motion to what? Dismiss? Reply in support of motion for a protective order to coordinate deposition scheduling. Oh no, for why I didn't go to my deposition on the 6th, because they skipped theirs on the 3rd. Okay. This is related to the sanctions we're pushing for. On November 5th, 2025, Magistrate Judge Torres ordered plaintiff to explain why a timely motion for protective order was not filed when knowledge of a dispute materialized, and to demonstrate good cause, nunc pro tunc. Explain now for then, use what happened. Or to explain now what happened then, basically. I feel like I've looked this up before. Effective as of a date in the past. Okay, so to explain in the past, basically, to excuse plaintiff's non-attendance of her deposition, including sworn evidence from plaintiff justifying her unavailability. Plaintiff's opposition does neither. Please show this to Destiny or tweet yourself. What? Hold on. Important. Hassan's ID would be 10 digits if he was a normal user, and his join time here is a dead giveaway that someone made the account for him, since you need some sort of verification to register an account there. I show Speed has an official business badge as well, which is impossible to get unless the CCB approves it, and also the 16-digit ID. Pepe laugh. Okay. This isn't true. Join time is 0 from any random accounts I've just checked. Well, get fucked. Okay. Rather than move for protective order as required under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26C, plaintiff contends after the fact that she should not have been required to appear in Miami for her deposition, as doing so would have conflicted with her university classes and she would incur travel expenses. These excuses fall far below the standards for substantial justification under Rule 37D and do not come close to establishing the good cause required by the court's November 5th show cause order. Footnote 1. Notably, in addition to refusing to appear for her notice deposition, plaintiff and her counsel continued to obstruct Bonnell's access to witnesses in this case, including plaintiff's purported star witness, Abby MC, Lauren Hayden, and plaintiff's own expert, Jesus Pena. Plaintiff and her counsel refused to provide Abby MC's and Ms. Hayden's most recent contact information, and they further refused to produce Mr. Pena for deposition until after the parties' depositions. Just so you know, again, they haven't really turned over anything. They haven't done anything. They're trying to hide everything. The behavior is unbelievable. For all the retarded Pixie and Lauren and Kiwi Farms and Justical being like, oh, Destiny's going to be petrified of discovery. Seems like it's a plaintiff that's petrified of discovery because they haven't fucking turned over fuck all. But indeed, plaintiff fails altogether to explain her refusal to move for protective order in the first instance. Is this from the judge? No, this is our filing. During the parties' meet and confer efforts, plaintiff's counsel expressly stated they will not waste the court's time or plaintiff's resources by seeking such relief. Only now does plaintiff claim a good faith reliance on Iguana, LLC v. Lanham, blah, 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 a non-binding 2011 decision from the Middle District of Georgia to excuse her non-appearance. But plaintiff never cited or referenced Iguana in any of the parties' meet and confer correspondence, and critically, Iguana does not hold that a party may refuse to attend a properly noticed deposition without first seeking protection under Rule 26C. Indeed, courts within the Southern District of Florida have been precisely the opposite. Plaintiff's after-the-fact reliance on an inopposite, non-binding decision cannot cure her failure to comply with the federal rules. Plaintiff has not shown why she failed to seek a protective order when the dispute arose, nor has she carried her burden to demonstrate good cause to excuse her non-appearance. The motion for protective order should be granted and sanctions should issue accordingly. Plaintiff's failure to seek a protective order warrants sanctions. Plaintiff's refusal to cooperate in rescheduling her deposition left her with just two options. 1, appear for her duly noticed deposition, or 2, seek a protective order. She did neither. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure impose a bright-line requirement. A party who objects to the timing or manner of a duly noticed deposition must seek a protective order, and a deponent's unilateral refusal to attend is improper. Under Rule blah, 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 parties notice not excused unless the party failing to act as a pending motion for a protective order under Rule 26C. Put differently, protective order is the exclusive mechanism for challenging a deposition notice. Under Rule 37D2, plaintiff's failure to do so ends the inquiry. Indeed, courts within this circuit apply this rule strictly. In this, the court explained that the deponent should have moved for protective order rather than simply failing to appear at the depositions of which they had plainly adequate notice. The court held that the deponent's failure to appear for their duly noticed depositions without obtaining, let alone seeking, a protective order was not substantially justified because reasonable people could not differ as to the need to at least seek a protective order, particularly when the deposition notices were received several weeks in advance. The same rule applies here. Plaintiff had several weeks' notice of her deposition, rejected Bonnell's proposed accommodation, refused to reschedule, and failed to file a protective order. Courts in this circuit have held that a deponent's failure to appear for deposition without first seeking a protective order warrants sanctions. Is there really anything in here worth reading? It seems like an affirmation of our first thing. Plaintiff's recalcitrance constitutes sanctionable conduct as a matter of law. Plaintiff unilaterally refused to attend a properly noticed deposition, insisted on an alternative schedule convenient only to her, and refused to pursue the sole lawful remedy available under Rule 26C. Even if she genuinely believed she had scheduling or financial constraints, the law required her to seek protective relief accordingly. Her failure to do so renders her non-appearance improper and entitles Bonnell to sanctions. After all, plaintiff chose to file a federal lawsuit in this district. Accordingly, it is her responsibility to comply with federal civil procedure and sit for a duly noticed deposition. Unless otherwise excused. In her opposition, plaintiff's feigned reliance on Iguana provides her no refuge. As already noted, Iguana does not stand for the proposition that a party may simply refuse to attend a duly noticed deposition without seeking Rule 26, even on its own terms. Iguana involved materially different circumstances. There, the deposition date had never been finalized. Multiple alternative dates were offered, and the noticing party refused to adjust the witness's deposition date, even though every other participant was attempting to accommodate scheduling. Here, by contrast, plaintiff received a firm, timely deposition notice, had ample opportunity to arrange to travel, offered no meaningful alternatives outside of Thanksgiving week, and nevertheless refused to appear or to seek a protective order. Nothing in Iguana excuses, let alone authorizes such conduct. What do they mean by sanctions? I think we're asking for $10,000 basically as a penalty for them to pay for our costs because they didn't show up. They didn't show up for the deposition. They just skipped it. How likely do you think the sanctions will be approved? On these, I think it's actually fairly likely. They're fucked up on a lot of their shit. They had a noticed deposition. It was scheduled with the court, and they skipped it. Even if they think they had the thing is, even if they had a good reason to skip the deposition, they still needed to file a protective order. Them trying to argue the substance of why they shouldn't have attended the deposition is irrelevant. It's like having a good reason for missing work, but not calling out and just no call, no showing. You can't do that. How was the $10,000 number determined? That was the estimated total cost of what we spent to prepare for that deposition for them to skip it. Similarly, one of plaintiff's two lawyers asserted after the fact that the noticed November 3rd deposition was not a viable option because he needed to travel for a medical appointment on November 4th. This belated excuse is of no consequence. First, plaintiff is represented by two sets of lawyers, only one of whom allegedly was unavailable on the 3rd. Second, plaintiff's counsel never disclosed this information prior to November 3rd, and even if he had, it would not excuse plaintiff's obligation to seek a protective order. That's what they were supposed to show cause about. I don't think Joan can read English, so sorry, maybe her AI translator missed that or whatever. Issuing sanctions. Regardless, plaintiff lacks good cause justifying her failure to appear at her deposition. Even if plaintiff had moved for protective order as required, plaintiff's excuses for refusing to appear, costly travel, personal obligations, and alleged scheduling conflicts fail to provide an adequate basis to avoid or discovery obligations in this case. Indeed, courts in this circuit repeatedly hold that personal obligations, scheduling inconvenience, and financial burden do not constitute good cause for refusing to be deposed in the form where the plaintiff filed suit. As an initial matter, plaintiff's claim that appearing for the properly noticed November 3rd, 2025 deposition would have required her to miss 3 full days of classes is disingenuous. November 3rd was a Monday. Plaintiff could have traveled to Miami over the weekend without missing any class, and although plaintiff seemingly refuses to indicate where she is studying, a cursory review of flights from multiple Illinois airports confirms numerous return flights she could have taken after her deposition, limiting her absence to a single day. Furthermore, the plaintiff preferred to sit for her deposition only when she had planned to be in Miami for Thanksgiving week is irrelevant. Look at this case, explaining there's no basis for a party's failure to appear at a properly noticed deposition simply because that witness believes she had figured out an alternative. Hey, AJ, thank you for gifting 5 kicks up. Wait, yeah, 5. Thank you. 15 total. Good job. Simply because the witness believes she had figured out an alternate schedule that would be more efficient and less costly. Plaintiff's preference to be deposed during Thanksgiving week does not excuse her non-appearance at her deposition. To be clear, plaintiff filed suit in this forum, and her paltry offering of 3 dates limited to Thanksgiving week as the only dates she would agree to appear for an in-person deposition falls substantially short of her obligations to this case, to Bonnell and his counsel, and to this court. The governing law is unequivocal. Plaintiffs must make themselves available for examination in the district in which they bring suit. Plaintiffs are required to make themselves available for examination in the district in which they bring suit, quoting these cases, obviously. Absent showing good cause, court will apply the general rule, Personal preferences and scheduling conveniences do not justify refusing to appear for deposition in the chosen forum, and claims of blanket unavailability are patently unreasonable. Aside from the fact the plaintiff is obligated by law to sit for a deposition in the forum where she filed suit, plaintiff's assertion that she could not attend the deposition due to travel expenses is equally unavailing. Even if plaintiff were indigent, which she implies but has not expressly stated, indigence does not constitute good cause to avoid an in-person deposition in the form where the plaintiff chose to litigate. Courts in this circuit consistently reject cost of travel arguments as a basis for non-appearance. I'm rejecting plaintiff's argument that travel costs justified avoiding an in-person deposition, and then holding that claims of inconvenience and travel expense do not constitute good cause absent a particular and specific demonstration of fact. Showing hardship beyond the ordinary, inconvenience, blah, blah, blah. Moreover, plaintiff failed to meet and confer in good faith. In her opposition, plaintiff falsely asserts that she offered multiple reasonable in-person dates for her deposition. In reality, plaintiff insisted she was unavailable for any in-person deposition for the entire month of November. Only after repeated requests from Bonnell did plaintiff provide additional dates, yet nearly all of those dates were conditioned on the deposition occurring remotely or in Illinois, options crafted solely for her convenience. Every date plaintiff proposed was designed to prioritize her class schedule over the lawsuit that she chose to file in this district. None of these proposals satisfied her fundamental obligation to make herself available for an in-person deposition in the forum she selected. Offering non-compliant alternatives is not cooperation, and it does not excuse her refusal to appear on November 3rd. The Middle District of Florida's recent decision in Melvin is instructive here. There, the plaintiff insisted that she could not appear for deposition in the forum district due to work obligations, childcare issues, and travel burdens. In rejecting the plaintiff's excuses, the court held there is simply no authority to support these requests. The court further held that plaintiff filed the lawsuit and is required to participate in it. The proceedings in this case, including trial, depositions, or hearings, will necessarily occur during the work week. Plaintiff's claims of blanket unavailability are patently unreasonable. Plaintiff's arguments here, chiefly that she has university classes and would prefer not to travel to the forum she selected, are far weaker than the excuses rejected in Melvin. Plaintiff's reliance on Chavez and Caracas is misplaced. In Chavez, the court found the noticing party acted improperly by scheduling a deposition on a date when the defendant was obviously unavailable to appear because she was out of the country and where discovery was nearly a year from closing, making the insistence on early dates unreasonable. Chavez v. Aracondo, blah, 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 Arasano, whatever. Here, plaintiff was in Illinois, not abroad, had more than a month of notice, and never offered competent evidence that she could not travel. And unlike in Chavez, delaying her deposition would have prejudiced Bonnell, given that discovery closes in 6 weeks. Plaintiff also made no effort to accommodate the calendars of opposing lawyers, offering only 3 dates tied to her personal holiday travels. Caracas is equally inopposite. The admonition against unilaterally scheduling there was directed at a lawyer with a documented pattern of repeatedly noticing depositions without coordination, resulting in numerous unnecessary motions. Here, Bonnell did nothing of the sort. He noticed plaintiff's deposition only after she rejected all reasonable alternatives and insisted she would only appear during Thanksgiving week. Neither case excuses plaintiff's refusal to appear or her failure to seek Rule 26C relief, meaning a protective order. Plaintiff's recalcitrance has forced Bonnell to incur significant, albeit avoidable, legal fees and costs. Plaintiff's refusal to uphold her discovery obligations has resulted in significant legal fees and costs to Bonnell, all of which could have been avoided. Counsel for Bonnell spent significant time and resources preparing for the deposition, traveling across the country, and scheduling a court reporter. Bonnell had been forced to expend significant additional legal fees in bringing the instant motion, now in an attempt to avoid responsibility for the significant costs incurred by Bonnell's counsel in traveling to Florida and preparing for a deposition in which plaintiff refused to attend. Plaintiff contends that counsel for Bonnell was already in Miami for another matter during the week of November 3rd, 2025. Plaintiff's assertion is false. The only reason counsel for Bonnell traveled to Miami during the week of November 3rd, 2025 was for the party depositions noticed in this case. Oh. Wait, hold on. Should read these. Did she just lie? Let's see. Throughout her opposition, plaintiff makes scattered references to me having to be in Miami for another matter on November 4th. That is not true. The only reason I needed to be in Miami during the week of November 3rd was for the party depositions noticed in this case. Plaintiff's counsel cites to an email that I sent on September 22nd, 2025, in which I referred to having a court hearing in another matter on November 4th. At the time I sent that email, I had a video teleconference hearing scheduled in EEOC v. Paya in LLC for November 4th, beginning at 10 a.m. HST. In any event, as a result of the government shutdown on October 1st, the U.S. District Court for the District of Hawaii stayed the case and continued the conference to December 10th. Was that in the email? This is the email that they referenced. From Andrew Bretler. Our client is generally available during the week of November 3rd. With the exception of November 4th, I have a court hearing in another matter. We will endeavor to make Mr. Bonnell available for deposition any day that week. While we are in Miami, let's also set plaintiff's deposition for the same week. Please let us know what works for you and her. Thank you. Oh, so what, she just made this up? Is that what they're citing to? They just assumed that that the court hearing here was in person in Miami? They just assumed that? It's because they had an AI reading the email. I bet they're doing AI for a lot of this shit. That's my guess.
Nice argument.
The next sentence kind of implies they will be in Miami for that hearing. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. I completely disagree with you. Our client is generally available during the week of November 3rd. With the exception of November 4th, I have a court hearing in another matter. We will endeavor to make Mr. Bunnell available for deposition any day that week. While we are in Miami for my deposition, let's also set plaintiff's deposition for the same week. Please let us know what works for you and her. Thank you. That's what this is. And all of the other emails and all of the other meet and confers make that clear. There is no ambiguity here. Even if we are super ultra generous, and even if we read that as being in Miami, then there's a ton of other emails and everything else. Plaintiff's counsel cites to an email undersigned counsel sent on September 22nd, 2025, in which the undersigned counsel, or the undersigned, referred to having a court hearing in another matter on November 4th. At the time the undersigned sent that email, the undersigned had a video conference hearing, blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay, conclusion, okay. All right, hold on one sec. We got the Moody. Wait, where the fuck is he? Hello?
Hey.
A great stock market is great for everybody, including 401ks. You know, the 401ks hit the highest number that they've ever been 2 days ago. And that's a lot of people. So they understand what's going on. And we're going to make the American dream a word that...
Now be a good time to file MSJ. We're still waiting for the motion to dismiss ruling.
Words that you didn't have. You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden said, it's all about 3 words?
Bro, he's dying. Taboo, slam dunk, go getter, sure thing, shoo-in, scattergories, okie dokie, prescribed, alley-oop, absolutely, verboten, fadeaway, off limits, leavening, finger roll, and of course. He's a shoo-in, it's a slam dunk, a sure thing. Absolutely, of course. Jesus. Absolutely. Of course. No, these are more close together. Sure thing. Absolutely. Of course. Fade away. Okie dokie. Oh, okie dokie. Okay. You bet. All right. Shoe-in? These are basketball things. Alley-oop, slam dunk, fade away. Fuck. A finger roll? I don't know what the fuck this is. Is that a thing? Okay. I don't know what a finger roll is. I feel like these are like games or something. A go-getter. Prescribed. Leavening. Leave. Verb. Pro. Scatter. Off. Shoe. The first part of the words are things for telling people to leave. Shoo, scatter, leave, go. I'm a god if that's right. I'm an actual god. That's honestly, I'm just actually a god. That's it. I'm retiring. This might be my last stream ever. I will never in my life. I must have taken 2 Vibrance somewhere. I will never in my life. I can't even believe I just saw through the Matrix like that. I think I might be peaking right now. I think I just peaked in life. Proscribed is something you're not supposed to do, and verboten is something, I don't know, stay away from something, I guess. Forbidden? This was the green one? Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my, I can't even believe. I'm just a god. Time to end this out with a good 960. You know what? 949, we take it. Okay. Well, tomorrow we'll have an update. Good luck on the moots, on the mooties. Be careful. Barbarino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. My dude, orange. Catch you guys next. Stream right on. You killed me.